Chapter 33. Chapter 33, Coincidentally Meeting an Acquaintance. Qin Feng spent 300 hedonist points and bought a rank 1 speed potion and rank 2 speed potion. After drinking down the 2 potions, they were quickly absorbed by his body. He then opened his stats page. Host Qin Feng. External Technique Stage, Stage 1. HP, 1 times a normal person's lifespan. Stage 1 is equal to 1 times. Stage 2 is equal to 1, 2 times. Strength, 3 times a normal person's strength. Combined with Thunder Tiger Fists, can release 4 times a normal person's strength. Speed, 3 times a normal person's speed. Stage 1 is equal to 1 times. Stage 2 is equal to 1, 2 times. Agility, 1 times a normal person's reaction speed. Inner Technique Stage, none. Qi Refining Stage, none. Qin Feng felt very pleased as he looked through his stats. After obtaining this system for half a month, he had turned from a hedonistic young master who didn't even have the strength to truss up a chicken into an expert whose stats surpassed a normal human's greatly. He believed that this was only the beginning. Master, you've spent a total of 700 hedonist points now. If you spend another 300 points, you can level up into a rank 4 hedonist mortal and will receive another 3 lottery chances. Master, work hard and earn more hedonist points. Hearing that he could soon obtain more lottery chances, Qin Feng felt quite excited. He had previously drawn the Thunder Tiger Fists and True Steel Sword. Maybe this time he would be able to obtain something even more heaven-defying. Not too long after he finished absorbing the 2 speed potions, Uncle Fu walked over and handed some freshly printed documents to Qin Feng, saying, "Young master, this is all of the information on the Eternal Abundance Real Estate's general manager, Chao Yang. It's enough for him to eat prison food for the rest of his life." Qin Feng had arranged for Uncle Fu to take care of the demolishing compensation long ago. Not only did it concern a quest, but also holes in the management of the royal group, so Qin Feng wouldn't let it go easily. After casually looking through the documents, he inwardly rejoiced. Completing this quest would bring him yet another 100 hedonist points. He desperately craved for the elementary sword skills, as well as the 300 hedonist points to spend to become a rank 4 hedonist mortal. That way, he would have another 3 lottery chances. As such, he had to think of how to do as many quests as possible. Qin Feng asked Uncle Fu to send those documents to the police station, then came to the main hall of the Royal Hotel. Since he was free, he decided to find Bai Qing to talk and see if he could gain any information. In the empty hall, Bai Qing was wearing a professional-looking skirt with black stockings. Although only a small portion of her legs were revealed, she still looked quite alluring. She was 25 years old this year, and was 175 centimeters tall. When she stood with the other beautiful attendants, she still looked like a crane among chicken. On her round, white face were a pair of pleasant-looking, long eyebrows. There was a hint of iciness in her beautiful eyes, and her body was quite curvy. Her entire body emanated an air of pride. Her eyes were staring into the distance, seeming to space out. What a cold and arrogant-looking older sister type. Qin Feng couldn't help but marvel inwardly. If she wasn't secretly working against the Qin family, he would have taken her to bed long ago. "Manager Bai, what are you doing spacing out here?" Qin Feng came over to Bai Qing and gave a handsome smile. "Welcome, young Master Qin." As soon as the row of beautiful attendants saw Qin Feng, they all hurriedly bowed and greeted him. Bai Qing also quickly returned to her senses. When she saw Qin Feng, a look of disdain flashed in her eyes before she gave a beautiful smile, softly hitting Qin Feng's chest as she coyly said, "I was thinking of young Master Qin and spaced out." "Young Master Qin, you need to take responsibility." Her cold and imposing aura was completely gone. If he didn't know about Bai Qing, he wouldn't have thought anything. However, with this knowledge, seeing her flirt with him, he couldn't help but feel amazed. She was even better at acting than him. Of course I'll take responsibility. This young master will naturally take responsibility for a peerless beauty like Miss Bai. Qin Feng didn't show any weakness, and acted like his hedonistic self as he smiled lewdly while looking at her, Twin Peaks. Bai Qing covered her mouth as she laughed, and a cold look flashed in her eyes for a brief moment. How is young Master Qin going to take responsibility? He. Let's go, this young master is going to take you shopping, and we'll have a candlelit dinner at night. Finally, we'll go to the royal clubhouse and hire a room, and, you know. Qin Feng gave an evil smile as he lifted up her chin with his index finger. Bai Qing hurriedly swatted Qin Feng's hand away and she laughed while she scolded, "Io, there are too many people here. Young Master Qin, let's talk outside." Under the admiring and envious gazes of the other beautiful attendants, the two of them left the royal hotel. They all wished that they were the one Qin Feng took a fancy to. If that happened, they would be able to rise up like a phoenix. The Royal Clubhouse, Royal Hotel and Royal Jewelers were the royal group's three main assets. Currently, Qin Feng was taking Bai Qing to the Royal Jewelers' main store. He believed that just as women were irresistible to men, jewelry was irresistible to women. In this room filled with gold, silver and other treasures, he didn't believe Bai Qing could keep her rationality and not make any mistakes. "Young Master Qin, you finally have time to come over." As soon as Qin Feng entered, the beautiful manageress Rao Shui Qing smiled as she hurried over. I'm here to pick out some jewelry for this beauty." Qin Feng laughed as he put his hedonistic side on show. "Manager Rao, pick out some of the best upper-market jewelry for us to have a look." Rao Shui Qing furtively stole a few glances at Bai Qing. Women were by nature jealous creatures. It could be said that it was a great fortune for many women to be fancied by Qin Feng, and they would obtain immeasurable glory and wealth. Who wouldn't want such a life? However, after comparing herself to Bai Qing, Rao Shui Qing could only pout and inwardly complain as she went to pick out some jewelry. Qin Feng and Bai Qing found a place to sit. At this moment, a young, devilish woman wearing heavy makeup and revealing clothes walked in on the arm of a young man in a western suit. "Darling, you promised that you would buy me a big, sparkling, beautiful diamond necklace today. You won't break your promise, right?" The woman spoke in a sickly sweet voice, causing many people to look over. Qin Feng's body trembled and almost felt like vomiting. "Darling, this royal jeweler is the biggest jewelry store in the Acropolis city. They have a good reputation and have promised that they will never sell fakes. I heard that they just received some diamond necklaces from the French designer, Victoire de Castellane. I really want one, okay?" As she spoke, the woman pouted and twisted her hips, trying to act cute. Qin Feng scratched his tortured ears. He was just about to stand up and kick this woman out when, unexpectedly, the woman suddenly stopped acting cute and looked in his direction in shock. "Bai Qing." Seeing Bai Qing, the woman's face was filled with surprise. Bai Qing looked at the other person for a while before hesitantly and curiously replying, "Zhu Denyo?" Hearing this name, Qin Feng's mouth violently twitched. Chapter 34. Chapter 34, A Woman Who Deserved a Spanking. The woman who had been acting cute skipped over to Bai Qing and said in surprise, "Bai Qing, it really is you." I've already changed my name to Angel, as in the beautiful winged beings in heaven. Don't you think it really suits my personality?" After confirming that the other person was Zhu Denyo, Bai Qing also revealed a surprised smile. This was her old classmate from year 12 and they hadn't met in over 4 years. To suddenly see an old classmate from high school within a sea of unfamiliar faces, they were naturally happy to see each other. Bai Qing, are you shopping while taking a break from your job? After exchanging a few greetings, Zhu Dinyo looked up and down Bai Qing. Seeing her uniform and the name badge on her chest, she didn't try to conceal the scorn in her tone. She covered her mouth as she lightly laughed. I should tell you that this jeweler is very expensive. Even if you like anything here, you won't be able to afford it. As she spoke, she turned around and waved to the man in the suit, sweetly saying, "Darling, come over. I'll introduce you to my classmate from high school." Of course, she wasn't introducing Bai Qing, but blatantly showing off in front of her. The man in the suit smiled as he walked over. When he was close enough to see Bai Qing's beautiful appearance, his body slightly trembled and a look of lust flashed in his eyes. However, he was able to calm his expression almost immediately. He stretched out his hand, smiling as he introduced himself. "Hello, I'm Chao Yang, the general manager of Eternal Abundance Real Estate." Chao Yang was quite eager to be able to hold Bai Qing's white and delicate hand. I already said she's my old classmate. You don't need to be so formal." Before Bai Qing could shake his hand, Zhu Dinyo stepped in between them. She condescendingly looked at Bai Qing as she said, "Darling, my pretty classmate was the dux of our Acropolis City's graduation exam. Back then, she was extremely popular at school. However, as the saying goes, it's better for a woman to marry well than to score well, right, darling? It's better for a woman to marry well than to score well." This phrase stabbed into Bai Qing's heart like a poisonous thorn. Her face darkened and her eyes dimmed, as painful memories came flooding back. In high school, Bai Qing's results were all excellent, and it seemed as if going to the best university, finding a good job and marrying a good man were all guaranteed. However, the night she received her results for her graduation exams, something had happened which completely changed the course of her life. Because of that, she had given up on going to university and started out as an attendant at the hotel. She had climbed up step by step until she had become a manager at the Royal Hotel. However, this was just the beginning of her revenge. "Miss Zhu Dinyo, Mr. Chao Ying, hello. I'm Bai Qing's friend, Feng." Qin Feng had been weighing from the side and saw that Zhu Dinyo had come over to show off and belittle Bai Qing. However, Qin Feng couldn't help but smile upon hearing Zhu Dinyo's boyfriend introduce himself. Who is this? So annoying. I already said my name is Angel, it means princess. Don't call me other names, alright? Zhu Dinyo hatefully glared at Qin Feng, then arrogantly said, "You're Bai Qing's boyfriend? You look pretty ordinary and don't seem very rich. You must be a playboy leeching off Bai Qing, right? Who would have thought, Bai Qing, you're actually a cougar." Zhu Dinyo's looks were alright and she seemed like the petite type. However, she was loud-mouthed and showed no restraint when talking, which gave off an aura of arrogance. She had lived in the same dormitory as Bai Qing for her 3 years in high school. Her grades weren't as good as Bai Qing's and she didn't look as good as her either. The bit of light she had was completely dwarfed by Bai Qing's and she resented her from the bottom of her heart. Now, seeing the difference between them, she felt incredibly pleased and wanted to savagely show off. "Miss Bai Qing, if you're not happy with your company, we would welcome you at the Eternal Abundance Real Estate anytime. With a single word from me, I can guarantee you'll make twice as much as you are making now." Chao Yang acted as if he didn't even see Qin Feng and completely ignored his self-introduction. His gaze lingered on Bai Qing's body and didn't shift at all. He even began to subtly seduce her. These sorts of exquisite beauties were rare, even in the Acropolis city. Chao Yang had almost had his soul stolen. Zhu Dinyo's face darkened in anger when she saw the light in her boyfriend's eyes, which were fixed on Bai Qing. How could an arrogant person like Bai Qing accept a handout from someone else? "Darling, don't make a fuss. Otherwise, we might be misunderstood to be looking down on her like giving out handouts to a beggar. Bai Qing's face slightly paled. Before, she had been quite happy to see an old classmate, but she had not expected her to become such an unpleasant person. She was about to ask Qin Feng if they could leave, but saw that he was walking towards Chao Yang with a look of shock on his face. "Oh, isn't this the Eternal Abundance Real Estate's general manager? I heard that the Eternal Abundance Real Estate belongs to the Royal Group. So incredible." Qin Feng's flattery caused Bai Qing to deeply frown. Not many people knew about the Eternal Abundance Real Estate, but there was no one who didn't know the Royal Group. After all, its director was Qin Huang, the richest man in the Acropolis city. And now, his only son, Qin Feng, was standing right next to her. Bai Qing couldn't help but smile at the irony. Zhu Dinyo felt quite pleased when she saw Qin Feng's shock and was so proud that she almost started flying. She looked at Qin Feng disdainfully and said, "It's not that I'm boasting, but my darling is quite important in the Eternal Abundance Real Estate. There are nearly 1,000 employees managed by him and their employment is governed by him. For a lower-class person like you, I'm sure you wouldn't understand. Just forget what I was saying." Ahem. Qin Feng coldly smiled and replied, "He's just the Eternal Abundance Real Estate's general manager, but has so much authority. You've got to be boasting, right?" "Boasting? Fudge, do you think I'd goddamn boaster?" Zhu Dinyo became enraged. The petite woman suddenly became like a ferocious tiger. It seemed that her cute and adorable personality was just for show. Even Qin Feng felt tired by imagining all of the pretending she did. Even if I tell you, you wouldn't believe it. Lower-class people like you are destined to be poor forever and will never rise up from the bottom of society. Darling, let's go and pick some jewelry, let's not waste time on these people." Lower-class people. This was the first time that Bai Qing had heard someone call Qin Feng a lower-class person. She suddenly felt that this situation was becoming more and more interesting. What Angel said is true, but being at the top of the company is just a very slight effort. Chao Yang didn't react as extremely as Zhu Dinyo. He handed Bai Qing a card as he smiled and said, "This is my business card. If Miss Bai Qing needs anything, just let me know. I'll be free anytime." The two of them then turned and walked towards the counter. Before they could walk too far, Rao Xueqin came back with a fancy-looking box and a big smile, trying to curry favor. "Young Master Qin, sorry for the wait. This is the newest necklace that has just come in yesterday. Please have a look if it's good enough for your tastes," she offered. Before Qin Feng had even spoken, Zhu Dinyo, who hadn't walked too far away, cried out as she covered her mouth and ran over. Her eyes were fixed upon the sparkling necklace in the box and she looked uncontainably excited. "Darling, look, this is the one I was telling you about. It's the newest 5-carat diamond necklace designed by Victor de Castellane. It's made so delicately and looks so beautiful. You said you would buy me one, so you have to buy it for me." Rao Xueqin looked at Zhu Dinyo in condescension, wondering where this weirdo, who seemed to have never seen jewelry before, had come from. She was screaming like she had orgasmed, but since Qin Feng hadn't said anything, Rao Xueqin didn't say anything either. Chao Yang elegantly walked over. When he saw the price tag on the box, his heart thumped. This diamond necklace costed $890,000. He looked at the light shone in Bai Qing's eyes and made a decision. It seemed that this woman was the same and could be won over by money. Spending a few $100,000 to get a woman like this in bed would be worth it. "This necklace is quite good, and if darling wants it, I'll buy it for you. I never look at the price when buying things for my woman." Chao Yang looked at Bai Qing when he said this. He was sure that Bai Qing would be able to understand the hidden meaning in his words. Qin Feng ignored Chao Yang's words and his gaze fell on Bai Qing's jade-white neck. If she wore this necklace, it would be incredibly compatible. Qing, do you like it? If you like it, I'll buy it for you, Qin Feng softly said. Bai Qing felt quite surprised, but quickly calmed herself down. She looked at Qin Feng with a complicated expression before finally shaking her head, saying, I'm a bit tired, let's go back. Humph. If you don't have money, don't pretend to be a rich young master. Leaving? You're just finding excuses. Zhu Denyo was certain that Qin Feng couldn't afford such an expensive necklace and her tone became incredibly mocking. Miss, reserve this necklace for me. And also, you shouldn't allow anyone to just waltz into this store. If an expensive piece of jewelry goes missing, your salaries won't be enough to cover it. When she saw Zhu Denyo's incredibly arrogant manner, Rao Xueqing felt like whipping her. She glared at Zhu Denyo as she replied, I'm sorry, miss, but we won't sell this necklace to you. I'm planning on gifting it to this miss over here, because it would look 10 times better on her than on you. What did you say? Zhu Denyo was completely dumbfounded. She thought that there was something wrong with her ears and she stared at Rao Xueqing with wide eyes full of shock. After a few moments, she started to shrilly yell, Fudge, what did you say, you loose woman? I'm a goddamn VIP here and I want you to kneel and apologize right now. Otherwise, I'll call your general manager and have you pay the price for your actions. Zhu Denyo seemed like a fishwife cursing in the streets and soon, she attracted every customer's attention. Chapter 35. Chapter 35, Mysterious Hatred. Rao Xueqing was furious. She coldly laughed as she stretched out her hand and slapped Zhu Denyo's face, thinking to herself, ring them if you want. Your granny here won't be afraid even if you report me to the royal group's director. I'll have you know your granny follows young Master Qin. A crisp sound rang out and Zhu Denyo stood frozen, with a look of disbelief on her face. You dare to hit me? As she came back to her senses a while later, she dove into Chao Yang's embrace and wailed, Darling, that stinking woman dared to hit me. Quickly call some of your brothers to violate this slut. When she heard this, Rao Xueqing felt like spitting out blood and slapping this woman a few more times. However, she was stopped by Qin Feng. He walked over to Chao Yang, revealing a faint smile as he said, General Manager Chao Yang, I'll apologize for this lady if that's all right. Chao Yang had felt annoyed by Qin Feng's presence for a while now. Bai Qing being with him was like a flower being stuck in a pile of dung. He gave him a contemptuous sideways glance as he replied, Humph. If you want to apologize, you have to do as my darling said, by kneeling on the grue dash. Before he could finish his sentence, a slap made his face bloom like a flower. The strength that the slap contained directly sent him flying. This is this young master's apology. Is it to your pleasing? Just you wait. Chao Yang was dazed by Qin Feng's slap and was now completely furious. He quickly took out his phone, preparing to call his lackeys to make Qin Feng a cripple. At this moment, a group of uniformed security officers ran over to Qin Feng, respectfully asking, Young Master Qin. Would you like us to throw out these pair of dogs? Young Master Qin. The hand that Chao Yang was using to dial a number froze. Just then, he had been so furious that he had not been thinking clearly. Now that he had calmed down, looked at Qin Feng closely and searched through his memories, his entire body became petrified and his jaw almost fell to the ground. The royal jeweler security officers treated him so respectfully and the female manager had wanted to gift him a necklace worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Young Master Qin, apart from Qin Huang's son, Qin Feng, who else could it be? Wei Qin Feng. Young Master Qin. Qin Feng's name was like a thunderclap. Although Chao Yang had never met him in person, he quickly ran in front of him. "You know me. To be recognized by the general manager of the Eternal Abundance Real Estate is my honor," Qin Feng sarcastically said as a cold smile flashed on his face. He couldn't help but marvel at his luck. In just a single day, he had met two people who had been acting incredibly cocky. "Darling, hurry up and call your people. I want to kill these dogs personally." After being slapped, Zhu Denyo was mad with fury and didn't notice how the atmosphere had completely changed. She was still pointing at Qin Feng and the others and furiously cursing. However, very soon, she was given a big slap by Chao Yang. "Stop goddamn babbling, you slut. Open your dog eyes and look who that is. It's the Acropolis City's biggest young master Qin. Hurry up and apologize. You're just begging to be slapped." After confirming Qin Feng's identity, Chao Yang was so scared that he began to break out in cold sweat. When he thought to how cocky and condescendingly he had been acting, he wanted to run into a wall and die. Chao Yang released all of his unhappiness on Zhu Denyo, only stopping after giving her multiple slaps. Zhu Denyo was completely dumbfounded. How could a shallow and pretentious woman like her not have heard of Qin Feng before? Before hooking in Chao Yang, she had investigated Qin Feng, wanting to be his mistress. However, after comparing the women that Qin Feng had been with to herself, she completely gave up on that. And now, Qin Feng was right in front of her. Although she had been slapped quite a few times in front of everyone else, Zhu Denyo put on a big smile as she bent at her waist and said, "Aye, so it's young Master Qin. Looks like the water has rushed into the Dragon King's temple. A great person should show great magnanimity. Please don't hold it against lowly people like us. I deserve death for angering you. I'll slap myself to death." Without Qin Feng needing to do anything, Zhu Denyo began to continuously slap herself. When she saw her swollen face, a look of worry flashed on Bai Qing's face. After all, they were high school classmates and she didn't want to see things like this. She grabbed Qin Feng's arm, softly saying, "Young Master Qin, please let this go. It's not that big of a deal." Qin Feng was preparing to ignore Zhu Denyo, but this woman had started slapping herself, so he didn't really care. He waved his hand, saying, "All right, that's enough. Both of you piss off, you're an eyesore." Chao Yang was finally able to relieve the large weight in his heart. He bowed to Qin Feng and ran out of the jeweler's as if he was running for his life. He didn't even bother to look at Zhu Denyo. He decided that from today onwards, he would cut off ties with her. Having a woman like her by his side would only bring him disaster. When the two of them left, the people who had been spectating all gradually walked off as well. Qin Feng didn't take any of this to heart and picked up the necklace worth $890,000. He smiled as he looked at Bai Qing and said, "Beauty Bai Qing, let me put this on for you." Bai Qing felt a bit shocked when she saw Qin Feng's handsome smile. Before she could refuse, Qin Feng had already come over and carefully put it on for her. A faint masculine scent wafted into her nose, which made her feel a bit uncomfortable. She suddenly thought of something and her eyes became cold. Even the atmosphere around her cooled down. Ding! The hedonist sovereign system has issued a quest, resolved by Qing's hatred towards the host. Quest time limit, 1 month. Successfully completing the quest will result in you receiving 500 hedonist points, failing will deduct 1,000 hedonist points from the host. Resolved by Qing's hatred towards him. Qin Feng frowned. There didn't seem to be any conflict between Bai Qing and himself, so why would this woman hate him? Could she be secretly helping someone deal with Qin Feng because she hated him? A wave of questions came flooding into his head, but he simply couldn't understand what was going on. He stabilized his emotions and gave a calm smile as he said to Bai Qing, "So pretty. I'm sure that no one else would be able to display the same beauty with this necklace." Ha, young Master Qin, I'm sure you've said this to every girl you've slept with before, right? Bai Qin coldly laughed as she walked out of the jeweler's with a darkened face. Qin Feng felt a bit awkward and chased after her. Bai Qin wasn't in the mood to continue shopping, so Qin Feng drove her back to the hotel. They spent the entire trip in silence. After returning to the Royal Hotel, Bai Qin didn't see Qin Feng. She returned to her position and took off the necklace. Chapter 36. Chapter 36, Visiting the Zhao family. Qin Feng returned to room 666. After that ordeal, he had still received some clues. He now knew that Bai Qin hated him for some reason. As long as he found that reason, he could resolve her hatred towards him. Perhaps, after he gained her favorability, she would tell him who was behind all of this. At night and under strict orders from Qin Huang, Qin Feng came with him to the Zhao family's villa to apologize about the matter of rescinding the marriage. Zhao Lingxian's father was called Zhao Dehai and was one of the top businessmen in the Acropolis city. His high medical group almost monopolized the Acropolis city's medical industry. 20 years ago, when Qin Huang had arrived at the Acropolis city, he had become acquainted with Zhao Dehai. He had received much help from Zhao Dehai, and with his own business mind, he walked step by step to where he was today. The two of them were not related by blood, but were closer than brothers. Brother Huang, Feng you've come. Hurry and come in. Just as Qin Feng and his father arrived outside the villa, the chubby Zhao Dehai came over. He knew that Qin Huang was coming tonight, so he had been waiting outside for them. Brother Hai, you actually waited outside for us. Do you want to make your brother Huang feel guilty forever? Qin Huang felt incredibly guilty about the rescission of the marriage. However, Qin Feng was simply too loose and sensualistic. Perhaps rescinding the marriage was a good thing for Zhao Lingxian. Zhao Dehai had an appearance that seemed to be blessed by the heavens. He smiled like a Buddha as he said, Brother Huang is older and is my senior, so I should be waiting to welcome you. As for the matter regarding Feng and Lingxian, that's in the past now. Brother Huang, you don't need to feel bad about it, this won't affect our friendship of 20 years in the slightest. No, of course not. They laughed as they spoke and walked into the main hall. Qin Huang and Zhao Dehai started to talk about business, politics and the economy, which made Qin Feng want to fall asleep. Qin Feng felt bored, so he took a stroll through the large villa. Thinking to the quest regarding Zhao Lingxian's favorability towards him, he decided to go and talk to her to restore their relationship. Her door wasn't locked, so he gently opened it and walked in. It was as if he had walked into a small palace. The large room was covered with pink wallpaper and had European-style decorations on the ceiling. There was a large, pristine, princess-style bed with white muslin around it and a yellow SpongeBob blanket covering it. The blanket was slightly raised, telling Qin Feng that its owner had just left the bed. There was no one in the room, so Qin Feng sat down at the desk. An open diary greeted his eyes. 6/1, clear. Today was bright and sunny, but my emotions felt like wind and rain. That accursed, loose young master rescinded his marriage with me in front of everyone in the class. I felt like killing him on the spot. Although I didn't really want the marriage and would have been delirious with joy for its cancellation, I was devastated to be thrown away like that. Doesn't that bastard know that a woman's reputation is important to her? Finally, I want to curse Qin Feng to be killed by a car, 100 times. 6/7, cloudy. Today that idiotic young master went crazy and publicly announced he was going to chase Lin Bei. Who knows what he's thinking? I thought that I would ignore him after the incident about the marriage, but I couldn't help but be affected by that. What's going on with me? Finally, I want to curse Qin Feng to die from choking on water, 100 times. 6/9, clear. Tonight at the cocktail party, Qin Feng tried to be nice to me and played a nice piano piece. Did he forget to take his medicine? What was he doing before? I hate him to death. However, the current Qin Feng seems to be different and has changed a lot. Finally, I want to curse Qin Feng to die by being struck by lightning, 100 times. Qin Feng didn't dare to continue reading. This was Zhao Lingxian's diary, and just by casually reading through a few pages, he had died 300 times already. He hurriedly closed the diary and was about to escape from this room of death when suddenly, the door to the bathroom opened. A beautiful woman with a wonderful body walked out. Her hair was still damp and there were still a few water droplets on her snow-white skin. The key thing was that she wasn't wearing anything. "Ah, you perverted bastard, how did you get in here? What are you trying to do?" If you dare to continue looking, your granny will gouge out your eyeballs and trample on them." Zhao Lingxian had just taken a shower and was drying her hair with a towel, while waiting for her body to completely dry before putting on her clothes. However, when she was halfway through doing this, she suddenly froze. The man who she cursed to die 100 times every night was now standing right in front of her. His eyes were green as he ogled her body, which made her want to cut him into 1,000 pieces. Qin Feng gulped down his saliva as he hurriedly turned around. However, the image of Zhao Lingxian's curvy body remained in his mind. Her skin was snow-white and held a faint hint of rosiness after the shower, which made it appear sleek and taut. Her long legs didn't have a bit of fat on them and were slim and straight. Her chest was also surprisingly large and he hadn't actually noticed this before. Suddenly, Qin Feng felt slightly regretful that he had cancelled their marriage. This was no less than expected from the Acropolis University's art department's #1 beauty. She completely deserved this title. What are you still standing there for? Piss off already. Zhao Lingxian hurriedly covered her body with a towel and gnashed her teeth at Qin Feng's back. This was the first time a man had seen her body, and it was Qin Feng, that beast. As she thought about it, her eyes grew misty. After suppressing the fire in his heart, Qin Feng hurriedly ran downstairs. His father and Uncle Zhao were still heartily chatting, unaware of what had happened upstairs. Qin Feng couldn't help but think to himself that even if he violated Zhao Lingxian, they probably wouldn't have realized. After sitting downstairs and feeling bored, he heard footsteps on the stairs. Looking up, he saw that Zhao Lingxian had changed into a white dress and was elegantly walking down. Her calves could be seen, which caused Qin Feng to think of that shocking scene from before. Zhao Lingxian looked at Qin Feng's shining eyes as she gnashed her teeth and glared at him, then sat down next to Zhao Dehai. She angrily asked, "Dad, why did you let Qin Feng come to our house?" If the Acropolis University's males saw Zhao Lingxian acting in such a coquettish way, they would probably scrout their own eyeballs. Was this really that cold, aloof, glacier goddess? Seeing that his daughter had come downstairs, Zhao Dehai lovingly stroked her head before saying seriously, "This girl really doesn't know how to speak. Haven't you seen that your Uncle Huang is here? And you didn't even greet him." Although she was extremely unhappy towards Qin Feng, Uncle Qin Huang had always been very good to her and treated her as if she was his own daughter. She immediately looked over and greeted him, "Uncle Huang, you've come." Qin Huang also patted Zhao Lingxian's head, smiling as he said, "What's wrong, Lingxian? You look so angry. Did Feng Er bully you again? When we go back I'll give him a good lashing." When Qin Huang said this, Zhao Lingxian pouted again, looking quite unhappy. Zhao Dehai squeezed her nose and said, "All you know how to do is be angry. Just then, I saw Feng Er go up to find you. Are you still putting on the act of a big miss?" It would have been better if Zhao Dehai hadn't mentioned that. Zhao Lingxian once again remembered that Qin Feng had seen her naked body and the anger on her face increased. She suddenly stood up and said, I don't care. I just don't like to see Qin Feng. I welcome Uncle Huang to come to our home, but I won't tolerate Qin Feng at all. After saying this, Zhao Lingxian angrily ran upstairs again. I've truly spoilt this girl rotten. Qin Huang and Zhao Dehai looked at each other and laughed, both feeling a little awkward. Feng Er, go and cheer up Lingxian. The two of you grew up together, and even if you're not getting married, you can at least be friends, right? There's no need to act like enemies. Zhao Dehai looked at Qin Feng and smiled. As a man, you need to be magnanimous and sometimes give in. That child has a kind heart, but has princess syndrome because I've spoilt her too much. Qin Feng nodded and hesitantly walked upstairs. If Uncle Zhao knew that he had just seen Lingxian's naked body, he definitely wouldn't have asked him to go upstairs and cheer her up. This was simply suicide. Little sister Lingxian, are you wearing clothes? I'm coming in now. This time, Qin Feng didn't dare to just swagger in. Go and die. Piss off. Zhao Lingxian was lying on her bed and was feeling quite miserable. When Qin Feng came in, a pillow flew over. Luckily, he had stepped into stage 1 and had drank speed potions, which gave him the speed and reaction time to CA the pillow. I told you to piss off, are you deaf? Seeing that the pillow hadn't hit Qin Feng, Zhao Lingxian became even angrier. As a hedonistic young master, one of his key strengths was that his face was as thick as a wall. Qin Feng pretended not to hear her and smiled as he sat down next to her on the bed. He needed to obtain her favorability, so if he could reduce her anger towards the rescission of the marriage, his job would be much easier. Little sister Lingxian, don't be angry. I came specifically to apologize about the rescission of the marriage. As soon as he mentioned the rescinded marriage, Zhao Lingxian became even angrier. She coldly replied, no need, hurry up and leave. If you have all this time and energy, go and be intimate with your little sister Lin. I'm disgusted by this act of yours. Qin Feng felt a little surprised and could almost smell jealousy in the air. Could it be that Zhao Lingxian had fallen for him? After all, he was simply too handsome and savvy. Zhao Lingxian could tell Qin Feng had misunderstood and hurriedly explained, don't have any stupid thoughts. Even if I became a monk, I wouldn't like you. I just pity Lin Bei. Why would such a nice girl fall for such a bastard? Princess Lingxian, don't say such things. I remember when we were younger, a certain someone would always follow me around, Qin Feng proudly replied. Chapter 37. Chapter 37, Obtaining Zhao Lingxian's Favorability. Qin Feng had grown up with Zhao Lingxian, so he was familiar with her family background. When they were little, Zhao Lingxian's mother had stolen much of Zhao Dehai's wealth and fled. Zhao Dehai hurriedly rebuilt his family, but had neglected Zhao Lingxian in the process. This caused Zhao Lingxian's personality to become lonely and aloof, so she virtually had no friends. Because Qin Feng was good with people and could get along with anyone, Zhao Lingxian always played with him. After they grew up, Qin Feng fell into the temptation of beautiful women and they gradually drifted apart. However, they could still be called childhood sweethearts. What? I don't remember. Zhao Lingxian became slightly red, pretending that she had forgotten about that. She hit Qin Feng's head with a pillow, trying to chase him away. Hurry up and leave. I feel angry whenever I see you. I feel so angry that my stomach's hurting again. As she hit Qin Feng, she suddenly stopped and curled into a ball as she held her stomach. Her stomach really did hurt, but it wasn't because of Qin Feng. When she was young, she had developed a stomach illness because she didn't eat at regular times. Qin Feng knew about Zhao Lingxian's stomach illness. When they played together in their younger days, he would carry her to the doctors when her stomach hurt. When he saw Zhao Lingxian's incredibly pale face and the sweat on her forehead, Qin Feng hurriedly touched her forehead and asked, "Are you all right? Is your stomach acting up again? Don't touch me. I don't need you to worry about me. Hurry up and leave. Leave." Zhao Lingxian gritted her teeth and endured the pain, not wanting Qin Feng to see her in this state. She pulled up her blanket and covered herself. "Fine, since you hate me so much, I'll leave." Qin Feng laughed as he stood up and left the villa. Zhao Lingxian stayed under the blanket for a while, and after confirming that Qin Feng was gone, she uncovered herself. Seeing that the room was empty and that Qin Feng had indeed left, she suddenly felt a bit dispirited. Humph. Men are all the same and don't have any patience. If you had tried to cheer me up, maybe I would have let you stay and look after me for a bit. Zhao Lingxian suddenly felt quite complicated. Unknowingly, her attention had been focused on Qin Feng. This feeling was quite strange, and even Zhao Lingxian couldn't understand it. In reality, she had been keeping something bottled up within her. After Qin Feng had rescinded their marriage, the capital's Liang family's third son, Liang Xing, had come to the Zhao family to ask for her hand in marriage. The Liang family owned one of the biggest medical companies in the entire country. They wanted to use this marriage to ally their families together and expand even further. Although Zhao Dehai didn't immediately agree to the marriage and allowed Zhao Lingxian to make the decision, she could tell from his eyes that he wanted this to go through. The only problem was that Zhao Lingxian didn't feel anything for that Liang Xing. In fact, she would have been more willing to marry Qin Feng than Liang Xing. "You beast, you scoundrel, you bastard. If you didn't rescind the marriage, I wouldn't have so many troubles. I curse you to trip over and die, 100 times. Zhao Lingxian cursed Qin Feng for a while, which would have made him die a countless number of times. Her stomach began to hurt more and more, to the point where she didn't have the strength to curse Qin Feng anymore. Her beautiful eyes became misty and she felt incredibly pitiful and wronged. Ever since she was young, she had never been properly looked after by anyone. Every time she had been hurt, she would lick her own wounds in the corner. "Stop cursing me. If I really died, who would go out at night to buy medicine for you?" The door was suddenly flung open as Qin Feng walked in with a handsome smile on his face. Zhao Lingxian was completely dumbfounded, and she thought that she was dreaming. She never thought that Qin Feng would have come back, he had even bought medicine for her. She suddenly felt a warmth in her heart, as well as an urge to cry. From memory, whenever her stomach hurt, it would always be her father, mother, or Qin Feng, who went to buy stomach medicine for her. Even after Qin Feng started chasing beauties, she would still think of a certain someone when her stomach started hurting. "Who asked you to come back? Your seducing techniques won't work on me. Hurry up and get out." Although she felt quite moved, Zhao Lingxian wouldn't show it. When she thought to the possibility of being married off to the Liang family, she felt incredibly melancholic. By this time, Qin Feng had already poured some hot water, blew on it and handed it to Zhao Lingxian. He smiled as he said, curse away, curse away. As long as you're happy cursing at me, then continue. However, cursing takes a lot of strength. Drink your medicine first and after you've recovered, you can curse at me for the whole night. Curse at him for the whole night. Zhao Lingxian's face went red as inappropriate thoughts ran through her mind. If she stayed with this hedonistic young master Qin Feng for a whole night, who knew what could happen? I'm not drinking it. Who knows if you really bought stomach medicine? I'm sure you put some sort of aphrodisiac in it. I'm definitely not drinking it, Zhao Lingxian said as she angrily pouted. Seeing Zhao Lingxian act in such a stubborn manner, Qin Feng suddenly thought back to when they were younger. Back then, Zhao Lingxian was incredibly cute and would do whatever he said. However, they had gradually drifted apart and Zhao Lingxian had gradually recovered her cold and arrogant personality. Despite this, Qin Feng knew that deep down, she hadn't changed, she was still a weak girl who didn't have anyone to rely on. Her coldness was just a facade to protect herself. All in all, she was a very difficult girl. Princess Zhao, what nonsensical things are you thinking about? Look here, this bottle is stomach medicine, Qin Feng said as he rolled his eyes at Zhao Lingxian. Zhao Lingxian didn't even look at the bottle. She coldly harumphed and replied, maybe you swapped it out for other medicine. Qin Feng frowned and felt quite speechless. He exasperatedly continued, Big Miss Zhao, this is your own home. What could I do to you? Who knows? This young miss is beautiful and has a sexy body. One always has to be on their guard against a perverted fiend like you. Unknowingly, Zhao Lingxian and Qin Feng had begun to act like a couple having a fight. In fact, Zhao Lingxian secretly enjoyed this feeling. She had no friends at school and there was usually no one at home. She rarely talked to anyone during her days. She actually felt quite happy to have someone to quibble with. Fine. If you won't eat your medicine, then this young master will have to feed it to you. Qin Feng knew that Zhao Lingxian was venting her anger against him, but she still didn't look quite well. Qin Feng held a capsule in one hand as he put his other hand around her slim waist, trying to force her to take it. Oi, what are you doing? Let go of me, I'll call for help. You beast, don't touch me. I'll kill you. By now, Zhao Lingxian was completely within Qin Feng's embrace. She was only wearing a thin, silk sleeping gown. They were touching so closely and she became so embarrassed that her face turned completely red. She desperately hit Qin Feng's chest with her small fists and struggled for a while. However, she soon found that it was completely useless and that it allowed Qin Feng to take advantage of her even more. Hurry up and take it. Otherwise, I'm not letting go, Qin Feng ordered as he finally brought the capsule to her mouth. Zhao Lingxian was the proud and aloof type, and she definitely wouldn't give in after being ordered like that. As a result, she desperately resisted. Zhao Lingxian, are you going to take the medicine or not? Qin Feng's expression became serious. I won't. Zhao Lingxian wasn't afraid at all. Although she hated Qin Feng, she knew that he wouldn't really do anything to her. Then this young master will have to use his ultimate skill. Qin Feng evilly smiled, drank a mouthful of water and lowered his body as he pressed his lips against hers. As a soft, damp feeling met his lips and he breathed in her fragrance, even an experienced man like Qin Feng felt a bit dazed. Zhao Lingxian was even more surprised. She suddenly stopped struggling and stared at Qin Feng with widened, misty eyes. Her buzzing brain was in a complete mess. After a few moments, Zhao Lingxian came back to her senses. She was furious, which caused her chest to heave. Every time she breathed in and out, Qin Feng could feel her soft chest rubbing against his. It was a feeling so wonderful that it made him want to cry out. I'll let go of me. Zhao Lingxian once again began to struggle, but her mouth was blocked by Qin Feng's, which made it difficult for her to speak. Qin Feng could feel that Zhao Lingxian was still trying to spit out the stomach medicine, so he decided to take things a step further. He suddenly opened his mouth and strayed his tongue into her mouth. Huff! Zhao Lingxian suddenly breathed in. This time, her brain completely short-circuited and went blank. She even closed her eyes, feeling intoxicated. This was her first kiss and it was the first time that she had experienced such a wondrous feeling. She couldn't resist and allowed Qin Feng to do as he wished. Originally, Qin Feng had been planning to stop after he had placed the stomach medicine into her mouth. However, after starting, he simply couldn't stop. He slowly began to kiss her more and more passionately. Zhao Lingxian's body slowly relaxed and she even wrapped her arms around Qin Feng's neck. She spread her legs and sat on his lap, engaging in the kiss of the century. As they kissed, Qin Feng's hands subconsciously found their ways to Zhao Lingxian's chest. They were soft, bouncy and large. They were simply exquisite. Ah! Qin Feng, what are you doing? Zhao Lingxian suddenly came back to her senses and kicked Qin Feng off the bed in fright. She wanted to step on this beast's head and finish him off there and then. Suddenly, Zhao Lingxian's phone began to ring. Do. Zhao Lingxian looked over in surprise and glared at Qin Feng, then picked up the phone and answered it. Hello. Who is this? She was feeling quite angry and spoke coldly. Lingxian, it's me, Liangxing. I'm about to arrive at your place. Would you like to have dinner with me? When he heard Zhao Lingxian's bone-chillingly cold voice, Liangxing couldn't help but shiver. I don't have any time. Zhao Lingxian never liked Liangxing to begin with, and adding on how angry she was feeling, she directly ended the call. She savagely threw her phone at the bed and glared at Qin Feng as she coldly said, "The hell are you looking at? I've taken the medicine and you've had your kiss. Qin Feng, you're the worst bastard under the heavens. I hate you. Piss off already." As she spoke, her tears shamefully flowed out. She suddenly realized that Qin Feng's reputation as a loose and sensualistic young master was completely deserved. Ding! Congratulations, host Qin Feng, for completing the quest to make Zhao Lingxian have a favorable impression of you. You have received 200 hedonist points. Ding! The hedonist sovereign system has issued a quest, help Zhao Lingxian extricate herself from Liangxing's wooing. Quest time limit, 1 month. Successfully completing the quest will result in you receiving 500 hedonist points. Failing will result in the host completely losing Zhao Lingxian. Chapter 38. Chapter 38, Situation becoming interesting. Qin Feng felt a bit dazed. What he thought to be the most difficult quest had actually been easily completed with just a passionate kiss. This quest gave him a reward of 200 hedonist points. If Qin Feng could finish another quest, he should be able to easily rack up 300 hedonist points. After spending them, he would become a rank 4 hedonist mortal, and would receive another 3 lottery chances. He felt incredibly excited as his large hands held Zhao Lingxian's shoulders and he affectionately said, "Lingxian, let's kiss again. This time, it'll just be a pure kiss. I promise I won't touch anywhere else this time." Before he had recovered from that kiss, he had received Zhao Lingxian's favorability. Qin Feng believed that he would definitely succeed if he tried to take her right now. Zhao Lingxian felt a bit surprised and looked at Qin Feng, feeling stunned. She breathed in deeply, doing her best to suppress her rage as she roared, "Qin Feng, do you want to die?" Qin Feng felt a bit scared by the coldness radiating out from Zhao Lingxian's eyes. He hurriedly withdrew his hands as he gave a sheepish smile. "I was just joking, just joking. Am I that sort of person? I only kissed you just then to feed you the medicine. I saw that you weren't wearing much, and was worried that you'd get cold, so I covered your important bits to keep you warm." "Aw. Qin Feng, hurry up and piss off, otherwise your granny's going to kill you." Zhao Lingxian picked up a lamp next to her, lifting it up as if she was going to throw it. "Lingxian, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now." Seeing that the situation had taken a turn for the worse, Qin Feng decided to quickly leave. However, Zhao Lingxian suddenly called out and stopped him, saying, "You want to just leave after taking advance of this big miss? Who do you think I am? Wait for me downstairs. A troublesome fellow's coming to visit me, if you can help me get rid of him, we'll be even. Otherwise, I'll make you take the consequences. Qin Feng's mouth twitched as he felt the chilling intent from Zhao Lingxian's body. He suddenly imagined Zhao Lingxian not sleeping for the entire night, furiously scrawling in her diary, "I curse Qin Feng to die in various ways, 100 times. Most likely, Zhao Lingxian would only show this childish, overbearing attitude in front of Qin Feng. Even if other people wanted to see it, they weren't qualified. Qin Feng went downstairs first, and soon, Zhao Lingxian walked down in a white shirt and short yellow skirt. She was also wearing colorful stockings that reached up to her knees, which made her look quite youthful. Seeing his daughter come down dressed nicely, Zhao Dehai gave a happy smile. It seemed that the disagreement between the two children had been resolved. Ding dong. Ding dong. At this moment, the doorbell sounded. Zhao Lingxian didn't even have to look to know that it was Liangxing. She unhappily pouted and looked at Qin Feng. Qin Feng immediately understood her intention, and went to open the door. A man with a stylish fringe, a white shirt, and black pants stood outside the door. He had a gentlemanly smile on his face, and was evidently a son of a rich family. "You are?" Seeing Qin Feng, Liangxing felt a bit surprised, and wondered who he was. Zhao Lingxian didn't have any older or younger brothers. "You pressed on my home's doorbell, and yet you ask who I am? What's wrong with you?" Qin Feng more or less understood who Liangxing was from what he had heard from Zhao Lingxian. Seeing him dressed so gentlemanly, Qin Feng felt like whipping him. This was despite the fact that Qin Feng also liked to dress like a gentleman to seduce women. "Ahaha, excuse me, I'm here to find Uncle Zhao." A look of hostility flashed in Liangxing's eyes before it quickly disappeared as he smiled. Qin Feng looked up and down Liangxing, cleaning his ears as he disdainfully said, "You had the gall to visit Uncle Zhao without a gift? You're not coming in." After saying that, Qin Feng closed the door. From the beginning, Liangxing didn't even step inside the Zhao family's villa. Although Zhao Lingxian was sitting on the sofa, she continuously glanced over to Qin Feng. She felt much better after seeing Qin Feng walk back by himself with a pleased look on his face. She looked at Qin Feng, then turned and pretended to watch the TV. Zhao Dehai and Qin Huang were engrossed in their discussion, and didn't pay attention to what had just happened. "Feng who was it?" Zhao Lingxian casually asked. He had only heard the doorbell ring, but no one had come in. "It was a wild dog. It could jump extremely high. It was pressing the doorbell for fun, but was chased away by me," Qin Feng casually replied as he sat down next to Zhao Lingxian. Zhao Lingxian couldn't help but laugh with a pft. Qin Huang and Zhao Dehai stopped talking and looked at Qin Feng in bewilderment. "A wild dog? Jumping up to press my home's doorbell? No way, what dog can jump that high? Our doorbell is at least 7 meters high on the wall." "Feng are you sure you saw correctly?" Zhao Dehai asked in surprise. "Definitely. I looked up and down, but it was definitely a wild dog. Uncle, you can keep chatting with my dad. If there's anything, I'll take care of it," Qin Feng said as he laughed. Ding dong. Just as Qin Feng spoke, the doorbell rang again. This time, all 4 people got up and walked to the entrance. The 2 adults wanted to see what dog breed had learned to press doorbells. "Uncle Zhao, so you were already entertaining guests. It seems that I came at a bad time." Just as Zhao Dehai opened the door, he saw Liangxing standing at the entrance and holding 2 bags of wine and cigarettes. Qin Feng and Zhao Lingxian were secretly filled with devilish glee. Those who knew Zhao Dehai well knew that he hated other people giving him presents. As expected, when he saw the 2 bags of presents, Zhao Dehai's face darkened. He said neither warmly nor coldly, so this time it wasn't a dog. Liangxing, in future, when you come to visit Uncle Zhao, don't bring these sorts of gifts. Your uncle doesn't like these sorts of things. Alright, next time I definitely won't then. Liangxing felt a bit confused about Zhao Dehai's words. Dog? What dog? However, he glared at Qin Feng. He hadn't been planning on bringing anything, as it would make him feel like he was a stranger, but did so because of this brat's words. Moreover, seeing him stand so close to Zhao Lingxian, it seemed that they weren't relatives. In an instant, Liangxing remembered Qin Feng in his heart. I'm having a good time chatting with your Uncle Huang, so I don't have time to entertain you three kids. How about this? You young people like to go out all the time, so how about you go out together? Lingxian, remember to come back early, Zhao Dehai said to Qin Feng and the others. Feng Heir, I'll wait for you at Uncle Zhao's house then. Don't bring Lingxian back too late, and look after her safety. If she's missing even half a hair, I'll make sure you suffer the consequences, Qin Huang said as he looked at Qin Feng. He then continued to speak with Zhao Dehai and ignored the three youngsters. Liangxing had been ignored this whole time, and felt quite displeased. He hurriedly walked over and said while smiling, Lingxian, what do you want to eat? I'll take you to have some good food. Zhao Lingxian looked at him with a stony face. How could she have the appetite to eat while with him? Seeing that she wasn't replying even after a long time, Liangxing continued to speak, all right, let's go to the royal clubhouse then. There's good food and entertainment there. What do you say? The royal clubhouse. Qin Feng and Zhao Lingxian's mouths curved upwards upon hearing this name. The situation was becoming interesting. Chapter 39. Chapter 39, the whole world became quiet. Alright, the royal clubhouse it is. Let's go. Zhao Lingxian suddenly became much happier and she skipped out of the villa. She had used Qin Feng as a meat shield partially so she could punish him. She wanted him to pay the price for rescinding the marriage and forcing that kiss on her. The capital's Liang family was no ordinary family. Zhao Lingxian became excited just from thinking of the possibility of these two men fighting. Women were indeed very dangerous animals. Kid, you can go now. I'm going to have a candlelit dinner with Miss Zhao Lingxian, so you can go off and do your own thing. As soon as they left the villa, Liangxing discarded his gentlemanly act and looked at Qin Feng like a ruffian. Liangxing was only 21 years old. He was the youngest in the grandchildren's generation of the capital's Liang family. He was about the same age as Qin Feng. In the capital, he had two elder brothers looking after him, so he acted fearlessly and lawlessly, and there was nothing he didn't dare to do. Before, he had showed restraint in front of Zhao Dehai. After all, he needed to act decently in front of his potential father-in-law. However, he was raring to give Qin Feng a good beating. You dare to show me up, young Master Liang. There's no one alive who dares to do such a thing. What a pity. I've already asked Lingxian on a date for tonight, so it looks like the person who will have to leave is you. Qin Feng didn't get angry, and instead calmly smiled at Liangxing. Anger flashed in Liangxing's eyes. If they were in the capital and if anyone dared to talk to him like this, he would have slapped them long ago. However, this was the Acropolis city, and Zhao Lingxian was standing right there. As such, he couldn't use violence against Qin Feng, and darkly said, Brat, there are some people you can't afford to offend. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. Huh, is that so? I want to try it. Qin Feng didn't feel scared at all, and instead gave a dazzling smile. Within the Acropolis city, there really wasn't anyone who he couldn't afford to offend. Liangxing couldn't help but reevaluate Qin Feng. What sort of background did he have to be able to remain so calm and collected? After falling silent for a few moments, he asked, "Brat, what is your relationship to Zhao Lingxian?" "Liangxing, he's my boyfriend." "You've seen him today, so give up already." Before Qin Feng could even speak, Zhao Lingxian hugged his arm as she coldly looked at Liangxing. This person relied on the Liang family's background, and was incredibly arrogant and self-important. Zhao Lingxian didn't like him at all. On the other hand, while Qin Feng was the Acropolis city's richest man's only son, he didn't have the attitude of a high and mighty young master at all. Unknowingly, Zhao Lingxian had started to compare every man she met to Qin Feng. The smile on Liangxing's face disappeared, and his face darkened. Miss Zhao, if I'm right, he should just be a normal friend. If you really think of him as a friend, don't try to use him to trick me. You know my methods, anyone who dares to steal my woman won't have a happy ending. You can believe what you want. Let's go, don't pay any attention to him anymore." Zhao Lingxian felt extremely irritated by such a bare threat, and she pulled Qin Feng as she walked away. Liangxing suddenly started to laugh coldly. "Miss Zhao, if you're determined to stick to this brat, I'll have to ask Uncle Zhao if he really is your boyfriend or not." Zhao Lingxian suddenly stopped walking. She definitely couldn't allow him to go ask her father. If he did, he would definitely scare her father and Uncle Huang to death. "What do you want?" Zhao Lingxian said as she angrily glared at Liangxing. "Nothing much, didn't Miss Zhao say that she would go with me to the royal clubhouse? You can't have forgotten already, right?" A gentlemanly smile reappeared on Liangxing's face and he opened the car's door as he said, "If you would please, Miss Zhao. My Porsche 911 can only seat 2 people. As for your friend, if he wants to come, he can take a taxi. However, it's best that he arrives before me. You need to be a VIP to enter the royal clubhouse, so if he's late, he'll only be able to squat outside and have the wind for dinner. Qin Feng might not be able to enter the royal clubhouse." Zhao Lingxian almost wanted to laugh. Don't worry, Mr. Liang, I've got a private ride." Qin Feng once again calmly smiled. He stretched his hand out to Zhao Lingxian beside him, saying, "Lingxian, if you're not used to riding in sports cars, you can come with me in my private ride." "All right." Without even having to think about it, Zhao Lingxian agreed to go with Qin Feng. However, when she came to Qin Feng's private ride, Zhao Lingxian was dumbfounded. This was an old and shabby retro 28 bicycle. It could already be considered an antique, and it was entirely possible someone had thrown it away. "Qin Feng, can you give yourself some face? You're always trying to look cool with your Batmobile at the university. Are you trying to make me look like an idiot?" Zhao Lingxian secretly gave Qin Feng a savage pinch on his waist and almost stamped her feet in anger. Before, Liangxing had been full of anger, but when he saw Qin Feng's private ride, he couldn't help but laugh loudly. "Oh, holy crap, Miss Zhao, your friend is the most amusing person I've ever met. I'm sure you'll be coming in my Porsche, right? If you go on that bicycle, you'll be having a midnight snack instead, haha." Liangxing looked at Qin Feng like he was an idiot. Only a mentally deranged person would want to race against his Porsche with an old 28 bicycle. He felt incredibly pleased, and could almost see Zhao Lingxian slapping Qin Feng in anger, then coming over to his Porsche. "You can go first. I quite like riding bicycles at night. You can feel the evening breeze against your skin, and it's eco-friendly too." While Liangxing was still fantasizing, Zhao Lingxian coldly spoke, completely shocking him. "That's right, bicycles are incredibly convenient. You don't need to refuel, and you can go wherever you want. Come on, Lingxian, Big Brother's going to take you for a good ride." Qin Feng said as he laughed and looked at Liangxing. Zhao Lingxian had probably never ridden on a bicycle before. After she got on, she couldn't help swaying. In the end, Qin Feng wrapped an arm around her and hugged her from behind, thus stabilizing the bicycle. Feeling Qin Feng so close to her, Zhao Lingxian couldn't help but think of the passionate kiss they had shared. Her face couldn't help but become red. Luckily, it was quite dark, so it wasn't quite visible. "Mr. Liang, we'll be leaving first. You should drive quickly, or we won't wait for you and we'll go in and play if you're too slow." Qin Feng started to pedal the bicycle as he felt Zhao Lingxian's slim waist, happily leaving. This was the first time he had ridden on a bike as well, and at first, he couldn't control it quite well. They swayed quite violently, causing Zhao Lingxian to yell and pinch him many times. However, Qin Feng was able to learn quite quickly, and steadily rode along with Zhao Lingxian amidst the evening breeze. Seeing the two people slowly disappearing, Liang Xing was so furious that he almost wanted to crash into Qin Feng and kill him. He continuously cursed inwardly. "You want to arrive first on a crappy and old bicycle? Your head must have been kicked by a donkey. And so what if you arrive first? Without a VIP card, you'll still have to goddamn wait for your elder to take you in. Aw, Qin Feng, what's that under you? It's all hard and it's sticking into my butt." After exiting the district, Zhao Lingxian found that there was something odd. She felt quite uncomfortable with something hard poking her butt. She reached out to move it away, but when her hand came into contact with it, it was as if she had lost her soul and her body froze. Qin Feng let out a moan in pleasure. "Ah! Qin Feng, stop the bicycle. I want to get off right now. I'm going to kill you, you beast, you pervert." "Oh!" Zhao Lingxian started to go crazy, and furiously struggled in protest. The bicycle violently swayed, and they almost crashed multiple times. Qin Feng also felt a bit awkward. He quickly tried to calm her down. "Little sister Lingxian, stop making a ruckus. The more you do this, the longer it's going to take for it to settle down." Zhao Lingxian suddenly stopped moving, and peacefully sat on the bicycle for 2 minutes, which felt like 2 centuries. However, that thing indeed settled down. A bustling night view greeted their eyes, and a cool breeze from the river blew over. Zhao Lingxian felt as if she had returned to her younger days, when her mother had stolen all of their money and left their family almost penniless. During that period of time, her father had ridden this sort of 28 bicycle to take her to school. Although they would often be laughed at by richer students, Zhao Lingxian remembered and treasured those moments dearly. This was because only when she went to school or came back from school could she spend time with her father. She felt incredibly blissful and safe while riding with her father. "Little sister Lingxian, you can't have fallen asleep, right?" Qin Feng felt a bit weird after seeing that Zhao Lingxian had fallen silent after making a ruckus the entire trip. "Qin Feng, in future, can you take me riding on your bicycle as well?" Zhao Lingxian was in a bit of a daze, and a rare look of bliss appeared on her face. After saying this, even she felt a bit shocked. She found that she was slowly starting to rely on Qin Feng. "Sure, as long as you're not afraid of hard things poking your butt, I'm fine with it," Qin Feng teased. Zhao Lingxian once again started to yell and pinched his leg many times, before suddenly saying, "Qin Feng, can you ride faster?" "No problem." After speaking, he started to accelerate. After breaking through to stage 1 and drinking 2 strength potions, Qin Feng's body was incredibly strong. He continuously accelerated and his legs actually started to leave behind afterimages. After breaking through to stage 1, he hadn't truly trained his body, so this was decent training for him. The gentle evening breeze became quite intense. If it wasn't because Qin Feng was holding down Zhao Lingxian's skirt, she would have felt like she was going to fly off. The trees on the side blurred and quickly disappeared, and they even left cars behind them. They were moving so fast, and it seemed that the air was moving so fast that Zhao Lingxian found it difficult to breathe. She slowly closed her eyes and let a smile bloom on her face. Just like a blossoming flower, she looked so beautiful that she could cause someone to become intoxicated just from looking at her. However, it only lasted for a moment before it disappeared. She suddenly remembered many things from her childhood. She had been a lonely child who had been abandoned by her mother. She was a young girl who lacked joy and happiness in her childhood. She was a cold and arrogant princess, a poor bug whose marriage had been rescinded. She recalled memories from primary school until now, and her tears slid down her face. It was quiet all around them, and all they could hear was the wind. However, she quite enjoyed this feeling. She even thought that just riding like this, with Qin Feng pedaling and her sitting in front of him, it wouldn't be too bad to ride until the end of time. At least, at this moment, she didn't feel lonely, and didn't feel like she was the only person in the world. Chapter 40. Chapter 40, A Woman Joins the Battle. Clocklet. Little sister Lin, we're here. The voice in her ears suddenly brought her back to reality. She opened her eyes and almost fell off the bicycle. The words Royal Clubhouse glowed brightly in front of her eyes. Qin Feng, how did we get here? Zhao Lingxian was completely dumbfounded. Her house was at least 20 kilometers away from the Royal Clubhouse. Even by car, it would take at least 20 minutes. However, Zhao Lingxian felt like she had just recalled some memories from the past, and when she opened her eyes, they had arrived. It was simply too magical. We got here by bicycle, of course. You're sitting on my bicycle, remember? You didn't get your brain blown out by the wind, did you? Qin Feng smiled, but didn't tell Zhao Lingxian that he had pushed his body to the limit and had ridden at 80 kilometers per hour. You're the one who has no brain. I'm getting off. Zhao Lingxian glared at Qin Feng, then got off the bike with Qin Feng's help. Young Master Qin, you're here. At this moment, an eagle-eyed doorman ran over. Seeing Qin Feng ride a bike with a girl on it, he couldn't help but marvel at his seducing techniques. It seemed that he definitely deserved his title of the #1 seducer sage of the Acropolis city. Give this bicycle a parking spot, don't let anyone steal it. Qin Feng casually gave the doorman a $1,000 tip and held Zhao Lingxian's hand as he walked into the Royal Clubhouse. Spendthrift, Zhao Lingxian said as she glared at Qin Feng. Even if this bicycle was left on the streets, no one would probably want it. And yet, he had given that person a $1,000 tip for looking after it. He was a super spendthrift. When Qin Feng and Zhao Lingxian walked into the clubhouse, the attendants all came to greet them. Welcome, young Master Qin. Welcome, Miss Zhao. Qin Feng waved his hand, sending them away, and sat down with Zhao Lingxian on a sofa in the main hall. It seems that Mr. Pretty Boy isn't here yet. Little sister Lingxian, let's get a room and have some food first. Qin Feng had gone to Zhao Lingxian's house to eat, but because of Liangxing popping up, he still hadn't eaten. By now, he was quite hungry. Zhao Lingxian curled up into a ball on the sofa. Her face became quite pale and she weakly said, Qin Feng, I feel a bit cold. My stomach problem's back. Qin Feng felt Zhao Lingxian's arm, which was indeed quite cold. It was possible that on the way here, he rode too quickly, causing her to endure the cold wind. He wrapped his arm around Zhao Lingxian, letting her lie in his embrace. He then waved his hand and asked an attendant to bring over a glass of warm water. What are you doing? Hurry up and let me go. You big pervert, you won't even behave in public. Feeling Qin Feng's embrace, Zhao Lingxian felt incredibly complicated and quite embarrassed. She was extremely angry about Qin Feng's groping. However, Qin Feng didn't do as Zhao Lingxian wished. He understood this cold and arrogant princess personality. When she wasn't being obedient, he needed to use some tough tactics. Beauty Lingxian, if you continue to struggle, I'll have to deal with you the normal way. Qin Feng grinned as he looked at Zhao Lingxian, as if he was a starving wolf eyeing a plate of delicious food. Zhao Lingxian immediately calmed down. If Qin Feng kissed her in public, she would die of embarrassment. She coldly glared at Qin Feng and complained, "How did a beast like you live for so long?" Soon, the warm water was brought over. Qin Feng took out the stomach medicine from his pocket and personally fed it to Zhao Lingxian. Zhao Lingxian's eyes became slightly red. She never expected that Qin Feng would carry the medicine on him. She couldn't help but admit that with his handsome appearance, combined with his kindness and tenderness, it was no wonder he was able to sleep with so many women. "Qin Feng, it really is you." Just as Zhao Lingxian finished taking the medicine, a pleasant voice sounded out. Lin Beibei had just come back from caring for her mother in the hospital. She was shyly wondering if Qin Feng would come to the room to sleep tonight when she saw another familiar figure. Lin Beibei emotionally ran over. She recognized Qin Feng, but the excitement within her heart suddenly disappeared because she saw Zhao Lingxian cutely lying in Qin Feng's embrace. Lin Beibei simply couldn't bear to disrupt this sweet scene of this handsome man and beautiful woman paired together. Inwardly, she felt as if her heart had been stabbed by a needle, for some unknown reason. "Ah, Beibei, have you eaten yet?" Even Qin Feng felt a bit awkward after suddenly seeing Lin Beibei while he embraced Zhao Lingxian. Zhao Lingxian suddenly remembered the scene at the sports field, Qin Feng sweating profusely and Lin Beibei handing him a bottle of water, with Qin Feng then patting Lin Beibei on the head. Inconceivably, Zhao Lingxian edged more into Qin Feng's embrace and put her arms around his neck, coldly and arrogantly looking at Lin Beibei. "Hello, classmate Beibei." Hello, I have something to do, I'll be leaving first." Lin Beibei's brain froze for a moment. Her good mood plummeted, and she hurriedly ran off like a frightened rabbit. Zhao Lingxian's expression became cold. She pushed aside Qin Feng as she icily said, "Young Master Qin, you're quite impressive. In just a few days, you've won over the university's pure beauty, Lin Beibei. You've even gotten her to come to the clubhouse to have fun with you. Aren't you a romantic and loose one?" Zhao Lingxian was a beautiful and intelligent woman. She knew what sort of family background Lin Beibei had, and her being at the royal clubhouse was definitely because of Qin Feng's arrangements. Apart from getting intimate, why would she come to the royal clubhouse so late at night? To study with Qin Feng. Qin Feng had never had worries about women before, but he felt as if his head was going to explode. Just as he was going to explain the matter with Lin Beibei, a woman with a beautiful face and sexy body elegantly walked over. Seeing her, Qin Feng almost wanted to run into a wall. "Yo, young Master Qin, I've looked for you for so many days, but couldn't find you. You must be even busier than the president of a country." This was the #1 beauty of the Jincheng city, Han Ying. She had come to the Acropolis city to discuss business with Qin Feng. However, after meeting him at the cocktail party, she couldn't find him no matter where she searched. She had decided to try her luck and come to the royal clubhouse. After all, this was Qin Feng's holy land of pleasure. And she had succeeded in finding him. "Yo, Miss Xiao's here too." After seeing Zhao Lingxian, a look of surprise flashed in her eyes. Han Ying casually sat down next to Qin Feng and leaned in towards him as she coyly said, "Young Master Qin, there's some serious matters I want to discuss with you. I'm not sure if young Master Qin has any time tonight, it might take up the entire night." Shameless. Zhao Lingxian couldn't stand Han Ying's flirtation and coldly harumphed. Han Ying looked at Zhao Lingxian and lightly laughed, saying, "I'm shameless. At least I'm not like a certain someone, sticking on to young Master Qin despite having their marriage rescinded by him." These two exquisite beauties had begun fighting as soon as they saw each other. One was a queen who had much experience in the business world, the other was a glacial goddess who was still in university. Who knew who would win? Chapter 41. Chapter 41, Rather be struck to death by lightning 100 times. Han Ying's expression didn't change, but Zhao Lingxian was so furious that she wanted to vomit blood. One couldn't help but admit that this woman was quite vicious and savage. Her lovely upturned eyes seemed to be able to see a person's weak points, and every word she spoke could cut into other people's hearts. Han Ying, aren't you selling your body just for some money? What right do you have to speak badly of me? Zhao Lingxian was so angry that she stood up. If it wasn't for Qin Feng blocking the two women, they probably would have started fighting. Once women went crazy, even the heavens and earth could not tolerate it. Humph. Han Ying's smile disappeared. Indeed, in order to do business, she often went to many cocktail parties and banquets to flirt with the sons of the wealthy and noble. However, no one knew how much pain and bitterness she put up with in order to develop her family's business. She was willing to flirt, but would never actually do the deed. In the end, she was a woman who valued purity. And now, hearing Zhao Lingxian say such things, a flame burned in her eyes. She looked at Zhao Lingxian as she said, "Miss Zhao, you're from the upper-class society, so please show some restraint when speaking. Have you personally seen me get into bed with a man? Or could it be that when I got into bed with a man, you were also there? Otherwise, how could you know?" As soon as Han Ying said this, Qin Feng knew that things were spiraling out of control. These two women both had powerful family backgrounds, even Qin Feng would feel scared if they started to fight. At this moment, an even more terrifying, cold, electronic voice sounded out in his mind. "Ding! The Hedonist sovereign system has issued a quest, make Zhao Lingxian and Han Ying interact harmoniously for 10 minutes. Quest time limit, 24 hours. Successfully completing the quest will result in you receiving 100 hedonist points, failing will result in the Zhao family and Han family engaging in an intense business war." Qin Feng's mouth tweed. He would rather be struck to death by lightning 100 times. On the other hand, Liang Xing had been quite angry the whole trip as he drove in his Porsche 911 to the Royal Clubhouse. Business was excellent tonight, and the large parking lot was filled with many luxury cars. He went around the parking lot a few times, and finally found 2 free spaces. Just as he was about to park into one of them, a man wearing a security uniform and holding an electric baton angrily walked over. "Apologies, sir, but you can't park here." Liang Xing was already furious, and now he had been stopped from parking by a security officer. He angrily got out of the car and came in front of the security officer, pointing at him as he started to loudly curse, "Are you goddamn blind? There are 2 parking spaces there, why can't I park there? I'll have you know that your granddaddy is the Royal Clubhouse's VIP. If you anger your granddaddy, a single phone call from me is enough to get you fired." After being cursed at like that, the security officer's expression became cold. Normally, if a visitor cursed at time, he would simply endure it. After all, everyone who came here were extremely wealthy and powerful. However, tonight, he was filled with confidence. He was looking after young Master Qin's ride. He pointed back at Liang Xing and cursed back at him, "Open your dog eyes and have a good look, these 2 parking spaces are already occupied." Liang Xing had never been cursed at by a security officer. He stared at the security officer in shock before looking at the 2 seemingly empty parking spaces. Only then did he find that there was an inconspicuous 28 bicycle parked there. It had even taken up 2 parking spaces in an extremely overbearing manner. Moreover, this bicycle looked extremely familiar. It seemed to be the one that Zhao Lingxian and her fake boyfriend had left on. Although he was angry, Liangsheng was more shocked by far. He never would have thought that Qin Feng would arrive faster than him on an old bicycle. After all, he was driving a Porsche. He even started to suspect whether this bicycle was really Qin Feng's. Maybe they just looked similar. Was this brought here by a man and a beautiful woman? Liangsheng asked with a darkened face. Why do I need to tell you? Anyways, these 2 parking spaces are taken, so go park somewhere else. Otherwise, I won't be courteous anymore. The security officer acted extremely arrogantly towards Liangsheng, as if he disdained even speaking with him. He patted the electric baton in his hands and viciously looked at Liangsheng. Because young Master Qin had personally given him this bike to look after, he had reserved 2 parking spaces for it. If some blind driver accidentally ran over this old 28 bicycle, or scraped some paint off it, he wouldn't know what to say to young Master Qin. Liangsheng and the security officer faced off for a while, after which Liangsheng angrily drove away. He found a good parking space near the royal clubhouse and quickly walked in. When he saw Qin Feng standing in between the 2 beauties trying to pacify them, Liangsheng became certain that the old bicycle that had overbearingly taken up 2 parking spaces was definitely Qin Feng's. It seemed that he didn't have an ordinary background if he was able to enter the royal clubhouse and take up 2 parking spaces. However, so what? No matter how influential someone was in the Acropolis city, they would still be nothing to the capital's Liang family. Liangsheng walked over to the 3 of them as he gave a gentlemanly smile. Miss Zhao, apologies, I had something important to do on the way so I ended up coming a bit late. Naturally, he wouldn't admit that he had driven at his fastest speed to the royal clubhouse. Liangsheng felt like coughing up blood after thinking that he had been beaten by an old bicycle. Zhao Lingxian and Han Ying had just finished having their fight, and neither had a pleasant expression. They sat down and turned away from each other. As such, no one paid any attention to Liangsheng. Seeing that you've been sitting out here, you probably haven't reserved a room yet. I'll go arrange it now, after all, not just anyone can book a room here. Liangsheng awkwardly smiled, looked at Qin Feng condescending, then elegantly walked over to the reception. Han Ying looked at Liangsheng's back in slight confusion. Even though she didn't know where he had come from and his relationship with Qin Feng, his words sounded quite funny. Qin Feng had finally calmed down the 2 women when Liangsheng, that little scumbag, had come over and tried to look cool. He felt quite annoyed, and took out his phone to call the reception, telling them not to give Liangsheng a room. Not too long after, Liangsheng came back with a darkened face, angrily cursing, what a crappy clubhouse. Their elder is a silver card member, and yet they told me that all the rooms are fully booked. Lucky for them, this is the Acropolis city. If it was the capital, I would have ordered people to smash the place. Ling Xian, just wait for a moment, I have a good brother here. He's the general manager, and I'll give him a call to get him to come over and arrange a presidential room for us. Liangsheng ran off to the side to make a call, and neither Zhao Lingxian and Han Ying could be bothered to pay any attention to him. Both of them knew Qin Feng's background and status, and knew that Liangsheng trying to act big simply made him look like a little clown. Before anything happened, they already knew what was going to happen to him. Chapter 42. Chapter 42, Intercepted Halfway. After a while, a man in a suit and tie walked out. It was the Royal Clubhouse's customer manager, Wang Qi. After making the phone call, Liangsheng had been on the lookout the entire time. Seeing Wang Qi walking over, he hurriedly went up to him and said, "Brother Wang, I hope you've been well." Young Master Liang, I never thought that you would have the time to come here and play today. If you need anything, please let me know. In his previous visits to Acropolis City, Liangxing had heard that the Royal Clubhouse was the highest-class entertainment facility. He had visited there a few times to play, and had gotten to know Wang Qi. Wang Qi saw that this person was quite generous and could count as a big shot. Every time, he received quite a bit in tips, so he always treated Liangxing quite well. When he saw that Liangxing had come to play again, it was as if he had seen rolls of new banknotes. There's a small matter I'll need to trouble Brother Wang with, Liangxing said as he smiled. Tonight, I came with a few friends to have some fun. However, the lady at the reception said that all of the rooms were booked. Would it be possible for Brother Wang to arrange a luxurious room for us? Money is no problem, as long as we don't lose face, right? Wang Qi frowned when he heard this. Indeed, there were often luxurious rooms reserved for important people. There was also Qin Feng's room 888, that was never open to the public, as it was Qin Feng's private room. As of now, there were still 2 luxurious rooms that were open to public. Why had the receptionist said that the rooms were all full? Wang Qi took Liangxing and angrily came to the reception. Liangxing pointed out the receptionist who hadn't given him a room, and Wang Qi looked at her while coldly asking, "What's going on?" "There's a guest who wants to hire a room, but you told him that all the rooms are full. Aren't there still 2 rooms?" The receptionist didn't expect Liangxing to know Manager Wang. Under normal circumstances, she definitely would have followed Manager Wang's orders. However, she wasn't fearful at all, as it was young Master Qin who had personally given her this order. Even if there were 10 Manager Wangs questioning her, she wouldn't be afraid. "Manager Wang, all of the rooms are booked," the receptionist calmly said as she blinked at Wang Qi, trying to signal at him. However, Wang Qi didn't notice this and instead became angry. "You're still saying they're all booked? Do you want me to take you to see those 2 empty rooms yourself? What's wrong with you? Do you not want to work here anymore?" Upon seeing Wang Qi become so angry, the receptionist felt a little wronged and had to explain herself. "Manager Wang, the higher-up said that those 2 rooms aren't for hire." Wang Qi was surprised. He wasn't sure who she was referring to by the higher-ups. Apart from the general manager, he had the most power at the Royal Clubhouse. Since General Manager Liu had taken leave today, could there be someone even higher? Who was it? Tell him to come over here. I want to see who it is that is so rich and powerful that they don't want more business. I'll have you know, I want those rooms opened, even if young Master Qin comes, Wang Qi angrily spoke as he pointed at the receptionist. However, the beautiful receptionist didn't seem anxious at all. Instead, she revealed a gloating smile, because the person standing right behind Manager Wang was young Master Qin. Lil Wang, you're quite right. It's me who gave the order. Is there anything you're not happy about? Qin Feng's voice suddenly rang out from behind Wang Qi. Wang Qi felt that this voice sounded quite familiar. When he turned around, he was so shocked that he almost fell to the ground. Liangxing still hadn't realized what was happening. When he saw that Qin Feng had come over, he felt like his intestines were going to explode from anger. Since this brat was determined to make trouble for him, he would definitely make him pay for it. "Yo, kid, you're acting quite big. You're the boss of this royal clubhouse, eh? You think you can stop your elder from getting a room?" Liangxing looked at Qin Feng with an expression of mockery. He pointed at Wang Qi and condescending said, "Look here, brat, this is my good brother. He's the general manager of the royal clubhouse. He's the top gun around here. Who do you think you are?" Noticing that Qin Feng's bicycle had taken up 2 spaces, and that he could enter the royal clubhouse by himself, Liangxing guessed that he knew someone here. At the very most, he probably knew a supervisor or deputy manager. Now, with Wang Qi standing next to him, he wanted to stick it to Qin Feng's face. You want to steal your elder's woman. You're too naive. General Manager Wang, give me a luxurious room now. I want to see what this brat can do. You came here riding on a crappy 28 bicycle and you're trying to act all high and mighty. Your elder's going to whip your face open. Liang Xing released all of the savage words he had pent up inside of him. However, despite waiting for a while, he didn't see Wang Qi doing anything. When he looked over, he saw Wang Qi staring Qin Feng with a look of terror. His mouth opened and closed many times, without being able to say anything. Brother Wang, are you all right? Hurry up and find me a room. You know there'll be a big tip for you, Liang Xing once again urged Wang Qi. Wang Qi still hadn't completely recovered from his shock. Qin Feng laughed and said, Yo, General Manager Wang, when did you get promoted to General Manager? Even I didn't know. Wang Qi felt like running into a wall and dying. He had been blinded by greed and had wanted to open a luxurious room for Liang Xing so he could earn a tip. As for his claim that he wouldn't give Qin Feng face, that was simply him talking big. Now, with Qin Feng in front of him, Wang Qi's expression was somber, as though his entire family had died. He half cried as he spluttered, Young Master Qin, this lowly one truly didn't know it was your order. Otherwise, even if it was the mayor of Acropolis City, I definitely wouldn't give him a room, let alone some crappy young Master Liang. Young Master Qin, the ignorant should not be held responsible, please forgive this lowly one this time. A 30-year-old man was pleading and begging in public. Liang Xing felt quite shocked at the sight of this. He suddenly realized that the royal clubhouse was owned by the Acropolis City's richest man, Qin Huang, and that Wang Qi was addressing this young man as Young Master Qin. He was acting like he would even go so far as to kneel down and lick his boots. Apart from Qin Huang's only son, Qin Feng, who else would be able to wield such power? Thinking to the fact that he had requested to come to Qin Feng's family's clubhouse to have fun, and had mocked Qin Feng the entire way, Liang Xing's face almost turned green. He wanted to dice Qin Feng up into small pieces. So what if you're Qin Feng? Brat, just you wait and see. I'll have you know that you're just a young master in the Acropolis City. Before the capital's Liang family, you're just like an ant. Liang Xing had lost all of his face today and had none left to continue to stay here. After spitting out some savage words, he stormed out of the royal clubhouse. Ding! Congratulations host Qin Feng for completing the quest to make Zhao Ling Xian and Han Ying interact harmoniously for 10 minutes. You have received 100 hedonist points. Just as Liang Xing left, a cold, electronic voice rang out in Qin Feng's mind. He looked towards the sofa in dismay and saw that the two women with completely different personalities, but who were both as beautiful as celestial goddesses, were sitting back to back. They both looked spaced out, and he had no idea what they were thinking. Quests could be completed just like that. Qin Feng almost couldn't believe it. Ling Xian, Liang Xing stormed off in anger. Do you want to get some food? Qin Feng came over to the two women and asked. At the beginning, the two women were inwardly cursing at each other, but after a while, they both lapsed into each other's thoughts. Zhao Ling Xian was wondering what the relationship between Qin Feng and Lin Beibei was. Normally, after Qin Feng had his way with a woman, he wouldn't meet her for a second time. However, Lin Beibei seemed to be an exception, which made Zhao Ling Xian feel quite unhappy. Han Ying was plotting how to make Qin Feng hers. From the information she had, Qin Feng was just a sensualistic and hedonistic young master. Before, Han Ying was completely confident that she could win him over, but she slowly found out that he wasn't exactly as her information had described. Just like that, lost in their own thoughts, the two women had interacted harmoniously for 10 minutes, which allowed Qin Feng to complete the quest. No, it's all right. A certain someone has ruined my mood tonight, so I want to go home. Zhao Lingxian stood up and coldly glared at Han Ying, then walked out of the royal clubhouse. Miss Han, I'll be taking Lingxian home. We can talk more if we meet again in future. Qin Feng smiled at Han Ying, then chased after Zhao Lingxian. When she saw Qin Feng leave, Han Ying's eyes were filled with anger and reluctance. She silently vowed, Qin Feng, just you wait. I'll definitely make you mine someday, and make you completely obedient to me. Just like how they had come, Qin Feng speedily took Zhao Lingxian back on his 28 bicycle. Perhaps it was because she wasn't in a very good mood, but Zhao Lingxian spaced out during the entire trip and didn't speak to Qin Feng. When they reached the Zhao family's villa, Zhao Lingxian gave a simple greeting to her father and Qin Huang, then went upstairs. Seeing that Qin Huang and Uncle Zhao were still in high spirits and wouldn't be finished talking for a while, Qin Feng left first and rode to the Royal Hotel on his bicycle. After completing 2 quests tonight, Qin Feng had obtained 300 hedonist points. He was anxious to spend them and obtain another 3 lottery chances. He pedaled faster and faster, and his retro 28 bicycle shot through the streets like an arrow. As he sped forwards, Qin Feng began to sweat profusely. He suddenly found that riding the bicycle was a pretty good way to exercise, and decided to replace his incredibly flashy Batmobile with it. In order to reach the Royal Hotel as quickly as possible, Qin Feng had gone through quite a few small roads. At the end of the small road he was riding on, a pair of headlights suddenly lit up, forcing him to stop as he couldn't see. Qin Feng left the bicycle on the ground and held his hands in front of him. He squinted through the gaps in his fingers, trying to see what was going on. A skinny and tall figure stood in front of the car's lights. Qin Feng couldn't see his features, but could see that he had his right hand raised. Within that hand was something black, which was pointed at him. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, a wave of wild laughter echoed out. As soon as Qin Feng heard this voice, he realized what was going on. It was Liangxing. Qin Feng, young Master Qin, Liangxing laughed for a while before speaking, his voice dripping with sarcasm. You think you're really cool, right? Your hands can cover the sky in Acropolis City and no one dares to offend you. Ha, your elder's seen many hedonistic young masters like you, you're just a frog in a well. Your elder has said it before. You're still too tender to fight with me. Chapter 43. Chapter 43, Literally Throwing Knife. Because of the light, Qin Feng couldn't see Liangxing's expression. However, it was easy to guess that he was delirious with joy and was incredibly proud of himself. Qin Feng didn't act rashly. Although he would be able to take on 10 Liangxings in a normal fight, Liangxing was holding an unknown object, which was probably a gun. Ha, so it's young Master Liang. Why have you come out to meet me so late at night? Could it be that you want to race with me? There was no one around in this suburban district. Qin Feng kept his cool and tried to stall for time, as he looked for an opportunity to attack. As soon as Qin Feng mentioned racing, Liangxing felt furious again. He still couldn't understand how Qin Feng had arrived earlier than him on a bicycle, when he had been driving a Porsche. Qin Feng, your elder's in awe of your goddamn sense of humor. You're about to die and yet you're still in the mood to crack jokes, Liangxing spat as he gnashed his teeth. About to die? Young Master Liang, what do you mean? I can't understand what you're saying. Who would want to kill me? Qin Feng pretended to be dumb and stealthily inched his way towards Liangxing. As long as he could get close enough, Qin Feng was confident he could kill him in one blow. Stop walking. Brat, if you dare to take another step, your elder will immediately shoot you to death. Oh right, with the lights behind me, you can't see what your elder has in his hands. I'll tell you now, your elder is holding a gun that is pointed towards your head. Ha ha ha. Qin Feng stopped walking. A wealthy young master like Liangxing wouldn't consider the consequences of their actions. He might actually shoot, having suffered so much today. A gun. Young Master Liang, why are you pointing a gun at me? Aren't we friends? Qin Feng's voice started to shake, as if he was quite scared. This was exactly what Liangxing wanted. Seeing Qin Feng's cowardly reaction, he felt incredibly delighted. Huh, friends. You think you're good enough to be your elder's friend? You were acting pretty arrogantly tonight, now you know what fear is. Ha ha ha, if you don't want to die, kneel on the ground and kowtow 3 times to your elder. Then, I might let you off. Kowtow 3 times. Qin Feng wasn't stupid. Even if he did kowtow, a narrow-minded and vengeful scoundrel like Liangxing wouldn't let him off. He started to feel a little nervous, as he was essentially defenseless. He was more than 10 meters away from Liangxing, so he couldn't hit him or run away fast enough. Qin Feng felt quite frustrated. Lil Piggy, are there any long-range weapons? In his crisis, Qin Feng decided to ask the little pig. Despite how dangerous the situation was, the little pig still looked quite lazy. It licked its hooves and slowly raised its head, which made Qin Feng want to drag it out and beat it up. Master, I'd recommend buying a little throwing knife for 50 hedonist points and killing him in 1 hit. Fudge, this throwing knife must be made out of gold. Qin Feng couldn't help but inwardly grumble, a single throwing knife would set him back by 50 hedonist points. As such, he was quite reluctant to purchase it. After all, he was saving up for elementary sword skills. However, the situation was quite dire. If he didn't act, he would most likely be dead. Qin Feng gritted his teeth and spent the 50 hedonist points. A small and sharp throwing knife appeared in his hand. Huh, you're still not willing to kneel. That's fine, before you die, I'll let you in on a secret. Seeing that Qin Feng still hadn't kneeled, Liangxing didn't become angry, but laughed even more sinisterly. He could tell that Qin Feng cared for Zhao Lingxian and didn't want him to die in ignorance. Actually, I don't like Zhao Lingxian at all. The Liang family only proposed the marriage to the Zhao family to swallow up their medical enterprise. However, that girly Zhao Lingxian has pretty decent looks, nice skin, a hot figure and big boobs, as well as a cold and arrogant aura. When your elder makes her his, I'll trample on her every day and make her completely obedient towards me. How great would that be? Oh, and apart from me, my eldest brother and second brother are also interested in her. We'll make her serve us all and feed her till she's full every night. Ha ha ha, when that time comes, make sure you're weighing from heaven. I won't say see you again, because I'll never be seeing you again. Liangxing's expression suddenly became cold and he viciously smiled. He made the sound of a gun firing with his mouth, reveling in the fact that if he pulled the trigger, Qin Feng would fall to the ground. However, before he could do so, Liangxing's body slightly trembled. There seemed to be something stuck in his throat and despite struggling for a while, he was unable to utter a single word. He hurriedly clawed at his neck and found that fresh blood was pouring out, staining his entire arm. As his eyes widened in terror and disbelief, he looked at Qin Feng in confusion and slowly collapsed. He didn't even know how he had died. When he saw Liangxing fall, Qin Feng's expression turned icy. The moment he threw the throwing knife, he was so angry that he had hoped Liangxing's head would explode. Anyone who dares to humiliate Zhao Lingxian will be killed without mercy. Qin Feng slowly walked over to Liangxing, and found that he was completely and utterly dead. There was a small hole which passed through his entire neck that was still leaking blood. It seemed that this little throwing knife was worth its price, it just as sharp as the true steel sword. In fact, the throwing knife was so sharp that it had effortlessly passed through Liangxing's neck and now could not be found. However, thinking to the fact that it was now covered in Liangxing's blood and gore, Qin Feng couldn't be bothered looking for it. 50 hedonist points had gone down the drain. Qin Feng felt no sympathy for Liangxing. If that guy hadn't sought him out of his own accord and said those things about humiliating Zhao Lingxian, Qin Feng wouldn't have bothered killing him. However, this sort of arrogant young master, who held no one in his eyes except himself, had probably committed many evil deeds, so his death was well deserved. What Qin Feng had done could be counted as ridding the public of evil. Ding! Congratulations, host Qin Feng, for helping Zhao Lingxian extricate herself from Liangxing's wooing. You have received 500 hedonist points. Ding! The hedonist sovereign system has issued a quest: completely eliminate all of the capital's Liang family's forces. Quest time limit: 3 months. Successfully completing the quest will result in you receiving 20,000 hedonist points. Failing will result in the hedonist sovereign system being reset. The host's skills will all be taken back and the host will be required to reopen the hedonist sovereign system again. When he saw Herd Quest's punishment, Qin Feng knew that this was serious business. However, after looking at the reward of 20,000 hedonist points, Qin Feng was willing to get as serious as this quest required him to. Chapter 44. Chapter 44, Unparalleled Under the Heavens. Qin Feng had completed 3 quests tonight and now had 800 hedonist points. He felt indescribably excited and was in a rush to spend them. However, he had to clean up the scene first. He couldn't let the Liang family find out that he had done this. Even if he was going to destroy the Liang family, it was still better to strike from the darkness while they were completely unprepared. After all, the capital's Liang family was a large and powerful family, and couldn't be taken lightly. Qin Feng scratched his head while looking at Liangxing's body. He had killed people before, but had never cleaned up corpses. Master, let this little pig out. I can help you clean up the corpse and any remains. Suddenly, the little pig began to excitedly jump around in Qin Feng's mind. With a slight thought from Qin Feng, the cute and chubby little pig came out and began to madly run about. Qin Feng decided that he would let this snotty pig out more. Seeing how excited it looked, it had probably been almost bored to death. Lil Piggy, surely you didn't ask me to let you out just so you could play, right? You said you would help me clean up, so what the hell are you doing chasing that female cat? You're not even the same species. Hearing Qin Feng's complaint, the little pig ran over to him, then looked at Liangxing and proudly said, "Che, no big deal. Leave it to this little pig. I'll get this done in a few seconds." As it spoke, the little pig revealed a serious expression that it had never shown before. It looked at Liangxing gravely as it suddenly raised its head. Achoo! Fudge, did you have to make such a big deal out of a sneeze? Qin Feng was quite impressed by the little pig's demeanor and had expected it to do something shocking. However, it had simply sneezed. Achoo! 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 The little pig ignored Qin Feng and continuously sneezed while looking just as serious. Qin Feng couldn't bear to watch this anymore. Just as he was going to drag the little pig back into the system and make it reflect on its actions, a wave of hot air rushed over. Boom! This time, the little pig didn't sneeze, but released a large fireball. The fireball flew over and landed on Liangxing's body. In the blink of an eye, flames that burned as tall as a person shot up, causing Qin Feng to take a few steps back in fear. He looked at Liangxing and found that he had already been disintegrated to ashes. Holy crap, little pig, what sort of animal are you? You were probably originally a dinosaur, right? Someone probably threw you into a pigsty and you grew up there. Qin Feng was completely dumbfounded. This entire time, He had believed that apart from being cute and proud, this little pig was just a useless fighter. However, he now realized that he was completely wrong. Che, it's no big deal. Master, this is just the tip of the iceberg, as far as my abilities go. After I break through and evolve and enter the intermediate grade, spitting fire will be a piece of cake, the little pig proudly declared in its usual manner. How do you evolve? And how can you spit out fireballs even though you haven't evolved yet? Qin Feng excitedly asked. There are 2 ways to evolve. The first is to let me loose, and allow me to train and break through by myself. It's more or less like Master's own training. The second method is for Master to buy evolution potions so I can quickly evolve. However, the potions are quite expensive. The potion to evolve from elementary to intermediate costs 2,000 hedonist points. With Master's personality, you definitely won't be willing to buy it for me. Can't we just all get along? Qin Feng awkwardly scratched his head and evilly smiled as he looked at the little pig and said, to be honest, I feel like getting you to train by yourself is a pretty good idea. You're probably bored to death staying in the system every day. The world is so big, you should go out and have a look. Thinking back to the fireball that the little pig just released, Qin Feng's eyes lit up. Once it broke through, he would keep it by his side. If he wasn't happy with anyone, he could destroy them with a fireball. This sort of low investment, high return opportunity was something that Qin Feng loved. The little pig condescendingly rolled its eyes at Qin Feng as it coldly harumphed, Master, make sure you think this through properly. I can only produce 1 fireball per month, and I can't use it perfectly yet. Just then, I had to try a few times before I could release it. If Master really wants to throw me out to fend for myself, even a wild dog would be able to bite me to death. I was just joking. Qin Feng hurriedly dispelled the little pig's thoughts. He had bought this pig for 50 hedonist points and couldn't let it just die like that. Of course, it was mainly because Qin Feng remembered that the little pig had saved him quite a few times. It simply wouldn't be very humane for him to leave it to fend for itself. So, it turns out that firing fireballs for you is like an aunt visiting, it only happens once a month. If I knew that was the case, there's no way I would let you go out by yourself. The outside world is incredibly dangerous, and I would worry about you, Qin Feng guiltily laughed. The little pig coldly laughed along with Qin Feng. Evidently, it didn't believe him. Qin Feng smiled and continued to speak, little pig, how many times can you evolve then? When you reach intermediate grade, will you be able to fry anyone you want with fireballs? I'm a normal pet, so I can evolve 4 times, elementary, intermediate, advanced and ultra. There's a rare type of pet that can continue to evolve after ultra to sovereign and unlock their special hidden skills. They're all incredibly powerful, but it costs a lot of hedonist points to upgrade them. It's something you wouldn't dare to think about just yet. The little pig looked at Qin Feng meaningfully before continuing to speak. Even if I evolve into intermediate grade, releasing fireballs still takes up a lot of strength. After using up all my strength, I'll need to go into hibernation. Fry anyone I want. Do you think I'm a circus animal? Qin Feng realized that this seemingly harmless little pet was hiding such an immense and terrifying potential. He decided that from today onwards, he would treat it better. It would be a shame for it to roast him when it eventually evolved. Firing a fireball once every month was already the little, elementary grade pig's limit. It seemed like it wouldn't be possible for it to get rid of Liangxing's Porsche. However, Qin Feng had never come into contact with this car, so he wasn't worried about the police finding any links to him. He put the little pig on his shoulder and rode his 28 bicycle to the Royal Hotel. The scene of a man and his pig riding on a bicycle was quite interesting. The little pig rarely came out from the system, so it excitedly raised its head and continuously hooped in the evening breeze and the wondrous nighttime scenery. However, it was a pity that it was a little pig and not a wolf, which would have been much more fitting for the scene. Its grunt, grunt, grunt noises began to drive Qin Feng crazy. Not too long after Qin Feng left that road, a black shadow suddenly appeared by Liangxing's Porsche. The phone in the man's hand let out a blue light, illuminating his evil smile. The scene that was playing on the phone was of Qin Feng killing Liangxing. "Ha, Qin Feng, just you wait for someone to collect your corpse," the man coldly laughed as he disappeared into the night. By the time Qin Feng returned to the Royal Hotel, it was already past 11 p.m. However, he still felt quite energetic. He lay on his bed and hurriedly opened the Hedonist sovereign system. He now had 750 Hedonist point and could buy quite a few goodies. "Lil Piggy, give us some suggestions." After looking through the items, Qin Feng was bedazzled by what he saw. He decided that it was safer to rely on the little pig, his leveling trainer. "Master, right now you have 750 Hedonist points. I recommend that you spend 300 Hedonist points now to rank up into a rank 4 Hedonist mortal so you can obtain another 3 lottery chances. You should save the remaining 450 Hedonist points to buy the elementary sword skills when you reach 1000 Hedonist points. You can also spend these 750 Hedonist points to level up the elementary Thunder Tiger Fists into intermediate Thunder Tiger Fists." When he began to look through the items, he had immediately seen the intermediate Thunder Tiger Fists. They were worth 1500 Hedonist points, so spending 750 Hedonist points to level up his current fists seemed quite worth it. "Master, your Hedonist rank is too low and you haven't unlocked many of the system's functions yet. Right now, you can only level up the skills that you have. The cost for leveling up skills is half of what it would cost to buy the leveled up skill. For example, the intermediate Thunder Tiger Fists skill costs 1500 Hedonist points in the system, but leveling up the elementary Thunder Tiger Fists skill only costs 750 Hedonist points." Qin Feng understood what the little pig was saying and nodded. The little pig continued to speak as it shook its head. "When Master ranks up into a rank 4 Hedonist mortal, you'll be able to unlock the system's fusion function, which allows you to combine various equipment and skills. When Master has spent more than 10,000 Hedonist points and has become a rank 5 Hedonist mortal, Master will be able to unlock the system's wuxia interface. Any equipment, skills or medicine in wuxia novels can be bought from the system." The little leaf throwing knife was a test item from the system's wuxia interface. As for the other hidden functions of the Hedonist sovereign system, there are only things that Master cannot imagine. There is nothing that the system cannot do. All in all, Master just needs to remember this: with the system at hand, you will be unparalleled under the heavens. The little pig's explanation completely shocked Qin Feng. He knew that this system was quite powerful, but he never thought that it would be to such a degree. If he could rank up to a rank 5 Hedonist mortal, he would be able to unlock the wuxia interface. Just thinking about this made Qin Feng feel incredibly excited. When he was little, he had been a massive fan of wuxia novels, such as Fox Volant of the Snowy Mountain, Demigods and Semi-Devils, Return of the Condor Heroes and the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. If he could take out weapons like the Heaven-Reliant Sword and the Dragon Slayer Saber, or skills like the 9 Swords of Dugu and the 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms, and use them in the current technological age, who knew what sort of incredible things could happen? Chapter 45. Chapter 45, Godly Body Refining Equipment, Flying Dragon Armor. However, that wasn't the most important thing. When he ranked up from a Hedonist mortal to Hedonist warrior, what sort of interface would be unlocked? Qin Feng almost didn't dare to imagine what it would be. Perhaps he would be able to obtain weapons and skills from myths and legends. I should probably level up the elementary Thunder Tiger Fists into intermediate Thunder Tiger Fists. After thinking for a while, Qin Feng finally calmed down. He could predict that the equipment and skills from the wuxia interface definitely wouldn't be cheap. He would have to slowly advance step by step. There were no shortcuts in the path to becoming a powerful figure. With a slight thought from Qin Feng, the 750 hedonist points he had were reset to 0. Immediately, a large wave of foreign memories flooded into his mind. His elementary Thunder Tiger Fist skill had become Intermediate Thunder Tiger Fists. Intermediate Thunder Tiger Fists. Skill rank, Yellow rank top grade, rank divisions, Sovereign, Heaven, Earth, Black, Yellow. Adds another 2 times of strength upon use. For example, if the host has 3 times a normal human strength, the Thunder Tiger Fists will allow the host to unleash 5 times a normal human strength. System price, 1500 hedonist points. Qin Feng hurriedly opened up his stats page. Host Qin Feng. External technique stage, stage 1. HP, 1 times a normal person's lifespan, stage 1 is equal to 1 times, stage 2 is equal to 1, 2 times. Strength, 3 times a normal person's strength. Combined with the Thunder Tiger Fists, can release 4 times a normal person's strength. Speed, 3 times a normal person's speed. Stage 1 is equal to 1 times, stage 2 is equal to 1, 2 times. Agility, 1 times a normal person's reaction time. Inner technique stage, none. Qi refining stage, none. 5 times a normal person's strength was equivalent to a punching force of 250 kilograms. He could probably smash a small hole in a car with that sort of strength. Qin Feng was ecstatic. External techniques focused on speed and force, and he had an extra 2 times of strength with the Intermediate Thunder Tiger Fists. Moreover, after drinking the speed potions, he now also had an advantage over others in terms of speed. Currently, he even had sufficient strength to give a stage 4 expert, who would exceed him by 3 stages, a good battle. Ding! Congratulations host Qin Feng for spending 1000 hedonist points in total and becoming a rank for hedonist mortal. The system has awarded you with 3 lottery chances. Would you like to draw for prizes? I'll draw. Upon hearing the long-awaited system announcement for the lottery, Qin Feng didn't hesitate. The familiar screen appeared in his mind and the spinning wheel began to rotate. Ding! Congratulations host, you have drawn intermediate art skills. Qin Feng shook his head in disappointment. This skill was completely useless. He pumped himself up as he yelled, again. Ding! Congratulations host, you have drawn intermediate racing skills. Fudge, my racing skills are already top no, can't you give me any useful things? Again. Qin Feng started to feel worried. He wasn't sure if he would be able to obtain something he wanted with this final draw. Ding! Congratulations host, you have drawn a white grade equipment, Flying Dragon Armor. The 3 lottery chances have all been used, please continue to work hard and complete quests. Please come again. The electronic voice stopped speaking and a domineering-looking armor flashing with white light appeared in Qin Feng's mind. With a slight thought, the armor appeared on his bed, as a chain of information whirled through his mind. Flying Dragon Armor. Equipment grade, white grade equipment. Upon equipping, will apply 150 kilograms of weight onto the host's body, helping the host to quickly break through his limit. After taking off the armor, the host's speed will explosively increase, creating unimaginable results. System price, 2000 hedonist points. The Flying Dragon Armor's description left Qin Feng dumbfounded. This armor had come in quite a timely manner, he was in need of a method to quickly break through, and this godly training equipment, the Flying Dragon Armor, had been drawn by him. The Flying Dragon Armor lay on his bed. It was quite compact, stylish and shaped like a vest. A silvery white light emanated from it, as if it was a warrior that was awaiting its owner to put it on and rush into battle. Qin Feng caressed the flying dragon armor. It didn't feel cold and metallic as he had expected, but was instead soft and comfortable, as if it was made of silk. However, although it looked quite compact and light, it was so heavy that it required all of Qin Feng's strength to lift it up. Qin Feng hurriedly put on the armor, which distributed the 150 kilograms of weight across every part of his body. Having just put it on, he wasn't quite accustomed to it and found it difficult to even breathe. Master, the flying dragon armor is incredibly tough, but also soft and comfortable. It also has a stealth function which will prevent other people from seeing it. Qin Feng was walking around in his room, trying to become accustomed to the extra 150 kilograms of weight on his body, when the little pig spoke. Qin Feng felt delighted. This piece of armor was simply too powerful. It would be quite awkward for someone to see him wearing this, so he quickly turned on the stealth function. He looked down, and found that he couldn't see it at all anymore. However, the overwhelming pressure on his body told Qin Feng that it was definitely still on his body. Bang bang bang. Wearing the flying dragon armor while practicing with the thunder tiger fists made Qin Feng's actions seem incredibly unwieldy and slow. However, the might in his fists was not to be looked down upon. The sound of air exploding rang out around the room. Because of the additional 150 kilograms, Qin Feng's actions were much slower than usual. By the time he had finished going through half a set of exercises, he was already breathing raggedly and his back was covered in sweat. Despite this, he did not stop. Qin Feng gritted his teeth as he continued to practice. Ever since he had broken into stage 1, he hadn't felt his body quickly strengthening and being refined. He knew that his body was rapidly developing toward stage 2. Qin Feng knew that with the flying dragon armor, it wouldn't be too long before he would break into stage 2. He pushed himself into training for 1 hour with the thunder tiger fists, but his body had reached its limit. Although he felt that he would faint if he took even a single step, he was still quite far away from breaking into stage 2. He couldn't help but stop training and collapse onto the bed. Qin Feng didn't even have the strength to take a shower as he fell into a deep sleep. In the early morning of the next day, as the bright sunlight fell on the vast sports field, the crowd erupted into yelling and cheering. Following the crowd's gaze, one could see an impressive-looking, handsome young man speeding around the sports field on an old 28 bicycle. Needless to say, this young man was the hedonist young master, Qin Feng. Currently, Qin Feng was wearing the flying dragon armor while riding the bicycle. Sweat poured down his body as he furiously pedaled. This attention-calling new ride of his was simply too shocking. He once again caused a massive crowd to gather around the sports field, with everyone eyeing to see what this young Master Qin was up to today. Qin Feng didn't pay attention to the yelling and cheering, but spotted a familiar person within the crowd. Chapter 46. Chapter 46, Chinese Art Competition. Zhao Lingxian was wearing a snow-white lace dress, which fell to her knees. Her slim legs were incredibly straight and eye-catching, and she looked like a beautiful fairy standing in the crowd. Her gaze was as soft and still as water as it fell on Qin Feng. Seeing him ride the 28 bicycle around the track, a hint of warmth appeared in her eyes, and she felt an urge to sit on the bike. As she thought to herself, Qin Feng's bicycle stopped in front of her as he gave a dazzling smile. "Princess Lingxian, would you like to ride on this warrior's chariot and experience traveling as fast as lightning?" Zhao Lingxian spaced out for a while as she looked at Qin Feng's handsome face. After lapsing into silence for a few moments, she surprisingly nodded. She stretched out her white and delicate hand, allowing Qin Feng to pull her onto the bicycle. The sound of cheering, discussions and the wind. The sports field was instantly thrown into an uproar, and everyone was talking about Qin Feng and Zhao Lingxian. Qin Feng had publicly rescinded the marriage between Zhao Lingxian and himself not too long ago, and now he was acting close with her again. No one could tell what he was thinking. This was the first time Zhao Lingxian hadn't felt angry when being talked about. All of the voices around her were blown away by the wind, and she closed her eyes, feeling like she had returned to her younger days. She could only experience this sort of wonderful and mysterious feeling when she sat on Qin Fang's bicycle. The spectators were all dumbfounded. Zhao Lingxian was already as beautiful as a celestial goddess, and looked like a princess wearing her snow-white dress, which fluttered as she rode around the track. The wind blew her hair around, causing her to lose the cold aura that was normally around her. She had a lovely look on her face, one that was rarely seen, and her skirt occasionally lifted. The onlookers had glimpses of her thighs, which caused the males to drool. Many of them wished they could use their lips to comfort her from her feet to her legs. Of course, Qin Feng was using one of his hands to hold down Zhao Lingxian's skirt, otherwise many of the perverts really would have seen everything. Although his hand was separated from her thighs by the thin dress, the supple feeling on his fingers stimulated him to ride faster and faster. Qin Feng rode 30 laps before becoming so tired that he almost couldn't breathe. He stopped riding as he gulped down air and smiled, saying, "Enough, enough, Princess Lingxian, you must have gained weight. I'm so tired that I can't even ride anymore." Qin Feng. A wave of cold intent surged from Zhao Lingxian's body as she glared at Qin Feng with flames in her eyes. Women hated other people saying they were fat. Zhao Lingxian felt like killing him on the spot after hearing Qin Feng say this in front of so many people. This was especially because Zhao Lingxian felt that she was not fat at all. In fact, she had a tall and sexy body, and there were always countless gazes glued to her. If he wasn't satisfied with such a body, just what could satisfy him? She got off Qin Fang's bicycle in a huff and savagely pinched his waist before turning and leaving. Qin Feng was completely spent, and didn't have any energy to chase after her with. However, seeing her angrily leave, he felt that she looked quite cute. At the very least, this was cuter than her normal icy-looking appearance. "Young Masterly, I can't wait anymore. I want to kill that Qin Feng." In the corner of the sports field, Heartwarming and Li Xiaojia of Acropolis City's 4 young masters sat under a parasol as they looked at the beauties. Seeing the affectionate scene between Qin Feng and Zhao Lingxian, Heartwarming's face turned green. Yuan Xiang was determined to make the pure beauty Lin Bei his, and had fought with Qin Feng as a result. In the end, he could only shamefully run away. Heartwarming, on the other hand, had his eyes set on the cold and arrogant beauty Zhao Lingxian. Having seen Qin Feng publicly rescind their marriage, then flirt with her in public, Heartwarming's eyes burned with flames and he wanted to slice him into pieces. "If you're not happy, then deal with him. Big bro here's got your back." Li Xiaojia, who had remained neutral, now sinisterly smiled as he encouraged Heartwarming to go against Qin Feng. Heartwarming's eyes widened, even he couldn't believe Li Xiaojia would say such a thing. However, very soon, an eerie smile appeared on Heartwarming's charming face. With these words from Li Xiaojia, Heartwarming felt much more confident. A cold smile flashed on his face as he said, "Qin Feng, your elder's going to savagely slap your face today, just you wait." After resting for a while, Qin Feng's body slowly recovered. He rode his bicycle through the university, attracting countless gazes, then went to the dining hall and ordered 3 breakfast sets. Finally, he then went to the arts department's lecture hall. Coming to the lecture hall made Qin Feng feel a bit absent-minded. The last time he had a lesson here, he had publicly confessed to Lin Bei, and now, he had already become much more familiar with the hedonist sovereign system. Compared to the person he was before, Qin Feng had changed greatly. Although only a few days had passed, it felt like many centuries to him. Class hadn't started yet, and looking around, Qin Feng saw Lin Bei and Zhao Lingxian. The two of them were both good students, and were already seated at the front row with the walkway in between them. Qin Feng smiled and walked over, and placed a breakfast set in front of each of them. "Little sister Lin, Princess Ling Xian, you haven't eaten breakfast yet, right?" Qin Feng was desk mates with Lin Bei, so he sat down next to her as he began eating. After training for an entire morning, Qin Feng had expended much energy, and felt completely ravenous. All of the other students were completely flabbergasted. They had long since heard that Qin Feng had made Lin Bei his, but who would have the gall to flirt with two goddesses at once? This young Master Qin's appetite was simply too big. This was simply what was called eating the food in his bowl while eyeing the food in the pot. Didn't he fear being killed by the cold and arrogant goddess, Zhao Lingxian? The two women didn't mind the discussions about them, and both of them sat there quietly, looking a bit spaced out. After seeing Qin Feng and Zhao Lingxian cuddling together the previous night, Lin Bei found it difficult to sleep. She had hoped that Qin Feng truly did like her, and that they could walk together forever. However, Lin Bei now knew how dumb she was. Qin Feng was still Qin Feng, romantic, dissolute and sensual. Why would be interested in a poor girl like her? And even if he was interested, it wouldn't be for anything good, nor would it last very long. On the other hand, Zhao Lingxian was thinking about Lin Bei. Zhao Lingxian found that she was starting to like Qin Feng more and more, and realized that she would always feel incredibly happy and forget the time when she was with Qin Feng. However, whenever she thought to the fact that Lin Bei was staying at the royal clubhouse, she would angrily gnash her teeth. However, despite thinking those things, neither woman said or did anything, causing all the other students to feel shocked. They had both silently accepted the breakfast Qin Feng had given them. The crowd that had been waiting for Zhao Lingxian to explode in anger was disappointed to see her remain silent. However, this only increased the respect they felt for Qin Feng. In the end, young Master Qin was young Master Qin. He actually dared to flirt with both goddesses in public, as well as cause them to interact harmoniously. There was not a single person who didn't marvel at this. Heartwarming, who just walked into the lecture hall, did not feel a shred of admiration at all. He gnashed his teeth as he glared at Qin Feng, wanting to smack him. After hesitating for a moment, Heartwarming mustered up his courage and strode over to Qin Feng. He gloomily spoke, "Qin Feng, what a lucky man you are. I can't help but admire how you can flirt simultaneously with the two goddesses of our arts department." Despite talking about admiring him, there was not a hint of admiration in his eyes. Instead, there was only icy coldness. "Young Master Hua, do you have any business with me? If not, don't disturb my flirting." Qin Feng hated hypocrites, and liked to be direct. As such, no matter if it was the Acropolis cities for princes or the Acropolis universities for young masters, all of them excluded Qin Feng and disliked him. Seeing Heartwarming come over and say such things, Qin Feng knew he was up to no good. "Qin Feng, it's best to leave a way out for yourself. You angered young Master Yu over Lin Bei a few days ago, so you'd best keep yourself out of trouble," Heartwarming threateningly said to Qin Feng. Qin Feng knew about Heartwarming wanting Zhao Lingxian, but because he was an insidious and dissolute person, he didn't want to see his little sister Lingxian fall into his hands. "You're threatening me, eh?" Qin Feng smiled as he said, "That day at the sports field, Yuan Xiang also threatened me, and what was the result? That brat was beaten by me. Are you also looking for a beating today?" Heartwarming was so angry that he felt like coughing up blood. However, thinking to Qin Feng's skills, he felt a bit scared, and calmed himself down. Fighting is the most low-class way of resolving conflict. This is a university, and we're all educated members of the upper-class society. Do you dare to compete with this young master using brains? What do you have in mind?" Qin Feng casually asked. brains? Before, Qin Feng would have been worried. However, he had drawn calligraphy, piano and art skills from the lottery. He could not be called a master of literature. We're all from the arts department, and our major is in Chinese art. As such, we'll keep it simple. Each of us will pick a person and paint that person using Chinese art. We'll ask teacher Yun Xiao to adjudicate, and whoever paints the better painting will be the winner. Hua Ming was completely confident. Before making this challenge, he had made sufficient preparations. Although Qin Feng and Hua Ming were both hedonistic young masters and liked to play around, Qin Feng came to the arts department because there were many beauties here. On the other hand, Hua Ming was extraordinarily talented in art, and liked painting. In the arts department, he was one of the top students, and the depths of his paintings were unrivaled. Even some of the professors publicly praised his works. Chapter 47. Chapter 47, Astonishing Performance. Hua Ming challenged Qin Feng to his specialty and attracted the attention of many people. He knew that Qin Feng had almost no skills in that area. After all, most people knew that apart from seducing women, Qin Feng didn't seem to have any other skills. Well, don't tell me you're too scared to compete with this young master. Hua Ming started to mock Qin Feng after seeing that Qin Feng hadn't replied. If their positions were reversed, Hua Ming definitely wouldn't agree to such a one-sided competition. That would simply be suicide. However, Qin Feng definitely was not scared. His motto was "Life is filled with continuous challenges." It was just that he had only drawn the intermediate art skills the previous night, and he didn't think he would be able to use it so quickly. Various classic masterpieces appeared in Qin Feng's mind. A multitude of art techniques, as well as experience from masters like Qi Baishi, surfaced within his memories. Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh. He looked at Hua Ming as he said with relish, "All right, let's compete in Chinese art. However, before competing, we should set a punishment for the person who loses." Hua Ming was a bit shocked, but he quickly recovered and gave a pleased smile. He was worried that Qin Feng wouldn't dare to compete with him, but he had agreed so readily, and even suggested to set a punishment for the loser. Hua Ming was so excited that he almost cried out. However, he maintained a calm exterior as he smiled and said, "Since I chose the rules for the competition, young Master Qin can decide on the punishment. All right, how about this? You challenged me to a Chinese art competition because you wanted to slap my face in public. In that case, whoever loses must allow all the other classmates to hit them on the head while saying, 'You're trash.' What do you think?" Qin Feng said as he chuckled and looked at Hua Ming. Hua Ming was immediately blown away by Qin Feng's confidence. Since that guy knew that he was trying to publicly slap his face and humiliate him, why did he set such a harsh punishment? Was he completely confident in his victory? However, very soon, Hua Ming felt quite relieved. Although Qin Feng had defeated Yuan Xiang, and caused everyone to be completely dumbfounded, Chinese art was not as simple as fighting. It was possible that because Qin Feng was the child of a big family, he had been forced to learn self-defense techniques when he was younger. Coupled with some luck, it wasn't impossible for him to defeat Yuan Xiang. However, art required many months and years of practice. Without 5 or 6 years of practice, it was impossible to draw a good drawing or painting. Moreover, mere hard work was not enough. Art required more talent. Without a natural understanding of colors and lines, no matter how hard one worked, it was impossible for them to become a master. Hua Ming was an art genius, and was completely confident that no one could defeat him. He was just as confident as Qin Feng was confident in seducing women. "All right, we'll go with that then," Hua Ming said in a pleased manner. "However, the winner should have a prize. How about the winner gets to kiss goddess Xiao Ling Xian in front of everyone else? And it must be a kiss on the mouth." A kiss on the mouth. Qin Feng and Zhao Lingxian's hearts thumped, and they thought of the intense scene in Zhao Lingxian's room the previous night. Qin Feng looked over at Zhao Lingxian and licked his lips as he casually replied, "Sure." Qin Feng now felt quite grateful to Huaming. This guy was quite a good brother. He had suggested the thing that Qin Feng wanted to suggest, as Qin Feng was too scared to say it. Zhao Lingxian's cold face immediately became red. After looking at Qin Feng, she coldly glared at Huaming as she said, "Moron, you can bet whatever you want, but don't drag me into it." Qin Feng and Huaming looked at each other without saying anything, silently confirming the conditions of the competition. As for whether Zhao Lingxian would agree or not when the time came, it wasn't the first time Qin Feng had forced a kiss on her anyway. Let's begin then. Huaming was incredibly eager to win against Qin Feng. He desperately wanted to see the whole class hit Qin Feng and mock him, then kiss Zhao Lingxian's lips. The spectating classmates couldn't help but feel incredibly excited. By this time, there were already 2 spots prepared for them, with fine paper, Chinese art colors, brushes, palettes, Chinese ink, etc. As soon as Huaming sat down, his aura completely changed. He calmly lifted his brush and quickly started mixing colors. His brush then flew over the fine paper with vigor, yet elegance. He was indeed quite skilled. Qin Feng didn't move for a while, and instead weighed Huaming paint. After obtaining the intermediate art skills, he could very easily find flaws in pieces of art. Huaming's art style was quite unique, and he was indeed quite skilled. However, in the eyes of Qin Feng, who could now stand shoulder to shoulder with giants like Qi Baishi, his skills were nothing. Lin Bei couldn't help but cry out after seeing Qin Feng sit unmoving for a while. "Qin Feng, why aren't you painting yet? It doesn't matter whether you win or lose, you should at least try." Although she believed in Qin Feng, she knew just how talented Huaming was. As such, she didn't expect Qin Feng to win. This was even more so for the other students. They all started to quietly talk amongst themselves. Most of them were saying that Qin Feng wasn't doing anything because he knew that he had definitely lost, so he didn't even have the courage to paint anymore. However, the most worried out of everyone was Zhao Lingxian. Before, if someone dared to use her as a bet, she would have given them a furious slap. Especially if the bet concerned kissing her. However, because Qin Feng was participating, she strangely wanted Qin Feng to win. Thinking back to the passionate kiss from the previous night, Zhao Lingxian felt her body become a bit numb. She still couldn't get over that marvelous feeling. "Alright, I'm going to start now." Qin Feng suddenly started to move. His hands swept out, and it seemed like the brush in his hands possessed a soul of its own. It started to dance around in his hands with great precision and freedom. Not only did he have intermediate art skills, he also had elementary calligraphy skills. The 2 skills combined together gave full play to Qin Feng's brilliance. Everyone present was completely shocked. No matter if Qin Feng truly painted a great piece of art or not, just his actions and the aura around him was enough to impress everyone. Color mixing, lifting the brush, lowering the brush, painting. He was like a sovereign of art, and he gave off the air of a maestro. His eyes were focused and in stern concentration as he gazed at the fine paper, and wherever his hand moved, it would leave behind mesmerizing colors. At this moment, the spectators, whose hearts were already beating quickly, felt as if their eyes were going to pop out. Qin Feng's proficient use of the brush made it seem like it was a fish swimming in water. However, he suddenly grabbed a brush with his left hand and he started to paint on another sheet of fine paper, simultaneously painting 2 paintings. His right hand and left hand were just as nimble as each other, and the brushes seemed to come alive. Wherever the brushes landed, flowers seemed to bloom. Even Huaming, who had been working in stern concentration, put down his brush and stared at Qin Feng's performance. Chapter 48. Chapter 48, a scene worth waiting for. Swish swish swish. The sounds of Qin Feng's brushes landing on the fine paper sounded like beautiful melodies. 10 minutes passed, and after finishing a painting with his right hand, he pushed it away as he opened a new sheet of fine paper and started painting on it. His focused and handsome face, as well as the majestic and confident air around him, made him seem as if he was on par with Tang Bohu, one of the 4 great southern talents of the Ming dynasty. "All right, I'm done." Qin Feng stopped painting, and threw the brushes in his hands to the side. He looked around him, and found that everyone was still immersed in their shock. "Young Master Hua, are you done painting?" Qin Feng ignored these people. He was competing with Hua Ming. He came to his side and saw that he too had finished. The person Hua Ming had painted was the same as one of the people he had painted, Zhao Lingxian. It was just that Hua Ming was too focused on Zhao Lingxian's appearance, and did not truly understand her innermost thoughts. Although she looked as beautiful as a goddess, her expression made the onlooker feel a chill when they looked at her. It was just like the normal Zhao Lingxian, beautiful, but completely unapproachable. Chinese art was characterized by a freehand style, and focused on the artistic conception of a work, as well as the arrangement of ideas. From Qin Feng's viewpoint, Hua Ming did not satisfy either of these things. At this moment, a pleasant voice called out from outside the door. "Students, sorry I'm late. Let's begin class now." The students turned to see Yun Xiao walk in. As she entered the lecture hall, she was stunned. The whole class was gathered in a big circle, with the same expression of their faces. It was as if someone had frozen them all in time. "Students, we're starting now," Yun Xiao called out a bit louder. This time, a few students noticed her, and they excitedly brought her over to Qin Feng and Hua Ming. "Teacher Yun Xiao, please adjudicate for us. Which of these 4 paintings is better?" Yun Xiao still hadn't realized what was happening, and the students wanted her to judge the paintings without knowing who had painted which one. She was closer to Hua Ming's painting, so she started looking at that one first. It was evident that the subject of the painting was the most beautiful girl in the arts department, Zhao Lingxian. After taking a careful look at it, Yun Xiao gave a slight nod as she said, "The painter's skill is profound, and has very mature skills in painting. The subject bears a complete resemblance to the real person, and one can tell who it is at a glance." Yun Xiao could be called an expert in Chinese art, and for her to say such things, the painter was evidently quite remarkable. However, she continued, "But this painting lacks spirit. I'm unable to put this clearly into words." Yun Xiao then looked at Zhao Lingxian as she smiled and asked, "Student Lingxian, what do you think?" The subject of the painting was Zhao Lingxian, so her thoughts were important as well. Zhao Lingxian nodded as she spoke, This painting bears some likeness to me. Teacher Yun Xiao, you can have a look at the other paintings." Zhao Lingxian didn't really like Hua Ming. Even if his painting was excellent, she wouldn't bother to give it a good look. On the other hand, she was very curious as to whether Qin Feng had painted her. Because Qin Feng covered up his paintings after finishing each one, no one knew what he had drawn. Yun Xiao nodded, showing that she agreed with Zhao Lingxian's words. She walked over to another painting as she lightly took off the covering. Her delicate body slightly trembled as her eyes lit up. This was also a painting of Zhao Lingxian. However, compared to the extremely icy and cold painting of her from before, this one made her seem lively and full of spirit. The Zhao Lingxian in the painting was wearing a light yellow dress as she stood in a flower bed. She had her eyes closed as she raised her face to the sky, with a blissful smile on her face. She seemed completely different to the cold and arrogant Zhao Lingxian in real life, and yet she seemed so real, unlikable. She had a friendly and warm aura around her, and all the boys wished they could drag the Zhao Lingxian into reality and secretly keep her as his. Zhao Lingxian's frame shook. When she looked at this painting, her eyes misted up, and she had to fight back the tears to prevent them from falling out. That intoxicatingly beautiful girl in the painting stabbed at her heart. It was the girl who happily played with Qin Feng in her childhood, the real self that she buried deep within her. She was cold and prideful because of the lack of warmth and care she had received. She was afraid of being hurt, so she had put on this icy mask. Yun Xiao stood in front of the painting for a while without speaking. She suddenly walked over to the next painting while softly saying, "I haven't been able to think of the words to praise the previous painting. I'll have a look at the next one first." After lifting off the covering, her body once again trembled. The subject of this painting was someone everyone familiar with. It was one of the other beauties of the art department, Lin Bei. Lin Bei was in a busy city, with people all around her. However, she was squatting in a forgotten corner with her head resting on her knees. There was a trace of loneliness in her eyes, as if she was a child forgotten by the world. However, there was a pair of big, strong hands on her shoulders. They seemed to contain boundless strength, causing what should have seemed like a dreary scene to become warm and blissful. Everyone who looked at the Lin Bei in the painting felt that she was not lonely, because there was someone to protect her and stay with her. As for who the hands belonged to, only Lin Bei knew. She was sure that these hands belonged to Qin Feng. Qin Feng had helped her too much, to the point that she had started to become dependent on him. Every time she stood next to Qin Feng, she would have a sense of safety. Lin Bei, who had suffered many hardships since she was young, felt the toughness within her shatter. She could feel a pair of large hands meticulously protecting her. She turned around as tears flooded down her face. Once again, Yun Xiao did not say anything as she hurriedly came to the third painting and pulled off the covering. She suddenly felt as if her head had been hit by something heavy as it buzzed and her mind blanked out. Yun Xiao's body swayed, and would have fallen to the ground if Qin Feng hadn't caught her. The subject of this painting was Yun Xiao. In the painting, she was standing in an amusement park. There were couples everywhere, creating a sweet and romantic scene. However, Yun Xiao was standing by herself. She looked at this blissful scene with a bit of emptiness in her eyes. At her age, she desired finding a lover, marrying and settling down much more than people around Qin Feng's age. Those who looked closely would find that in a corner of the amusement park stood a shadow. His features weren't clear, but the man stood silently, looking at Yun Xiao. This shadow didn't escape Yun Xiao's eyes. When she looked at it, she felt that it looked incredibly familiar. Slowly, the shadow and Qin Feng's likeness fused together, giving her clarity. She suddenly thought of that night when Qin Feng had come alone to save her. It was the first time someone had risked so much for her. However, that scene was quickly replaced with the sight of blood and guts. The black-clothed men who had been chopped in half, as well as the blood-covered Ma De who also flashed in her mind. Qin Feng's actions that night had completely frightened Yun Xiao. If it wasn't because Qin Feng had killed those people for her, a righteous teacher like Yun Xiao would have reported him to the police. "Teacher Yun Xiao, have you finished looking? Have you made a decision?" Qin Feng held Yun Xiao upright as he smiled and asked. Yun Xiao hurriedly shook away those horrifying memories. After steadying her emotions, she slowly said, "If I'm not wrong, those 3 paintings were painted by the same person. That person's talent in art is simply astounding, and their skills are unimaginably profound. They're at a level where even I can't comment." After letting out a breath, Yun Xiao continued to speak. "As for the other painting, it's also quite good, but compared to these 3, it's lacking some spirit. Simply put, the 2 artists simply aren't on the same level. The person who painted these 3 paintings completely defeated the other person. This conclusion was already extremely clear. Even an idiot would be able to understand it. Qin Feng's artistic skill far surpassed Hua Ming's. Although the crowd had already guessed that Qin Feng would win after seeing how he painted and the lifelike paintings, hearing Yun Xiao say these words sent waves crashing through everyone's hearts. Recently, this young Master Qin seemed to have become someone else. He was now some sort of godly person. Hua Ming's face became incredibly gloomy and cold as he stood in the corner. He gnashed his teeth as he glared at the people praising and cheering on Qin Feng. He simply couldn't believe that he had lost to Qin Feng in art. This was a massive blow to him, causing him to feel utterly humiliated. Since the adjudication has finished, I'll give these paintings to you three. I hope you like them. Qin Feng smiled as he gave the respective paintings to Zhao Lingxian, Lin Bei, and Yun Xiao. The three women accepted the fine paper as they looked at the true depictions of themselves. They gently scrolled up the paintings, each of them thinking to treasure this painting and take good care of it. Yun Xiao then went to the lectern, and after calming herself down, she began to teach. During this lesson, Qin Feng didn't make any trouble. He had been working hard for the entire morning, and now lay on the desk as he napped. This caused Yun Xiao to feel a bit strange. Going through a lesson smoothly made her feel like something was missing. After class, Yun Xiao packed her things and left, but the students all quietly sat in their seats. Not a single person dashed out of the lecture hall like they usually did. This was because victory and defeat were decided between Qin Feng and Hua Ming, and the rewards and punishments hadn't been given out yet. No matter if it was hitting Hua Ming's face or Qin Feng kissing Zhao Lingxian, they were all a scene worth waiting for. Chapter 49. Chapter 49, Kiss. 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 Qin Feng grinned as he walked over to Hua Ming. He had never shown mercy towards enemies who provoked him for no reason. Young Master Hua, I'm terribly sorry, but it seems I've accidentally won against you, Qin Feng calmly said as he looked at Hua Ming. Since victory and loss have already been decided, let's start dishing out the rewards and punishments. I'm sure that a famous figure like young Master Hua won't go back on a bet, right? Hua Ming really couldn't go back on his bet. Even if he could avoid being hit by the other students and being called trash, he would gain the reputation of being a sore loser who couldn't keep a bet in the entire university. That would result in a massive loss of face, making it impossible for him to lift up his head in the entire Acropolis University again. However, in the end, he was still one of the Acropolis University's 4 young masters, and he possessed a powerful background. He looked quite calm as he coolly looked at Qin Feng and said, I, young Master Hua, have always kept my word and keep my bets. Isn't it just hitting my face? Come, if anyone dares to do it, then do it. Hua Ming's words evidently contained a veiled threat. The students who had been looking forwards to hitting this proud young master all shrunk back. Facing the majestic background of this young master, no one dared to make a move. They were all afraid that if any of them dared to satisfy this craving of theirs, their legs would be broken as soon as they stepped out of the university. Ha! See, Qin Feng, it's not that your elder doesn't accept his loss, but that these people are all cowards. Even though I've given them the chance, they don't dare to touch your elder. Hua Ming was very pleased at what he saw, and felt as if he had conquered this group of people. He looked at Qin Feng smugly as he said, Your elder's quite busy, since there's no one who dares to touch me, I'll be going now. Just as he spoke, a crisp slapping sound rang out. This slap completely stunned Hua Ming. He had thought that all of the students had been frightened off by him, and that no one would dare to make a move against him. However, after receiving this slap, he knew that he had been too naive. He even forgot about the fiery, stinging pain on his face as he murderously stared at Qin Feng. This was because this slap had come from Qin Feng. Who said no one dares to hit you? This young master didn't say such a thing. Qin Feng hadn't had enough after one slap, so he slapped out another 2 times as he laughed. Since no one else dares to slap you, this young master will have to do a bit of toiling and labor for everyone. Slap, slap, slap. Slaps continuously rained down on Huaming's face and head, sending tremors through everyone's hearts. Huaming liked to rely on his family's background and bully other students. Most people didn't dare to express their anger towards him or retaliate, so seeing young Master Qin do this greatly pleased them. Their eyes became like stars as they weighed the scene unfold. To them, Qin Feng looked like a celestial soldier sent to punish the evil demon from hell. At first, Huaming vehemently gazed at Qin Feng, wanting to retaliate. However, Qin Feng began to slap harder and harder, faster and faster. In the end, he started to use both hands as he alternated between them. Huaming's head was like a rattle drum as he was battered by Qin Feng's hands. The pain caused Huaming to grimace and scream in pain. By now, he was covering his head with his hands, trying to protect himself as much as possible. The scene was like a parent strictly disciplining their child after the child did an awful deed. Everyone was ecstatic. After slapping Huaming tens of times, Qin Feng's hands became sore, so he finally stopped slapping. He grumbled, "In future, I'll have to find someone to slap for me instead." Hearing Qin Feng's words, Huaming was so angry that he almost vomited up blood. He had lost all face today, and was in no mood to stay behind. He covered his head as he scrambled out of the lecture hall. "Alright, since I've finished disciplining the wild dog, it's time for the victor to receive his prize. I'm sure everyone wants to see Princess Zhao Lingxian kiss, right?" Qin Feng spoke as he grinned at Zhao Lingxian. Zhao Lingxian was still sitting in her seat, which was unusual. Normally, she would have walked off already, because she never had an interest in such things. Moreover, the bet concerned her. She would have to kiss whoever won. In the past, Zhao Lingxian would have angrily slapped that person, but she slightly looked forward to it, which was why she didn't leave. This was because she knew that the person who won was Qin Feng. Kiss. 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 Qin Feng's words drew an immediate response from the crowd. Many of these people had crushes on Zhao Lingxian. However, they all knew that they had no chance with Zhao Lingxian. Thus, if they saw Zhao Lingxian kiss Qin Feng, they could at least swap out Qin Feng for themselves in their minds. So immature. In the end, Zhao Lingxian didn't have the courage to kiss Qin Feng in front of everyone else. She suddenly thought of Qin Feng publicly rescinding their marriage. If she went and kissed Qin Feng after all that, she wouldn't be able to keep living. She savagely glared at Qin Feng, then lowered her head and ran out of the lecture hall. No one saw that her cheeks were faintly red. Seeing this, Lin Bei felt a bit gloomy. She didn't think that Qin Feng would publicly ask Zhao Lingxian for a kiss. It seemed that young Master Qin was young Master Qin, sensual and dissolute. They simply lived in different worlds. She looked at Qin Feng, feeling a sense of loss, as she slowly walked out of the lecture hall. Seeing that the beauty had run off, Qin Feng decided that there wasn't much point in staying. After walking out of the lecture hall, he prepared to ride his stylish 28 bicycle back to the Royal Hotel to have a rest. However, after walking out of the university, he saw Yun Xiao and a man intensely arguing about something. Qin Feng hurriedly pedaled over. Xiao, our families arranged our marriage half a year ago, but you've been avoiding me this whole time. You even ran from the capital to a small place like the Acropolis city. As a member of the capital's Yun family, you can't escape from this. Even if you run to the ends of the world, I'll be able to find you. Just marry me and make our families happy, that's the best thing for everyone. Standing opposite Yun Xiao was a tall and handsome man. He was wearing expensive-looking clothing as he elegantly stood there, cawing the attention of many girls. However, Yun Xiao didn't look too happy to see this man. She looked away as she coldly replied, "That marriage was forcefully arranged by our families, and I never agreed to it. Wei Xiaolei, I don't feel anything towards you, so please stop harassing me." After speaking, Yun Xiao turned to leave. An icy glint appeared in Wei Xiaolei's eyes as he reached out to grab Yun Xiao, when suddenly a person blocked him. Chapter 50. Chapter 50, I'll give you a 5-minute head start. When Wei Xiaolei looked at Qin Feng, who had suddenly come over, his eyes were filled with hostility. He said in a sinister voice, "Brat, this is none of your business, it's best that you don't make trouble out of nothing." Yun Xiao was also surprised to see Qin Feng. However, after seeing how outrageously Wei Xiaolei had spoken to Qin Feng, she glared at him and said, "This is my student, please speak with some tact." Wei Xiaolei sized up Qin Feng as the coldness in his eyes became stronger and stronger. "Student? Yun Xiao, could it be that you came to a little place like the Acropolis city for a pretty boy like him?" He laughed. Yun Xiao's chest heaved, and she couldn't even be bothered give Wei Xiaolei an explanation. As she began to leave, she grabbed Qin Feng's hand and said, "Qin Feng, let's go, don't worry about him." Seeing this, Wei Xiaolei's eyes almost shot out fire. He had known Yun Xiao for more than 20 years, but this was the first time she had taken the initiative to hold a man's head. Moreover, she seemed to cherish this student a lot. Wei Xiaolei definitely wouldn't believe that there was nothing going on between Yun Xiao and Qin Feng. He strode over and blocked the path in front of them, giving them a cold stare while saying, "Yun Xiao, you'd best reevaluate what you're doing. If our families found out about this, what do you think will happen to this brat?" If I were you, I wouldn't want to drag down a student whose facial hair hasn't even grown out yet. I'm sure you understand what I'm saying." Yun Zhao's face became bright red. Of course, she could hear the thinly veiled threat in Wei Xiaolei's words. If she didn't do as he wished, he would slander her and Qin Feng in front of their families, causing Qin Feng to suffer the consequences. Yun Xiao didn't care about her status or reputation. Wei Xiaolei could say whatever he wanted about her. However, she didn't want to cause trouble for Qin Feng. Although she knew that the Qin family was quite powerful in Acropolis City, she knew that the Yun family and Wei family in the capital were no pushovers either. As such, she truly began to worry about Qin Feng. "What do you want?" Yun Xiao angrily asked. When he saw that Yun Xiao had given in, Wei Xiaolei smiled with glee as he said with relish, "I don't really want anything, I just want to complete the marriage arranged by our families. Tell this brat to piss off so I can take you back. There are some matters I want to discuss with you in private between ourselves." As he spoke, Wei Xiaolei's eyes flashed with an evil light, which made Yun Xiao feel disgusted. However, she had no other choice, and she turned to Qin Feng to ask him to leave. At this moment, Qin Feng started to speak. After listening to the conversation for so long, he understood the general gist of what was happening. Yun Zhao's family and Wei Xiaolei's family had arranged a marriage for them. However, Yun Xiao did not like Wei Xiaolei, so she chose to escape to Acropolis City to teach. Despite this, he wouldn't stop pestering her, and had come to the university to bring her back. Qin Feng was also from a big family and had almost been forced into a marriage by his father. After the incident with Zhao Lingxian, Qin Huang had once again arranged a marriage for him, with a woman he had never even met before. Qin Feng also despised this sort of thing. "Teacher Yun Xiao, it's pretty hot today. There's an annoying fly that keeps buzzing around. Do you want to buy some by spray and kill it?" After being called an annoying fly by Qin Feng, Wei Xiaolei became so angry that his face darkened. He fiercely looked at Qin Feng with eyes that shot daggers with each word he spoke. Brat, don't be too arrogant. Otherwise, you'll die without even knowing how. Oh, really? I'll worry about that when I'm dead. Qin Feng smiled as he glanced at Wei Xiaolei. In order to anger him even more, he wrapped his arm around Yun Zhao's waist and affectionately said to her, Teacher Yun Xiao, I'll take you back. Sure. Feeling Qin Feng's arm around her, Yun Zhao's face flushed red in embarrassment. She could tell that Qin Feng was trying to help her, so although she felt a little uncomfortable, she went along with him. You stinking brat, you'd better get your dirty hands off her immediately. Otherwise, you'll never be able to use that arm again. Wei Xiaolei menacingly threatened. He ran over once again and stopped Yun Xiao, saying, Yun Xiao, I hope you've thought about this carefully. Qin Feng impatiently waved his free hand, as if he was shooing away a fly. Hurry up and go away, our teacher Yun Xiao is very busy. I'm sure you're not as fast as I am, so I should be the one to take her back, he interjected. When he heard this, Wei Xiaolei laughed in surprise. Qin Feng saying that he could drive faster than him was an absolute joke. As a hedonistic young master, Wei Xiaolei had no skills in finance, business, or management. However, his skills in seducing women, racing and gambling were all superb. This was especially so for racing. He was one of the top racers in the capital and was nicknamed the Ghost Mountain God Racer by other racers. This was because he had never lost while racing on a certain ghost mountain in the outskirts of the capital before. Brat, do you dare to race with your elder and see who's faster? Wei Xiaolei felt incredibly confident. Despite racing for more than 10 years, he hadn't found many people who were on par with him. Who could he possibly fear in this tiny Acropolis city? Within the Wei family's car park, there were more than 10 limited edition race cars. The one he had driven today was his favorite limited edition Maserati Gran Turismo. There were only 12 of these limited edition models in the world, and they could only be bought in Italy. In order to obtain this limited edition car, Wei Xiaolei had spent much effort and used his family's connections. Although he hadn't seen what car Qin Feng had driven, he was sure that it wouldn't be able to compare his cool and flashy his Gran Turismo. The Retro 28 bicycle that Qin Feng had brought was indeed not as cool or flashy as the Gran Turismo. However, Qin Feng was incredibly fast on this bicycle. Hearing that Wei Xiaolei had overestimated his capabilities and challenged him, Qin Feng smiled and agreed. Since you're so desperate to race with me, I'll show some compassion and accept. Wei Xiaolei was completely infuriated by Qin Feng's haughty manner. When did I show desperation to race against you? Who cares if you want to race or not? Just as he was about to start cursing at Qin Feng continued to speak, however, since it's a race, we need to make it interesting. Since you want to race and see who's faster, whoever loses will give their ride to the other person. Do you dare to accept this bet? Qin Feng had said this quite casually. Although he hadn't seen what car Wei Xiaolei had brought with him, he knew that even if he lost, he would only lose the 28 bicycle that he had spent a few $100s on. If he won, he would win an expensive and luxurious car. Looking at how magnificently dressed Wei Xiaolei was, as well as the arrogance with which he spoke with, the car he drove definitely wouldn't be too shabby. Of course. Who would be afraid? Wei Xiaolei cocked his head up, looking high and mighty. He didn't believe that Qin Feng could beat him, so he simply didn't care about the stakes. Alright, I'll go and bring my luxury car over then. After speaking, Qin Feng went to find his bicycle, while Wei Xiaolei went to drive over his limited edition Maserati Gran Turismo. As he started the engine of the car, it buzzed with a low but mighty vroom vroom, which attracted the attention of many students. Seeing this incredibly cool-looking car, they all cried out and tried to get closer. Although they had not started racing yet, the reaction that his car brought caused Wei Xiaolei to feel incredibly pleased. He stepped down on the accelerator, causing the car to shoot out like an arrow from a bow. As he approached Yun Xiao and Qin Feng, he flicked the car and drifted over. Wei Xiaolei opened the car's door and got out, then proudly walked over. This kind of incredibly arrogant and prideful appearance caused Qin Feng to almost vomit. Even Yun Xiao looked a bit disgusted. "Brat, where's your car? Surely you didn't get too scared and aren't willing to race anymore." Ha! After seeing Qin Feng act so confidently, then show up without a ride, Wei Xiaolei couldn't help but mock him. Wei Xiaolei looked around him, but couldn't see any other cars around. He thought that Qin Feng had been scared by seeing his ride and had decided to give up. Of course, the bicycle behind Qin Feng was completely ignored by Wei Xiaolei. "Are you blind? Can't you see that my ride's right here?" Qin Feng picked at his ears as he disdainfully looked at Wei Xiaolei. He came over to the 28 bicycle and patted the seat as he stroked its handlebars. It was almost as if he was stroking his precious lover. Wei Xiaolei was completely dumbfounded and started to laugh. He laughed so hard that his back became arched, completely and utterly amused. He couldn't understand the audacity of this brat to bring out this antique after seeing his flashy Gran Turismo. The Acropolis city really is an unimpressive, tiny city. Everyone here's crazy, Wei Xiaolei muttered. After getting into his car, he said, "All right, where's the finish line? If your elder wins, I want you to disappear from Yun Zhao's life. Otherwise, your elder will find people to break your dog legs." Even if he won, Wei Xiaolei wasn't interested in Qin Feng's old bicycle. The finish line is Teacher Yun Zhao's unit. In order to be fair, I'll take Teacher Yun Xiao with me and I'll give you a 5-minute head start. Let's start now. Qin Feng then ignored Wei Xiaolei as he casually pushed his bicycle over to Yun Xiao and said, "Teacher Yun Xiao, I'll take you back." Yun Xiao didn't know what Qin Feng was thinking. How could he race against Wei Xiaolei with a bicycle? However, she nodded, and slowly got on. Upon seeing this, Wei Xiaolei was so angry that he almost vomited out blood. He slammed his foot down hard on the accelerator, causing the car to fly out. If that brat Qin Feng still dared to stick around Yun Xiao after he won, he would make him vanish from this world forever. Chapter 51. Chapter 51. Wouldn't it have been great if it was gifted to them? Qin Feng, Wei Xiaolei's gone now, so I'll get off and get a taxi. Seeing that Wei Xiaolei had driven off, Yun Xiao wanted to leave. She knew that Qin Feng never planned to race Wei Xiaolei and was only chasing him off. She was quite impressed with how smart that plan was. Qin Feng never thought that someone would gift him a luxury car just like that, so why wouldn't he accept the wager? Seeing that the time was nearly up, he started pedaling as he said to Yun Xiao, "Teacher Yun Xiao, hang on tight, I'm going to speed up." Yun Xiao was scared stiff. Her mind went blank as the bicycle accelerated to an incredible speed. She almost felt like she was sitting on a rocket, instead of a bicycle. Qin Feng could feel Yun Zhao's body start to tremble, so he put his free arm behind his back and around her waist. He knew that Yun Xiao was probably scared from riding so fast on a bicycle. As she felt the arm around her waist, Yun Xiao started to tremble even more. Her eyes were filled with fear and she began to struggle. Perhaps it was the trauma from seeing Qin Feng kill people, but she would become incredibly anxious whenever she saw anything red. She couldn't stay with other people in small, enclosed spaces, and she felt incredibly anxious, being so close to Qin Feng. It wasn't because she was shy about Qin Feng touching her, but because she had developed a strong resistance to people touching her. Ding! The Hedonist sovereign system has issued a quest, help teacher Yun Xiao get rid of her fear and social anxiety. Quest time limit, 1 month. Successfully completing the quest will result in you receiving 1000 hedonist points. Failing will result in teacher Yun Xiao never being able to interact with other people again. Qin Feng was currently riding at more than 200 kilometers per hour. When he received the quest from the system, his hands shook, almost causing the bicycle to fly. He couldn't understand what was going on. Teacher Yun Xiao seemed perfectly fine, so where did this fear and social anxiety come from? The punishment of her never being able to interact with other people was simply too cruel. Could it be that she had been traumatized after seeing him kill people? Thinking to the possibility that it was because of him, Qin Feng took the quest to heart and decided to help cure Yun Xiao as soon as possible. Qin Feng shortly arrived at Yun Xiao's unit. Throughout the entire trip, Yun Xiao's body had been shaking uncontrollably, so she hurriedly got off when she saw that Qin Feng had stopped. She maintained some distance between Qin Feng and herself, and patted her perky chest as she gulped down air. After a while, she finally calmed down and looked at the familiar scenery around her. "Qin Feng, we're here," she cried out in shock. Yun Xiao hurriedly looked at her phone and found that from when they had left the university until now, less than 10 minutes had passed. The fastest she had ever arrived home was in 30 minutes. She continued to look around and found that she still couldn't see Wei Xiaolei's Gran Turismo. Only then did she accept the reality that Qin Feng had beaten Wei Xiaolei. Of course, Qin Feng didn't dare to tell Yun Xiao that in order to help her overcome her fear and social anxiety, he had chosen the longest route. This was so that he could stay close to Yun Xiao for as long as possible and try to help her get used to it. Otherwise, it would have only taken Qin Feng 5 minutes to arrive. The two of them stood there for a few minutes before Wei Xiaolei's limited edition Gran Turismo entered the district, heralded by its booming engine. What was amusing was that after entering the district, Wei Xiaolei didn't directly go to Yun Xiao's unit. He thought that he had won, so he completed a victory lap around the district, then did a 360-degree spin as he stopped in front of Yun Xiao's unit. Wei Xiaolei's control over the car made Qin Feng slightly smiled. This guy was indeed quite skilled. After obtaining the intermediate racing skills, Qin Feng could immediately tell how skilled someone else was at racing and driving. However, after some careful observation, Qin Feng knew that Wei Xiaolei's skills were far from his intermediate racing skills. The car's doors slowly lifted up and Wei Xiaolei got out, radiating with a sense of victory. He looked up towards the sky at a 45-degree angle, with an incredibly proud expression. After standing there for a while, he turned to look towards Yun Xiao's unit. When he saw Qin Feng and Yun Xiao standing there, he became completely petrified. After staring at Qin Feng in bewilderment, he turned to look at Yun Xiao, vigorously rubbed his eyes, looked back at them, and almost ran into a wall. He couldn't believe that Qin Feng had beaten him here while riding on an old bicycle and taking Yun Xiao as well. Wei Xiaolei's expression was as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. "Well, you bet, you pay. This showy Gran Turismo is this young master's from now on." Qin Feng ignored the petrified Wei Xiaolei as he snatched the keys from his hand and came back over to Yun Xiao. "Teacher Yun Xiao, I'm used to riding on my 28 bicycle, so I'll give this limited edition Gran Turismo to you." Qin Feng still wanted to use the 28 bicycle to train his body and wasn't interested in this grandiose car. However, Yun Xiao shook her head. She didn't want to use such a luxurious race car, much less one that used to be owned by Wei Xiaolei. Seeing that neither of them wanted this limited edition race car, of which there were only 12 in the entire world, Qin Feng could only shake his head in frustration. He walked around and found a big brick, then opened the Gran Turismo's car door, turned on the engine and put it on the accelerator. Boom! The sound from the car's engine almost deafened Qin Feng. Subsequently, the Gran Turismo shot out like a starving beast and crashed into a thick osmanthus tree with a bang. The sound of the collision was incredibly loud, and by the time the car landed, 2 of its wheels had flown out, while the remaining 2 that were still attached spun in the air. The car was flipped over and smoke billowed out from it. The incredibly flashy exterior was almost unrecognizable. The luxury race car worth tens of millions of dollars had been reduced to a pile of scrap metal. As Wei Xiaolei had stood weighing on, he had wanted to stop Qin Feng many times, but there seemed to be something stuck in his throat, which prevented him from speaking. His favorite luxury car had been destroyed in an instant, which caused his eyes to burn with fire as a savage expression appeared on his face. He stared at Qin Feng's back as he vowed, "Your elder will definitely find people to finish you and make you completely disappear from this world." Soon after, Wei Xiaolei left, but the massive collision drew out many of the residents. Seeing that such a luxurious car had been reduced to such a state, they all felt incredibly shocked and that it was a great pity. Wouldn't it have been great if it was gifted to them? Chapter 52. Chapter 52, Banquet of Treachery. Within the crowd, a woman who was wearing a police uniform was especially eye-catching. It wasn't because of her uniform, but because of her voluptuous body underneath. Compounding this with her incredibly icy appearance, Qin Feng immediately locked onto her in the crowd, unable to avert his gaze. The policewoman was called Lu Bingbing, and because of her family's influence, she had moved from the capital to Acropolis City. Here, she had immediately become the Acropolis City's Northern Region's deputy police director. She was a kind-hearted person, but because she had a fiery personality, as well as a righteous and evil-hating nature, she had personally caught tens of criminals shortly after arriving at the Acropolis City. Seeing the luxury car crashed onto the tree and the crowd gathering around, she walked over in the spirit of professionalism. "Is this car yours?" Lu Bingbing truly lived up to her name, which contained 2 ice characters. Although she was quite beautiful, no one dared to approach her, because of the trembling her aura would cause. Qin Feng looked at Lu Bingbing and found that apart from the iciness on her face, there was not a shred of emotion on it. However, it was this sort of woman that Qin Feng wanted to win the most. "Beautiful policewoman, this car is mine. If you like it, I can give it to you," Qin Feng said as he smiled at Lu Bingbing. Seeing the conspicuous desire in Qin Feng's eyes, Lu Bingbing coldly glared at him and replied, "I don't care what you drive and neither do I have any say in the matter. However, I'd be more than willing to execute a hedonistic young master like you for destroying such a luxurious car just to attract attention." Evidently, Lu Bingbing had misunderstood Qin Feng. She had thought that he destroyed the car just to show off. "Immediately find someone to clear out this scrap metal. If it's still here within 30 minutes, I'll arrest you for public nuisance and make you squat in a jail cell for 2 days. This woman was simply too cold, even for the seducer sage. At this moment, an old man collecting scrap metal squeezed through the crowd. He looked at the ruined car as he flabbered his lips and asked, "Whose car is this? Do you want to sell it to this old man as scrap metal? Hurry, don't miss this opportunity." Qin Feng was just thinking about how to get rid of this ruined car, and seeing that there was someone collecting scrap metal, he hurriedly gifted it to the old man. The old man became delirious with joy and repeatedly praised Qin Feng for being a good young man. When she saw that the scrap metal had been taken care of, Lu Bingbing coldly glared at Qin Feng before turning and leaving. At this moment, the old man came to the 28 bicycle and patted it as he yelled, "Whose crappy bicycle is this? If no one wants it, this old man will take it as well." Qin Feng hurriedly ran over and chased the old man away. He said his farewells to Yun Shao before riding off on the bicycle. The crowd had seen Qin Feng destroy a race car, then leave on an ancient bicycle. They were all completely perplexed. Who knew what went on in the heads of rich people? Qin Feng rode the bicycle back to the royal hotel and slept in one of the rooms until nighttime, when he was woken up by a call. After picking up the call, he heard Hao Yun's voice. "Young Master Qin, us Acropolis City's 4 princes haven't met up in a while. You've always been missing, you busy person. Us brothers are at the Amethyst Dragon Palace having fun. I've reserved the whole place to shout everyone today, hurry up and come." Alright, I'll go over when I have time." After hanging up, Qin Feng frowned. Hao Yun, who had called him over at night, definitely didn't have any good intentions. Last time at the banquet of the rich and powerful, he had publicly humiliated him. He had been wondering why that guy hadn't made any trouble for him recently, but now the trouble had come. Attending this kind of banquet of treachery was simply bringing trouble upon himself. However, Qin Feng had other ideas. After Ma De, who had been killed, he still hadn't been able to find any clues relating to who the mastermind behind that whole ordeal was. Qin Feng had tried to work on Bai Qin, but it seemed that he still needed some time. He suspected that it was likely that the mastermind was one of those 3 other princes. After all, how could one have the guts to oppose the Qin family without sufficient backing? Half an hour later, an elegantly dressed Qin Feng walked into the Amethyst Dragon. This was a private clubhouse that looked like an emperor's palace, and belonged to Hao Yun's family. Compared to the Qin family's royal clubhouse, the Amethyst Dragon Palace was only about half as big. However, its design was much more magnificent, while it also had some dirty dealings hidden away within it. Qin Feng had come here to have fun a few times, but ever since obtaining the Hedonist sovereign system, he hadn't come here at all. With the 4 princes all gathered here, it seemed that a night of entertainment was ahead of him. "Young Master Qin, young Master Yun has reserved the entire premises and has been waiting for you. Please come with me." As soon as he entered, a beautiful attendant wearing a red qipao greeted him and guided him inside. The Amethyst Dragon Palace fitted its name quite well. It was designed just like the Northern Sea Dragon King's palace in Journey to the West. The glass they walked on was transparent and they could see many different fish swimming around. There were also large glass pillars which contained many colorful bubbles. With the beautiful attendant leading him, Qin Feng was guided to the innermost private room. As he entered, he saw the other 3 princes lazily lying on the couches, smoking as 2 beautiful women massaged each of them on their backs while another massaged their feet. "Young Master Qin, we've finally invited you over." As soon as Qin Feng entered, an evil smile appeared on Hao Yun's face. He clapped his hands together and 3 more beautiful women walked in. They bowed to Qin Feng and prepared to help him get changed. Qin Feng waved his hands and dismissed the 3 women. Although the women at the Amethyst Dragon Palace were all beauties, they paled in comparison to Lin Bei, Xiao Ling Xian, Yun Xiao, and Bai Qing. Qin Feng had no interest in them. "Oh, young Master Qin seems to have changed. Where did the loose young Master Qin go? You've become a prim and proper person, haha." Seeing that Qin Feng had dismissed the women, the 3 princes all teased him, but Qin Feng didn't mind. He took off his clothes as he got into the hot spring pool behind them and soaked in pleasure. There were many kissing gourami fish in the water massaging his feet. Young Master Yun, young Master Zhou and young Master Sima all looked so happy and relaxed while gathered here. Is there going to be some entertaining show later? Every time the 4 princes gathered, there would be some fantastic entertainment. Alternatively, the 4 of them would race or gamble together, in order to create some excitement and pass the time. The 4 of them hadn't gathered together for a while, and Qin Feng could feel that something big was going to happen tonight. Don't worry, young Master Qin. This young master has a big gift for you, as well as a spectacular show. Just you wait. As Hao Yun spoke, an undetectable trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. The other 2 princes seemed to know what was about to happen, and all smiled at Qin Feng in wicked glee. Qin Feng knew that something was off, but he wasn't worried. Even if Hao Yun wanted to take revenge, he wouldn't dare to go too far. After all, they were all from powerful families. If things truly got ugly, it wouldn't be beneficial to either of their families. He chatted with the other three princes every so often as he lay in the pool. When the three of them were fully rested, they got up and put on their clothes, as if they were preparing themselves for a good show. Qin Feng also put on his clothes and walked out of the private room with the others. They took many turns and finally stopped at a viewing platform on the 3rd floor. Qin Feng looked down and found that the ground at the bottom was flat and empty, with the area around it surrounded by an iron cage. The iron cage was about 30 meters tall, and the buzzing sound indicated that there seemed to be an electric current running through it. This was evidently a fighting arena. Currently, there were 2 bare-chested, muscular men fighting inside. The viewing platforms on the 1st and 2nd floors were filled with people who were all shouting and cheering. However, there was only the 4 of them on the 3rd floor. The other 3 princes all found places to sit, and weighed the spectacle below with binoculars. Qin Feng also sat down. He still hadn't figured out what Hao Yun was trying to do. Just what was he up to? He was sure that it wouldn't be as simple as just inviting him to underground fights. "What do you think, young Master Qin?" asked Hao Yun, who was sitting next to Qin Feng, smiling. "If I remember correctly, when I previously came to the Amethyst Dragon Palace, this underground fighting arena wasn't here." Qin Feng maintained a calm disposition as he weighed the fight down below. Young Master Qin has a good memory. Indeed, this fighting arena wasn't here before. This fighting arena is this young master's gift to you tonight. I'm sure you didn't expect this, right? Indeed, Qin Feng had not expected this at all. However, he was sure that there was no good reason for Hao Yun to randomly gift him an underground fighting arena. He didn't say anything, and Hao Yun continued to speak as he laughed. "Young Master Qin, today was the first day that this underground fighting arena was opened. It has been running for 2 hours now, and do you know how much money it's made so far? $20 million, a whole $20 million. Hao Yun's face was filled with excitement and his eyes almost shone with light. This was just the profit from 2 hours. If it was a whole night, or a whole week, or a whole month, or a whole year, just how much would it be able to make? Young Master Qin, I don't dare to calculate all of this. Tonight, I'm gifting this ultra-profitable business to you, so let's put our disagreements from the past aside. Tonight, let's have the time of our lives." Chapter 53. Chapter 53, Tough Old Man. Hao Yun's smile became more and more intense. He signaled one of the employees at the bottom, then suddenly excitedly exclaimed, "Young Master Qin, a good show's about to start. Make sure you don't blink and walk carefully." Just as he spoke, the people in the fighting arena were replaced. A large, muscular man was pushed out. He had probably been locked up in a dark place and didn't seem well adjusted to the bright fighting arena. As he looked around him, he used his hands to block the light. Although his hands were covering most of his face, Qin Feng immediately recognized this person. It was the subordinate who he had just taken under him, Zhang Biao. After recognizing Zhang Biao, Qin Feng's expression became cold. He knew that Hao Yun didn't have good intentions in calling him over, but he never would have thought that he would have captured his subordinate and forced him into the fighting arena. "Young Master Yun, what's the meaning of this?" Although Qin Feng was usually a lazy and careless hedonist young master, he could seem quite terrifying when he became serious. Only 2 things could make the young Master Qin serious: subordinates he had accepted, they were his people, and his women. These 2 things were his triggers. Even if one was a god or a celestial, Qin Feng would fight them to the end if they messed with his people. What does young Master Qin mean by this? I don't quite understand. Hao Yun acted as if he didn't know what was going on, but Qin Feng knew that he was pretending. Zhang Biao should have been working on contacting the Wild Wolf Gang to take down the Flying Dragon Gang, so why would he come here to engage in underground fighting? Moreover, he had been pushed onto the stage. Evidently, he had been captured and forced here. Furthermore, he had been forced onto the fighting arena right after they had arrived. This simply couldn't be a coincidence. If all of this wasn't arranged by Hao Yun, Qin Feng would have run into a wall and died. Young Master Yun, let's not beat around the bush. Why did you call me here tonight and why did you capture my subordinate? What do you want in order to release my subordinate? Originally, Qin Feng had planned on looking for clues relating to the mastermind behind the plan to go against the Qin family. However, it seemed like there were new troubles for him now. Ha, young Master Qin is so direct, Hao Yun loudly laughed. His expression then suddenly darkened as he viciously glared at Qin Feng and said, "Since you dared to humiliate me in front of everyone at the banquet last time, you should have prepared yourself for this. Today, your elder's going to take you down and let you know that you're not invincible in this Acropolis city, ha ha ha." Hao Yun somewhat lost control of his emotions and started to roar with laughter. Qin Feng wanted to beat him up, but thinking to the fact that this was Hao Yun's territory, he controlled himself. He knew that as long as he didn't act first, Hao Yun wouldn't dare to do much to him. However, once he attacked, the situation could spiral out of control. Even if he killed him, he could say that it was out of self-defense. At this moment, the fight in the fighting arena began. The surroundings once again erupted with the cheers of the people who had placed bets on this fight. Qin Feng temporarily put the grievances he had with Hao Yun aside and leaned against the crystal railings as he looked down. Zhang Biao's opponent was an old man in his 50s or 60s, who was wearing a tang suit. He was on the skinny side and his eyes glimmered, giving them an unfathomable appearance. Of course, only a person with sufficient strength could feel another person's strength. Having broken through to stage 1, Qin Feng's senses had all been raised, which allowed him to tell that this old man definitely wasn't ordinary. He was definitely one of Hao Yun's subordinates who had been sent here to take care of Zhang Biao. However, it seemed that none of the spectators had placed any of their hopes in the old man. Most of them were loudly cheering for Zhang Biao. It seemed that most of them had placed their bets on Zhang Biao. Compared to the seemingly ordinary old man, this muscular and well-built young man appeared much more likely to win. Zhang Biao had been in the underworld for more than 10 years and could more or less gauge the strength of other people. He could tell that the old man in front of him was not as simple as he seemed, as his eyes were full of wariness. The old man suddenly moved, with surprising speed. Qin Feng's eyes almost couldn't track his movements, let alone Zhang Biao. Before Zhang Biao could even react to what was happening, he suffered a blow to his abdomen and was sent flying. He landed heavily on the ground and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Just a simple punch, without any fancy tricks, had sent a large, muscular man flying without any chance to retaliate. This scene stupefied all of the bettors. The people who had been cheering for Zhang Biao immediately shut up, looking like they had just eaten a pile of dung. Some of them even wondered if this was a case of mal-fixing. Perhaps only the 4 princes knew that Zhang Biao and the old man weren't pretending at all. Zhang Biao wished he could beat that old man down, but he was simply unable to. He lay on the ground and wrapped his arms around his abdomen. The spot where he had been struck was racked with pain, which was so intense that he felt like he was going to cough his internal organs out. The old man's nickname was Uncle Feng, which meant wind, because his speed made him seem like a gust of wind. After knocking Zhang Biao down with a single punch, Uncle Feng's expression did not change. An opponent like Zhang Biao was simply nothing to him. His feet lightly tapped on the ground as he came before him. Uncle Feng raised his foot and viciously stamped down on Zhang Biao's back. A powerful force swept through Zhang Biao's back, causing him to spit out yet another mouthful of blood. Fudge, just kill your elder if you dare. Stop acting like a little girl and using such little strength. Are you trying to give your grandpa a backscra? Zhang Biao was not stupid. From the moment he had been captured and thrown into a car, he knew that he had offended some important and powerful figure. This important and powerful figure probably had enmity with young Master Qin. When he was taken to the Amethyst Dragon Palace, Zhang Biao confirmed that Hao Yun was behind this. It seemed that the rumors of the young Master Qin falling out with the other three princes were true. Zhang Biao was a man among men, he would rather die standing than live kneeling. Since he had pledged his allegiance to Qin Feng, he would maintain his dignity even when facing death. As such, he loudly mocked Uncle Feng with his remaining strength. A cold smile appeared on Uncle Feng's face as he looked down at Zhang Biao, who was like an ant to him. There was not a shred of compassion in his eyes. He suddenly raised his foot and forcefully kicked Zhang Biao's stomach. Chapter 54. Chapter 54, Finish the fight within 10 minutes. A bang sounded out as Zhang Biao's body flew out like a leaf within a gust of wind. This time, Uncle Feng had kicked much harder, causing Zhang Biao to fly quite far. He smashed into the electric cage, which caused crackling and sizzling sounds. After dropping to the ground, Zhang Biao's body violently trembled as he foamed at the mouth and fainted. The spectators all cried out in horror. Those who thought that the maw had been fixed quickly dispelled that thought. No one wanted to use their own life to take part in such an act. The crowd now started to become interested in this hunchbacked old man. This underdog was a hidden and mysterious expert. It was uncertain whether Zhang Biao was dead or alive, but no one cared about him anymore. Zhang Biao caused more than half of the bettors to lose money. He was already gaining face since they were not cursing him. That was typical of the coldness displayed by those in the upper-class society. Qin Feng felt a wave of coldness pass through his heart. His fists were tightly gripped together, and he wished he could smash Hao Yun's head with a punch. However, he controlled himself. After seeing how loyal Zhang Biao was to him, Qin Feng was much more concerned about him right now. Young Master Yun, Zhang Biao won't be able to last very long. I want you to send him to the hospital right now, Qin Feng said to Hao Yun with a dark expression. Hao Yun felt delighted after seeing Qin Feng angrily begging him to send Zhang Biao to the hospital. He played with the jade ring on his thumb as he unhurriedly replied, Young Master Qin, I don't think I can allow that. This arena has its rules. Before the fight ends or a fighter surrenders, the fight must continue. Before the fight ends or a fighter surrenders. Zhang Biao was already unconscious. How was he meant to surrender? Qin Feng could tell that Hao Yun didn't dare to openly attack him. However, tonight he was determined to get rid of Zhang Biao as a show of strength. Qin Feng simply couldn't wait anymore after seeing Uncle Feng walking towards the unconscious Zhang Biao. He roared, Hao Yun, Zhang Biao's just a pawn. Aren't you just using him to get at your elder? Forget it, you don't need to make things so complicated. I want to replace Zhang Biao and fight that old man. This took Hao Yun by surprise. The Acropolis city's four princes were quite familiar with each other, but he had no idea Qin Feng could fight. Apart from seducing women, what else could that hedonistic young master do? Are you sure you want to replace Zhang Biao? Hao Yun suddenly sat up straight in excitement. If Qin Feng really wanted to go and fight, Hao Yun was more than willing. He had kept a grudge against Qin Feng after being humiliated by him at the banquet of the rich and powerful. However, because of Qin Feng's family, he hadn't dared to go too far. Now that Qin Feng was asking to fight, even if he was killed, it would have nothing to do with Hao Yun. After all, this was an underground fighting arena. Accidents were common, and one was responsible for their own life or death. Your elder said it very clearly. Let me replace Zhang Biao and fight. Qin Feng couldn't wait to teach that old man a lesson and get revenge for Zhang Biao. Today, he wanted the other three princes to know that the consequence for bullying Qin Feng's people was death. Haha. Alright, very well. This young master will arrange for you to fight then. Young Master Zhou, young Master Sima, you also heard that it was young Master Qin who personally asked to go and fight. If something happens, you can be my witnesses. Zhou Kai and Sima too expected that Qin Feng would request to go and fight. They were startled at first, but then they smiled with wicked glee and nodded, saying, Young Master Yun, since young Master Qin's gotten bored of beauties and wants to feel the stimulation of fighting, just make the arrangements for him. The three of them were of one mind, and in the end, after making some arrangements, Qin Feng was allowed to fight. Just as Qin Feng was preparing to walk down, a familiar frame walked up the stairs. When she saw Qin Feng, her eyes flashed with surprise as she asked, Qin Feng, you're here as well. Qin Feng looked at Han Ying, who was wearing a red dress. She looked extremely seductive, but he was worried about Zhang Biao's injuries, and didn't have time to talk to her. He nodded, and quickly descended down the stairs. Han Ying stared after him for a few moments before recovering. By then, Qin Feng was already gone. She felt that there was something different about Qin Feng today. There was a rare air of coldness and anger about him. Han Ying quickly ran to the third floor to see what was going on. When she arrived, Han Ying saw the other three princes. She had been invited here by Hao Yun to discuss business at the Amethyst Dragon Palace. Now, seeing that the four princes were gathered, she felt that something big was going to happen. Ho, the Jincheng city's #1 beauty is here. Quick, have a seat. Seeing Han Ying come over, Hao Yun's eyes immediately drifted over, lustfully falling on her body. A look of disgust flashed in Han Ying's eyes, but she gave a lovely smile as she said, What sort of lucky day is it for the Acropolis city's four princes to all be gathered here? Could it be that there's something big happening? Haha, of course there's something big. I'm sure Miss Han won't be disappointed. Hao Yun called Han Ying over to the seat that Qin Feng had just vacated. He had invited Han Ying here tonight to humiliate Qin Feng in front of her. He wanted to take revenge for the humiliation he had suffered at the banquet. Perhaps, if Han Ying saw his domineering side, she might even get into bed with him. Hao Yun couldn't help but smile after thinking about that. Miss Han, hurry and look below us. Qin Feng, that reckless brat, wants to fight in the underground fighting arena. I'll tell you a secret, you see that old man? Don't look down on him, he's an expert I've invited. He's the strongest out of all the fighters here. Hao Yun grinned as he looked down. Qin Feng had already walked into the arena. After hearing Hao Yun's words, Han Ying's expression changed as she looked at Qin Feng in shock. She simply couldn't understand what he was thinking. Young Master Yun, this isn't very good. What if something happens to young Master Qin down there? How will you deal with the consequences? Before coming to the Acropolis city, Han Ying had done her research on Qin Feng. According to her information, he didn't know how to fight at all. He was a hedonistic young master who didn't even have the strength to truss a chicken. He would definitely suffer if he fought against this old man, who was the strongest out of all the fighters here. Han Ying had come to the Acropolis city this time to discuss business with the Qin family. She wasn't interested in Qin Feng at all, but after meeting him, she started to worry about him. Even she didn't notice this subtle change. That brat was the one who requested to go and fight. It's got nothing to do with me. Hao Yun felt quite displeased as he saw Han Ying looking worried about Qin Feng. He ignored Han Ying, his eyes almost shooting out flames as he gazed at Qin Feng in the arena. An evil smile surfaced on his lips. Soon, even if Qin Feng didn't disappear from this world, he would become a cripple. What need was there to be angry? Zhang Biao, are you all right? Zhang Biao, wake up. As soon as Qin Feng entered the arena, he ran over to Zhang Biao and shook his body. However, he saw no reaction from him. The little pig's voice sounded out in Qin Feng's mind. Master, Zhang Biao has taken serious damage and needs to be taken to the hospital immediately. However, there isn't enough time. My recommendation is for Master to buy an elementary gold sore medicine to save Zhang Biao. Qin Feng hurriedly opened the system and prepared to buy an elementary gold sore medicine. However, it costed 100 hedonist points and he did not have a single hedonist point left. Master, you can break through to stage 2 through your fight with Uncle Feng. After receiving the reward, you can buy the elementary gold sore medicine. You can also obtain more hedonist points from the quest I'm about to give you. However, judging from Zhang Biao's injuries, he probably won't be able to last more than 10 minutes. Please be quick, Master. Just as the little pig finished speaking, an electronic voice spoke in Qin Feng's mind. Ding! The Hedonist Sovereign System has issued a quest, defeat the stage for external expert Uncle Feng. Quest time limit, 10 minutes. Successfully completing the quest will result in you receiving 500 hedonist points, failing will result in Zhang Biao being doomed. This quest put Qin Feng in a path of no return. He didn't want Zhang Biao to die. After all, he was only in this situation because he had decided to follow Qin Feng. The aura around Qin Feng suddenly became cold as he furiously gazed at Uncle Feng and walked over. Seeing Qin Feng personally come into the arena, Uncle Feng gave him a condescending look as he stroked his beard. Young Master Yun had told him that tonight was solely for the purpose of taking down Qin Feng. Now, it seemed that things were going to become much more interesting. Brat, you sure have an exaggerated opinion of your own abilities. You dare to personally challenge me? It seems that you've become tired of your lazy life and want to die quickly so you can quickly reincarnate and experience what it's like to be poor. Uncle Feng didn't feel threatened at all by Qin Feng. He could take care of hedonistic young masters like him with his eyes closed while using one hand. You injured my subordinate tonight, so you'll have to pay the price. As for whether I have an exaggerated opinion of my abilities, we'll see whether that's true after we fight. Qin Feng did not back down either as he coldly stared at Uncle Feng. As the two of them shot verbal barbs at each other, the spectators were sent into a frenzy. They had all seen how strong Uncle Feng was, and most of them were betting on him now. None of them paid any attention to the tall, skinny and fair-skinned Qin Feng. He definitely wasn't as strong as that muscular man from before. Chapter 55. Chapter 55, Biding His Time. I've always heard that young Master Qin of Acropolis City's 4 princes was always a high-profile person who acts arrogantly and condescendingly. Apparently he doesn't even put the other 3 princes in his eyes, and does whatever he wants. Before, this old man thought that you were just trying to be different, but it seems that you're just a frog in a well, who doesn't know that there are mountains beyond mountains, and people beyond people. Really, now? Qin Feng suddenly started to coldly laugh, wondering if all old people spoke so much. He impatiently said, "If you want to be arrogant, you need to have the strength to be arrogant." This young man would have been dead a long time ago if he didn't have the strength. I'm a simple person. If I'm not happy with you, I'll kill you, and if you're not happy with me, then come and kill me. However, I'm just worried that you don't possess the strength, and you'll die before killing me. Humph, as expected from a hairless brat. It's time for your death, and yet you're still acting so arrogantly. Your elder's going to let you know that even within the Acropolis City, there are people who dare to kill you. Uncle Feng was now well and truly angry. The pressure he was emitting from his body suddenly increased, which made the air around his body gently ripple. A punch that hit an astonishing amount of strength came sweeping towards Qin Feng's abdomen. As he punched out, Uncle Feng also roared out like a wild beast. Even the spectators who were far away could feel a light gust of wind from that roar, which made it seem like it could travel thousands of kilometers. The punch was simply too fast, and mercilessly smashed into Qin Feng's stomach. A look of shock flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. He didn't even have time to react as he flew out and heavily fell onto the ground. Despite trying to hold it back, he still coughed up a mouthful of blood. Fast. This old man was simply too fast. That was what Qin Feng was thinking inwardly. While he was still spectating from the third floor, he had been continuously observing Uncle Feng. Even then, he could barely see his movements, which indicated that this old man's strength was his speed. However, personally standing in the arena, he found that this old man's speed was far faster than he had expected. Moreover, that incredibly thin body hid a great amount of power. The system announcement had told him that Uncle Feng was a Stage 4 expert, and it was the first time Qin Feng had encountered such a strong person before. With his Stage 1 strength, as well as the intermediate Thunder Tiger fists, he could punch out with 5 times a normal person's strength, which might be enough to cope with Uncle Feng. However, after going into the arena, Qin Feng found that he had been too naive. Normally, a Stage 4 expert had 5 times a normal person's strength, and was 1.4 times faster than a normal person. Evidently, Uncle Feng was much faster than this, making it almost impossible for Qin Feng to even hit him. Despite having the flying dragon armor, after taking a direct hit, Qin Feng found it difficult to even stand from the pain. Whoosh! Yet another lightning-like and domineering punch was sent his way. The spectators fell into a momentary silence before being sent into a frenzy. This old man, who looked incredibly weak, but was in fact ridiculously strong, ignited their blood. Some of them were so excited, as if they were on drugs, that they almost jumped down from the second floor. Standing on the third floor, a look of worry hung on Han Ying's face. Her heart felt as if it was hanging in the air after seeing Qin Feng sent flying by a punch. She didn't know why she suddenly cared so much about Qin Feng, but she just wanted him to be fine. Brat, do you still dare to be arrogant to your elder? Qin Feng wasn't even able to defend himself before he was sent flying. This brat was a weakling of weaklings to Uncle Feng. As such, he didn't even place him in his eyes, and arrogantly stood over him, as if he was looking down at an ant that he would soon squash. Do you think your punches are that strong? After spitting out the blood in his mouth, Qin Feng coldly laughed. You're not ashamed to stand there and act all high and mighty? I mean, you're already so old, so when are you coming out to give massages? Even if you want to give massages, can't you put some strength into it? Didn't you eat tonight? Qin Feng mocked Uncle Feng on purpose. Although he had been beaten up quite pitifully, he found that every cell in his body seemed to be trembling with excitement and were rapidly absorbing the strength potion in his body. He knew that he was about to break through his limits. Last time when he was fighting Yuan Xiang, he had experienced this feeling, and had broken through to Stage 1. If Qin Feng could continue like this and break through to Stage 2, he would receive 500 hedonist points, which was enough to buy a gold sore medicine to save Zhang Biao. Moreover, he would have the strength to defeat Uncle Feng. As expected, Uncle Feng was enraged by Qin Feng's words. His eyes widened, as if they were going to explode, and he glared at Qin Feng and said, I never thought that you would be as courageous as that muscular man. It's a pity that in this society, the victors are the kings. Simply having courage is not enough. As he spoke, Uncle Feng suddenly raised his foot and forcefully stepped down on Qin Feng's hands. A crack sounded out as his wrists were snapped. Although the pain tore at his heart, Qin Feng gritted his teeth and endured it. Crack! This time, as Uncle Feng's feet landed, Qin Feng's legs were broken. Despite being so old, Uncle Feng's methods were incredibly vicious, causing the spectators to suck in a breath of cold air. The cheering also died down. The arena fell into a strange silence, to the point that one could hear a pin drop. Don't fight anymore, Qin Feng, just give up. If you keep going, you'll die. Seeing this scene, Han Ying almost cried as she yelled out to Qin Feng. Qin Feng could hear that Han Ying was genuinely worried about him, and he felt a slight warmth in his heart. He could feel his body's absorption of the strength potion reaching a bottleneck. If he could give it one more push, he would be able to step into stage 2. As such, he looked at the vicious old man without even a hint of fear or pleading as he roared, "Rotten old man, this young master will say it again. If you want to give a massage, then put in some effort. Otherwise, piss off. Fudge, since you want to die so badly, your elder will fulfill that wish of yours." Uncle Feng was completely furious at this point, and his old face became red. He gathered all of his strength into his feet as he kicked Qin Feng's chest. Go die. Chapter 56. Chapter 56, Crazily Erupting. The sound of the kick landing on Qin Feng's chest was akin to two cars traveling at great speeds colliding into each other. It was so loud that the entire arena slightly shook. Qin Feng was sent flying onto the electrified cage, causing crackling sounds to be heard. This scene caused everyone to be completely dumbfounded, and some squeamish women didn't dare to even look at Qin Feng anymore. They were certain that there would be blood and guts everywhere, and Qin Feng would have been completely fried by the electrified cage. Qin Feng, Han Ying couldn't help but call out as a stream of tears fell from her eyes. Even Han Ying believed that Qin Feng was dead as well. His wrists and legs had been broken, and he had been kicked like a ball then electrocuted. How could he still be alive? For some reason, when she thought to the fact that she could never see Qin Feng again, she felt an emptiness within her. Humph, reckless brat. To your elder, killing you is like stepping on an ant. On the other hand, Uncle Feng did not react at all to Qin Feng's death. He had already killed many people in the past, so adding Qin Feng to the list was no big deal to him. Of course, the person who was happiest at this moment was Hao Yun. He had personally seen Qin Feng being beaten to the point that he couldn't get up, and had finally been electrocuted to death. He was so happy that he felt he was going to go crazy. Zhou Kai and Sima too started to congratulate Hao Yun. Congratulations, young Master Yun. In future, with that annoying guy gone, the Acropolis City's 4 princes will become Acropolis City's 3 princes. They didn't like Qin Feng either, and seeing that Hao Yun had gotten rid of him, they were pleased that they didn't have to act themselves. Today's a day of great celebration. Please stay behind afterwards, I'm going to hold a grand banquet to celebrate. I'll tell Manager Ma later that everything in the Amethyst Dragon Palace tonight will be on my tab. Hao Yun was truly ecstatic. He had wanted to deal with Qin Feng for a long time, and never expected that Qin Feng would bring about his own death. It seemed that the heavens were on his side. Just as he was about to excitedly run down and talk to Manager Ma to waive the expenses of all the guests, a cold voice sounded out. The voice wasn't very loud, but it clearly fell in everyone's ears. It was like a peal of thunder, threatening to blow apart their heads. Young Master Yun, I'm still alive and well. What are you celebrating about? Qin Feng was just like a ghost, and no one had noticed him stand up. He was standing with his hands behind his back, and was standing incredibly straight. He had a light smile on his face and his body emitted a cold and sharp aura. It was as if he had died and become a new person. The domineering air that was coming from his body gave off a sense of pressure. The feeling everyone felt was akin to a spring wind after a terrifying storm, creating an image of new life. The spectators couldn't help but respect Qin Feng. The image of him standing there, looking like an invincible god of war, was firmly imprinted onto their hearts. After speaking, Qin Feng came over to Zhang Biao and squatted down as he pushed a red medicinal pill into Zhang Biao's mouth. He then stood up and looked at the time on his watch as a frivolous smile appeared on his face. He mumbled to himself, 3 minutes left. That should be enough to take care of this rotten old man. Qin Feng wasn't being overconfident. After being repeatedly beaten up, he had successfully broken through to stage 2, and had received 500 hedonist points from the system. He had bought 2 elementary gold sore medicines, one for himself and one for Zhang Biao. After eating the elementary gold sore medicine and adding on the fact that he had broken through to stage 2, Qin Feng's bones had completely healed, and he had become even more agile than before. He now possessed 4 times a normal person's strength, and combined with the intermediate Thunder Tiger fists, he could explode out with 6 times a normal person's strength. His speed was also 4 times a normal person's. Now, facing Uncle Feng again, Qin Feng had the strength to defeat him. "Humph, brat, I never thought you would be this hard to kill." Qin Feng had stood up as if he was fine, and apart from his singed clothing, he looked completely unharmed. Deep down, Uncle Feng felt a shred of fear. Even he wouldn't be able to take such a beating and survive, and yet Qin Feng looked completely fine. Of course, he kept his fear hidden within him instead of displaying it openly. Uncle Feng's eyes on his wrinkled face shot out icy intent as he fiercely spoke, "So what? Your elder doesn't mind killing you a few more times. I wonder how many lives you have." Suddenly, Uncle Feng's body exploded out with even stronger pressure, and even the spectators on the second floor could see the air rippling. Uncle Feng's body shot out so quickly that it became a blur, and was unable to be followed by the naked eye. It was as if Uncle Feng had teleported. In just an instant, he had arrived in front of Qin Feng, and his leg spun as he prepared to kick Qin Feng's head. "Heh, brat, this time your elder's going to kick your head into bits. I'll see if you can stand up again." As Uncle Feng roared out, the sound of his leg cleaving through the air could also be heard, making everyone feel incredibly astonished. In response, Qin Feng suddenly smiled. After breaking through to stage 2, his entire body had been enhanced. He found that the old man in front of him didn't seem as fast. At least, Qin Feng's eyes were able to follow his movements. Suddenly, Qin Feng shifted his body as he nimbly avoided Uncle Feng's ferocious kick, then spun and punched out. Uncle Feng's body was still turning in his kick when he was sent flying by Qin Feng's punch. Simple and agile, yet bold and powerful. That was the impression Qin Feng left on everyone's hearts. The spectators had long since been completely astounded, and couldn't express in words what they were seeing. They simply couldn't understand how Qin Feng, who had seemed so defenseless earlier, became so powerful all of a sudden. Uncle Feng held his stomach and vomited out a few mouthfuls of blood. He struggled to stand straight, and when he looked at Qin Feng again, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. However, they were predominantly filled with anger. He felt humiliated that he had been sent flying by this hedonistic young master who was rumored to be so weak that he couldn't even truss up a chicken. The aura around his body became even more intense, and he looked at Qin Feng as if he was a corpse. Originally, he had not gone all out, as he believed that he was facing a useless young master. However, things were now different. He sprang towards Qin Feng, preparing to use all of his skills to fight with him to the death. Uncle Feng was like a demon, and shot incredibly quickly towards Qin Feng. This time, Qin Feng found it difficult to follow his movements. He had thought that Uncle Feng was ridiculously fast, but only now did he realize that this was his true speed. Master, you can take off the flying dragon armor, which will instantly remove the weight on your body. This will allow you to become light as a cloud, creating unexpected results, the little pig reminded him. Qin Feng suddenly thought back to the flying dragon armor's description. He hurriedly unequipped the 150-kilogram flying dragon armor. Something strange happened. Qin Feng had been carrying the 150-kilogram heavy flying dragon armor for the past few days, and had kept it on him even when he was sleeping. Now that the weight was suddenly gone, he felt that his body was incredibly light, as if he had transcended this mortal plane. He looked at Uncle Feng, and strangely found that he now seemed incredibly slow. Qin Feng slightly tilted his head as Uncle Feng's fist swung towards him, easily dodging it. This time, Qin Feng wasn't in a hurry to counterattack. This sort of miraculous feeling made him feel incredibly excited. After taking off the flying dragon armor, his speed not only increased, but his senses and reaction speed were heightened as well. This scene was exactly like the ones shown in martial arts movies, where the main character could see his opponent's attacks in slow motion. Uncle Feng was already angry enough to go mad. After punching out with full confidence in hitting Qin Feng, then seeing Qin Feng easily dodge his punch, Uncle Feng angrily punched and kicked countless times. However, Qin Feng seemed to become faster and faster, and dodged each attack by the smallest of margins. This caused Uncle Feng to feel utterly furious as he felt like Qin Feng was toying with him. Just when Uncle Feng was about to cough up blood from his anger, Qin Feng looked at the time and found that the 10 minutes was nearly up. Alright, I can't be bothered playing with you anymore, you can go die now. As he spoke, he swept out with his palm, which left afterimages behind it. This palm seemed ordinary, but it was filled with vigor, and even gave Uncle Fu a sense of death. It smashed into Uncle Feng's chest, resulting in a large explosion. Uncle Feng flew backwards, and the momentum caused him to smash a crater in the cage. His body remained within the depression he had created in the cage, as the electricity repeatedly flowed through his body. It was like a scene from a sci-fi movie. The people who had come to spectate and bet had viewed a great performance tonight. They had weighed an intense and heart-racing fight, and then saw a person being electrocuted into ashes. Ding! Congratulations host Qin Feng for defeating Uncle Feng. You have received 500 Hedonist points. Ding! The Hedonist Sovereign System has issued a quest, break through to Stage 3. Quest time limit, 3 months. Successfully completing the quest will result in you receiving 1000 Hedonist points, failing will result in the host losing the intermediate Thunder Tiger Fists and never being able to learn the Thunder Tiger Fists skill again. Chapter 57. Chapter 57, Incredibly Domineering. Hao Yun and the other two princes were all completely dumbfounded. They had all known Qin Feng for a long time, but today was the first time they had realized how powerful he was. Han Ying's delight was also mixed with much shock. She never knew that Qin Feng was such a powerful external expert either. Young Master Yun, your dog's been taken care of, so you're next. Killing Uncle Feng wasn't Qin Feng's ultimate goal. Tonight, Hao Yun had completely enraged him. If it wasn't for the fact that he had been close to breaking through to Stage 2, the one who died would have been him. This time, Qin Feng decided that he was sick of being on the defensive. Who cared who this young Master Yun was? Anyone who dared to act against this young master like this would have to die. Hearing this roar, Hao Yun's legs gave out and he fell to the ground. He didn't know when, but Qin Feng had already arrived from the arena and was standing right in front of him. He was simply as fast as a gust of wind. Qin Feng, what are you going to do? Seeing the humorless smile on Qin Feng's face, Hao Yun was so scared that he started to tremble. What am I doing? You can't tell. Of course I'm sending you to reincarnate so you can be a good person in your next life. As he spoke, Qin Feng slowly walked towards Hao Yun. The pressure he released made it difficult for the people around him to even breathe. Hao Yun was so scared that all color disappeared from his face, and he stared at Qin Feng in fear and shock. He scrambled backwards until his body was firmly pressed against the railings of the third floor. There was nowhere left to run. Qin Feng, please let me go, and we'll cancel out all the grievances between us. I'll never make trouble for you again, all right? The strength Qin Feng displayed completely shocked Hao Yun. He never thought that Qin Feng would be able to defeat even Uncle Feng. Even if he was given the opportunity, he would never dare to oppose Qin Feng again. It's too late to say all that, Qin Feng said as he continued to walk forwards. Sima too suddenly stood up as his expression became serious. Qin Feng, you've already killed Uncle Feng, so you'd better control yourself and not make things too big. Give me, Sima too, some face, and stop here for tonight. How about that? Compared to Hao Yun and Zhou Kai who were scared witless, Sima too seemed much calmer. His family had existed since ancient times, and almost all of China had the Sima family's shadow over it. After seeing how powerful Qin Feng was, he wasn't scared, but had instead stood up and asked him to stop. What if I said that in front of this young master, your face is worth less than a shoe insole? Qin Feng blandly said without even looking at Sima Tuesday. Qin Feng, don't act too extravagantly. Seeing that Qin Feng wasn't planning on giving him any face at all, Sima Tu's face darkened. He was just about to threaten Qin Feng some more when Qin Feng suddenly acted. He suddenly kicked towards Hao Yun. Qin Feng used quite a bit of strength in this kick, as if he was kicking a feral dog. The strength behind the kick sent Hao Yun flying, and the silver railings behind him also shattered, causing him to fall. His body flew in a long arc, then finally hit the concrete floor heavily. Hao Yun had fallen 7 to 8 meters onto a concrete floor. Even if he wasn't dead, he would definitely be crippled. The sound of Hao Yun hitting the ground was quite loud, sounding like violent thunder in everyone's hearts. The things that had happened tonight were simply too shocking, and exceeded all of the spectators' imaginations. Zhang Biao woke up soon after being fed an elementary gold sore medicine by Qin Feng. He had seen Qin Feng courageously battling Uncle Feng, then weighed as Qin Feng kicked Hao Yun down from the third floor. He knew very clearly that Qin Feng did all of this for him. He felt incredibly blessed to follow a young master like this, and looking at Hao Yun, who was lying in a puddle of blood, a look of resolution flashed in his eyes. He pulled out a dagger from his clothes and unhesitatingly came over to Hao Yun. He lifted the dagger, then plunged it into Hao Yun's chest. Puchi! Hao Yun's head tilted, and his body trembled before he died. After killing Hao Yun, Zhang Biao did not look scared at all. Instead, he looked quite happy as he yelled out, "Everyone, look closely. This young Master Yun was killed by me, Zhang Biao, and his death had nothing to do with young Master Qin." Qin Feng looked down at Zhang Biao from the third floor, and felt a wave of warmth in his heart. It seemed that he had chosen a good subordinate, and the risk he had taken to save Zhang Biao was worth it. No one move. Put your hands on your head and squat on the ground. At this moment, a squad of police officers rushed onto the scene. However, the entire situation had fallen into complete chaos, and no one wanted to listen to the police officers and be caught. As such, many of the spectators began to flee. However, when they reached the exit, they found that the arena's 2 back doors and main entrance were already surrounded by police. Only then did they obediently squat on the ground and give in. When the arena settled down, a devastatingly beautiful woman walked in. She was wearing tall, black boots, which clicked as she walked on the concrete. Her uniform bulged at her chest, but there was not a shred of emotion on the policewoman's face. Her face was as cold as ice that had been frozen for 10,000 years, and anyone who looked at her shivered. She calmly glanced around at the people around her, then went up to the third floor. She stood in front of Qin Feng and the others as she looked down from the platform on the third floor. She immediately saw Hao Yun lying in a pool of blood, which caused her to deeply frown. "Can anyone tell me what happened here?" Qin Feng had met this policewoman before. She was the one who had been at Yun Zhao's district, Lu Bingbing. Qin Feng didn't give Sima two-face just then, and he had been quite displeased about it. Now that he had an opportunity to take revenge, Sima Tu hurriedly answered Lu Bingbing's question. "Beautiful police officer, I saw that man next to you kill the person down there." Lu Bingbing's gaze fell on Qin Feng, and the look in her eyes became even colder. She still remembered that Qin Feng was the rich young master who had destroyed a luxury car in public. Lu Bingbing completely hated this sort of hedonistic young master. "Police officer, this matter's unrelated to young Master Qin. Everyone here saw that it was me who stabbed that brat to death. That brat has done countless evil deeds, and loved to oppress everyone he saw. I couldn't stand him, so I decided to get rid of him." Zhang Biao hurriedly shouted up towards the third floor, trying to take the crimes on himself. However, what he said wasn't wrong. Hao Yun was normally strung through and filled with evil, and had an extremely bad reputation within the Acropolis city. Chapter 58. Chapter 58, Arrested. Lu Bingbing had just been transferred over from the capital and wasn't very familiar with the powers in the Acropolis city. She didn't know who Qin Feng was, or any of the other princes. She only knew that there was an illegal fighting arena here, and that 2 people had died. When she saw Uncle Feng, who was still on the cage and had been burnt to crisp, Lu Bingbing's body shot out an icy aura. Such a thing had happened in the region she was in charge of. She was truly furious. Don't bother arguing with me. Take them all away. I'll interrogate you all one by one and learn what the truth is." As the deputy police director of the northern region, she had received information from someone on the inside that there was an illegal fighting arena within the Amethyst Dragon Palace. As such, she had immediately brought over a police squad. As she waved her hand, a drove of police officers rushed in and started preparing to transport the people here to detention. Because there were so many people to detain, many of the police officers who were standing by the entrances and exits were now gone. There were only 2 police officers standing at the door, which caused Qin Feng's eyes to light up as he tried to think of a way for Zhang Biao to escape. If Qin Feng was caught, he would be released very soon as he had the Acropolis city's Qin family's power behind him. However, Zhang Biao was different. He already had a criminal history and had killed 2 people for Qin Feng. If he was caught, he was done for. "Master, there are 20 elite police officers here. According to the system's calculations, if Master tries to take Zhang Biao and flee, both of you will be shot and killed within 8 seconds. Just as Qin Feng was about to move, he heard the little pig's voice echo in his mind. This scared Qin Feng into standing incredibly still. The little pig continued to speak. "Master, my recommendation is that you buy a super smoke bomb to instantly fill the room with smoke. That way, Master will be able to help Zhang Biao quickly escape." "Little pig, are you dumb? If I threw out a smoke bomb, I wouldn't be able to see anything either." "Master, you're the dumb one. When buying a super smoke bomb, the system also gives a pair of goggles that allows the wearer to see normally, in spite of the smoke," the little pig proudly said. Qin Feng didn't know how to respond. He could only swallow his frustration and spend 200 hedonist points to buy a super smoke bomb. Why were those things so goddamn expensive? "Master, if you can't understand how high-tech the system's items are, then don't complain. The super smoke bombs are much more advanced than your world's smoke bombs. Moreover, the smoke they release is completely harmless, so even if you breathe in a lot, you'll be completely fine. Be satisfied already, master. Ever since the little pig had destroyed Liangxing's corpse using its fireball skill, it had become more and more conceited. However, Qin Feng couldn't retaliate at all. After all, the little guy could spit out fireballs. He didn't bother to continue complaining to the little pig and quickly activated the super smoke bomb, then threw it next to Zhang Biao. Immediately, clumps of smoke began to rise up with Zhang Biao at the center. In less than 5 seconds, the entire room was filled with smoke. Qin Feng immediately put on the smoke goggles and rushed over to Zhang Biao, his body still feeling incredibly light after unequipping the flying dragon armor. In just a few breaths of time, he arrived by Zhang Biao's side. "Zhang Biao, be quiet and follow me," Qin Feng quietly spoke, as he pulled Zhang Biao towards one of the back exits. "No one move. Squat down where you are. Squad 2, hurry and open the windows and doors to clear this smoke," Lu Bingbing's icily commanded. Anyone would be able to tell how furious she was just from the sound of her voice. Qin Feng moved incredibly quickly as the police officers opened all of the doors. He ran towards the back exit closest to him and successfully made it out with Zhang Biao. "Zhang Biao, you go first. Take this card, it'll be enough to last you for a while. When everything settles down, I'll contact you." Qin Feng threw a bank card to Zhang Biao, then quickly ran back into the ROM. Zhang Biao had to escape, but he couldn't. Who didn't recognize his face in the Acropolis city? It would be pointless even if he did run. Zhang Biao watched Qin Feng disappear. The muscular and incredibly tough man secretly wiped away a tear in his eyes as he determinedly also ran off. The smoke had spread quite quickly, but it was also easy to clear. Not long after Qin Feng arrived back at the 3rd floor, the room became clearer and everyone could see again. However, there was someone missing, the muscular man who had claimed to have killed Hao Yun. "Where's the man who was standing there? Hurry up and look for him, don't let him escape." As soon as the smoke cleared, Lu Bingbing discovered that Zhang Biao was gone, and immediately sent people to look for him. She suddenly turned to look at Qin Feng, her beautiful eyes threatening to pierce through him. "Did you throw that smoke bomb?" "What smoke bomb? I thought you guys threw it in to scare us. That really gave me a great fright," Qin Feng said, feigning ignorance. Lu Bingbing stared into Qin Feng's eyes. When the smoke bomb had activated, she felt a gust of wind blow by her, as though Qin Feng had run past. All of you are coming back to the police station with you. I'll interrogate each one of you and get the information I need." Lu Bingbing's beautiful face caused Sima Tu and Zhou Kai to lust after her, but the aura she gave off was simply too cold. Although they had their desires, neither of them dared to try and get closer to her. The order within the room settled down, and most of the police were busy detaining and transporting the spectators. There were 3 police vans filled with people, and Lu Bingbing had to phone for more vehicles. Qin Feng, Han Ying, Sima Tu, and Zhou Kai were driven in Lu Bingbing's police car. Lu Bingbing looked extremely displeased as she drove, and the temperature within the car fell a few degrees because of her. No one dared to say anything, but Han Ying, who was sitting in the passenger seat, would occasionally look at Qin Feng through the rearview mirror with a worried gaze. The car arrived at the North District Sub-Bureau and the 4 passengers got out. After getting out, Sima Tu and Zhou Kai started to make phone calls to arrange for people to take care of the matter. Qin Feng also took out his phone to call Uncle Fu, but as soon as he pulled it out, it was confiscated by Lu Bingbing. "What are you pulling out your phone for? You're coming with me to the interrogation room. You can call whoever you want after telling me everything." Lu Bingbing had already been quite displeased with this young master because of the incident with the luxury car, and now, she had caught him in the illegal fighting arena. As such, she dragged Qin Feng into the interrogation room first. When she saw this, Han Ying felt a little anxious. She took out her phone and prepared to find people to take care of this. It was completely dark within the police station's interrogation room number 3. Qin Feng sat on a wooden chair, as Lu Bingbing suddenly turned on the desk lamp and pointed it towards him. The blindingly bright light made it difficult for Qin Feng to even open his eyes, making him wonder if this policewoman was a demoness. Name. Lu Bingbing's piercingly cold voice rang out, devoid of any emotion. She had only been transferred here from the capital a week ago, and as soon as she arrived, she had vowed to take down the forces of evil in the Acropolis city. She was an extremely righteous and cold policewoman. Qin Feng. Through the gaps in his fingers, he could see Lu Bingbing's pretty face, and he smiled, saying, "Of course, you can also call me the seducer sage, young Master Qin." Although he had been taken to the police station, Qin Feng did not feel nervous at all. Zhang Biao had taken Hao Yun's death on himself, so with the Qin family's power, it wouldn't be long before he could leave. If you don't want to be beaten, act seriously. Lu Bingbing glared at Qin Feng as she continued to ask, "Age? The perfect age for thinking about marriage. Miss Beautiful, do you want to consider it? My family's quite rich." Lu Bingbing was so angry that the icy aura around her became even colder, and her chest heaved under her uniform, making Qin Feng not want to leave anymore. "I'll warn you one last time. If you continue to spout nonsense, I'll cripple you." Lu Bingbing realized that Qin Feng was one of those annoying types, so she stopped bothering with the basic questions and started asking the important ones. "Tonight, you illegally fought in the Amethyst Dragon Palace and killed 2 people. Go through the events of the night." The frivolous expression on Qin Feng's face was swept away as he looked at Lu Bingbing with great interest. This woman was quite smart. She could tell that Zhang Biao was trying to take Hao Yun's death on himself, so she directly blamed Qin Feng for both Hao Yun and Uncle Feng's deaths. She was quite vicious. Combined with Lu Bingbing's cold and beautiful appearance, any normal person would fall into this trap. "Beautiful policewoman, I'm not sure what you're talking about." "Yes, I fought illegally, but I didn't kill anyone. The person who killed people already escaped, you should be capturing him." "You can't just put the blame on me," Qin Feng said with a serious expression. Seeing that Qin Feng hadn't fallen for it, Lu Bingbing's voice became stricter. "You'd best tell the truth. Was the person who escaped your accomplice? Were you the one who helped him get away?" she asked. Qin Feng had a look of great injustice on his face as he replied, "Oh, beautiful policewoman, don't lump me in with someone like that. He killed 2 people by himself, how could I have such a friend?" Lu Bingbing couldn't hold in her anger anymore. When she saw Qin Feng for the first time, she immediately knew that he was a useless young master who only knew how to play and enjoy himself. She wanted to use force to make him submit. Chapter 59. Chapter 59, Is the System Crazy? Suddenly, the interrogation room's door was opened, and Officer Xiao Lu walked in with a serious expression. "Director Lu, this is some of the evidence we found at the Amethyst Dragon Palace, as well as some of the gamblers' statements." Xiao Lu placed 2 documents onto the interrogation desk. He had looked through the documents, and now weighed Qin Feng as he started to pray for him. Although Lu Bingbing had only arrived a week ago, everyone in the police station had seen her fiery temper and valiant skills. Even if a mass murderer was brought into the police station and fell into Lu Bingbing's hands, all of the police officers in the North District Sub-Bureau would pray for them. This was because Lu Bingbing's methods were simply too frightening. "Director Lu, if there's nothing else, I'll be going first," Xiao Lu hesitantly said. Seeing that Lu Bingbing paid no attention to him, he hurriedly exited the room. As he closed the door, he looked at Qin Feng in pity. Lu Bingbing scanned through the two documents seriously and her expression darkened. Qin Feng, the underground fighting arena in the Amethyst Dragon Palace was your investment that you opened? Lu Bingbing suddenly looked up and glared at Qin Feng. Even Qin Feng was dumbfounded by what she said. The Amethyst Dragon Palace doesn't belong to my old man. How could I possibly open a fighting arena there? Beautiful policewoman, you can't just go around unfairly accusing people. Lu Bingbing threw the document onto the table in front of him. He skimmed through the contract, which stated that he was buying the underground fighting arena. Qin Feng immediately understood what had happened. This was probably the big gift that Hao Yun said he was giving him. Hao Yun must have planned for Qin Feng to watch Zhang Biao be killed, then call the police on Qin Feng. Because his name was on the contract and the fighting arena had taken in tens of millions of dollars, as well as the fact that people had died, the Qin family would have to pay a hefty price for Qin Feng's safety, no matter how powerful they were. Qin Feng couldn't help but admit that this move by Hao Yun was quite savage. However, he had underestimated Qin Feng, and his plan was foiled by Qin Feng's abilities. In the end, he had died because of this scheme of his. He had truly suffered a double loss in trying to outplay Qin Feng. Are you still going to say that I'm unjustly accusing you? Seeing that Qin Feng had fallen silent after reading the document, Lu Bingbing continued to emphatically question him. Qin Feng raised his hands, innocently saying, I really didn't know about this. I'm sure there's someone framing me. Framing you? How could someone frame you with an underground fighting arena worth tens of millions of dollars? Do you really think I believe such a thing? Evidently, Lu Bingbing did not believe him at all. She then threw over another document and spat, then what about you killing an old man in front of all of the spectators? Were you also framed into that? Qin Feng looked through the document and found that it contained the statements of many of the spectators. Countless eyes had seen him send Uncle Feng flying into the electrified cage, where he was burnt to crisp. Qin Feng simply couldn't dispute this matter. Moreover, Lu Bingbing didn't know who Uncle Feng was and thought that he was just a normal old man. When she thought of this evil, hedonistic young master killing a poor old man for fun, she wanted to execute him on the spot. Ding! The hedonist sovereign system has issued a quest. Hug Lu Bingbing for 10 seconds. Quest time limit, 1 hour. Successfully completing the quest will result in you receiving 100 hedonist points. Failing will result in the host being thrown into jail for half a year. Ding! The hedonist sovereign system has issued a quest. Train Lu Bingbing to be as gentle as a lamb and completely obedient to the host. Quest time limit, 3 months. Successfully completing the quest will result in you receiving 3,000 hedonist points. Failing will result in the host losing 2 women closest to him. After seeing these quests, Qin Feng couldn't help but inwardly curse, and he started to wonder whether the system was crazy. Train Lu Bingbing to the point that she was as gentle as a lamb and completely obedient to him. Qin Feng looked at Lu Bingbing in front of him and instantly exploded with complaints. Little pig, why the hell is this quest so ridiculous and weird? Ling Qin complained. Master, the quest to hug Lu Bingbing is based on Master's desires, and I gave it to you for some service. As for the quest to train Lu Bingbing, that was a compulsory quest given by the system and has nothing to do with me, the little pig lazily said, acting as though Qin Feng's life and death had nothing to do with it. Qin Feng felt a bit awkward upon hearing that the little pig had access to his desires. But even so, how could it make a quest like this and call it service? Qin Feng could already imagine the scene of him being crippled by Lu Bingbing after hugging her. You goddamn punk, stop acting dumb with me. I've seen far too many scoundrels like you. I'll ask you one more time, will you confess or not? It was as if Qin Feng had lost his soul. After asking him many times, he had not reacted at all, which caused Lu Bingbing to angrily roar. Qin Feng suddenly came back to his senses. He didn't even consider whether he wanted to confess or not. Instead, he looked at the beautiful woman who was glaring at him and gritted his teeth as he sprang at her. "Beautiful policewoman, there's no one else in this interrogation room, so play with Big Brother for a bit." Qin Feng was fast as lightning, and before Lu Bingbing could react, he had enveloped her in his embrace. A faint fragrance wafted into Qin Feng's nose. It wasn't the smell of perfume, but the natural fragrance of Lu Bingbing's body. Perhaps it was because Lu Bingbing regularly exercised and practiced martial arts, but her skin was firm and supple, and her figure was simply incredible. Qin Feng felt that he could use a single arm to wrap around her entire waist. The two large rabbits pressing against his chest were almost bursting from her uniform, and made Qin Feng feel dizzy. A multitude of thoughts raced through Qin Feng's mind, and Lu Bingbing was completely stunned. She had never been hugged by a man like this before, and never expected Qin Feng to do such a thing. It was as if her soul had been stolen, and she lay in Qin Feng's embrace without moving. Ding! Congratulations, host Qin Feng, for completing the quest to hug Lu Bingbing for 10 seconds. You have received 100 hedonist points. Gotcha! At this moment, the door to the interrogation room was once again opened, and Xiao Lu once again walked in. He had an anxious expression on his face, as though something big had happened. Chapter 60. Chapter 60, So they were dancing. When he saw the scene before him, Xiao Lu was so shocked that he dropped the documents in his hands. His mouth was opened so wide that a goose egg would be able to fit in it. He had expected to see Qin Feng bloodied and bruised when he returned, to the point that he was unrecognizable. However, the incredibly strange scene in front of him was completely different to what he had expected. Why was the #1 cold beauty of the North District Sub-Bureau hugging this loose and dissolute young Master Qin? Had she been tempted by the Qin family's power and wealth? If that was so, he had wrongly judged this Director Lu. Xiao Lu was feeling quite annoyed. Lu Bingbing was a goddess to all males in the entire Sub-Bureau, so he wished that he could replace Qin Feng when he saw her intimately hugging him so tightly. Lu Bingbing snapped back to her senses when Xiao Lu entered and immediately shoved Qin Feng away. Her expression became furious to the extreme, and if Xiao Lu wasn't present, she probably would have executed Qin Feng on the spot. Director Lu, something important came up. Xiao Lu was in a great hurry. Otherwise, he wouldn't have barged in like this. Hurry up and spit it out. Lu Bingbing squeezed each word through her teeth. Director Lu, the head bureau's director Ma just called. He told you not to act recklessly and that he's heading over right now. He'll make the decision when he arrives. Xiao Lu wiped off some cold sweat from his forehead. He never thought that the Qin family was so powerful. Qin Feng had been here for less than 10 minutes and yet, there were already major officials calling. There's also Mayor Niu. He just called to tell us that he would be here immediately, and not to do anything extreme. There's also Secretary Wang. He's overseas at the moment, but he said that his assistant would be here soon, and that we need to comply with the orders from the higher-ups. Also... Alright, enough, you can leave. Xiao Lu hadn't finished speaking, but Lu Bingbing didn't want to hear it anymore. After chasing Xiao Lu out, she glared at Qin Feng and said, "Looks like you have powerful backers. Otherwise, you wouldn't have acted so arrogantly. However, let me tell you that I, Lu Bingbing, am an incredibly righteous person. I can't stand you useless and hedonistic young masters. No matter what sort of backing you have, I'll still beat you until you submit if you're in my territory." Qin Feng wondered if Lu Bingbing had weighed too many female warrior shows when she was younger. However, when he saw her lock the door to the interrogation room, he couldn't help but start to feel nervous. Could there be some sort of unwritten rules in this police station? Director Liu, it's only the first time we've met. Don't you think that this development is a bit too fast? Qin Feng smiled as he looked at Lu Bingbing. She almost wanted to cough up blood and didn't waste any words as her slim, beautiful legs swept towards him. Although her legs were long and slim, they made a cleaving sound as they flew through the air. Luckily, Qin Feng was able to react quickly and he twisted his body. Lu Bingbing's foot landed on the chair that Qin Feng had been sitting on, splitting it in two. Holy fudge, you want me to turn this fiery-tempered policewoman into a gentle and obedient little lamb? Can I spend hedonist points to get rid of this quest? I'll give as many as you want. When he looked at the destroyed chair, Qin Feng felt incredibly shocked. Luckily, he had reacted quickly, otherwise, his bones probably would have been broken. Director Liu, are you inside? Hurry and open the door. Director Ma, Mayor Niu and Secretary Wang's assistant are outside. Xiao Lu's voice came from outside the door. Hearing that reinforcements had arrived, Qin Feng hurriedly went over to open the door. But how could Lu Bingbing allow Qin Feng to do as he wished? She stood with her back against the door and chillingly declared, Qin Feng, if I don't break your dog legs today, my name isn't Lu Bingbing. So you don't like your name. How about you change your surname to mine, and become my wife? Qin Bingbing, that doesn't sound too bad. Realizing that this fiery-tempered policewoman wasn't going to let him go, Qin Feng stopped dodging around and decided to fight her head-on. It would be a good opportunity for him to break into stage 3. You're still spouting nonsense with death staring you in the face. Take this. Lu Bingbing was so angry that the whites in her eyes were showing, and she once again sprang at Qin Feng. This time, she was much faster, and the pressure she was emitting was much stronger. Although her fists were quite small, they were filled with power and were not to be underestimated. Qin Feng countered with his own punch, but didn't use his full strength. He could tell that Lu Bingbing was a stage 2 expert, so he only used 3 times a normal person's strength. However, Lu Bingbing was unable to defend against a top-grade external technique like the Thunder Tiger fists. She stumbled back, hitting the corner of the table, and was about to fall to the ground. Qin Feng shook his head. How could he allow such a beautiful policewoman to fall? His figure flashed as he arrived beside her and caught her with his arm around her waist. Both of their movements were quite elegant, as if they were dancing a waltz. Qin Feng had an evil smile as he looked down at Lu Bingbing. Her face was flushed and her chest heaved. Killing Qin Feng 100 times wouldn't be enough to relieve the anger that she felt. At this moment, the interrogation room's door was broken door. The 2 police officers who had shoulder-charged the door fell through, as a large group of young men wearing official-looking uniforms walked in. They were all important figures from various government departments within the Acropolis city. If anyone saw this scene, they would probably feel blinded. The number of officials gathered here made it seem like there was an important meeting going on. All of them were dumbfounded, and they all looked at Qin Feng and Lu Bingbing strangely. From the outside, they could hear the sounds of fighting, so they thought that the violent Lu Bingbing was torturing Qin Feng. As such, they had decided to break down the door, but after entering, they saw Qin Feng intimately holding Lu Bingbing. They were dancing. Feng, are you alright? Qin Huang rushed in. However, after seeing Qin Feng, all of his worries disappeared. With so many people now at the scene, Qin Feng couldn't continue to take advantage of Lu Bingbing. He let go of her waist as he replied, "Dad, don't worry, I'm completely fine." After the father and son talked for a bit, a few other officials walked over. Qin Feng saw Han Ying and the other 2 princes walking with them. Han Ying looked incredibly worried, while Zhou Kai and Sima too looked quite displeased. Director Liu, you don't need to look into this matter anymore. It was a misunderstanding. You can let them go now. As the director of the head bureau, Director Ma had been worried for the entire night. 10 minutes ago, he had received calls from 2 senior officials from the capital regarding the Acropolis City's Qin family. Under this sort of pressure, he didn't dare to make any mistakes. Let this brat go. Evidently, Liu Bingbing didn't care about the hierarchy. She maintained her cold and arrogant demeanor as she said, Director Ma, I have 2 pieces of evidence that are enough to make Qin Feng sit in jail for the rest of his life. How can we just let him go? Director Ma's face almost started to turn green. However, this hot-tempered little policewoman in front of him wasn't someone to be trifled with. Everyone felt that Liu Bingbing's background was quite mysterious, but didn't know who was backing her. However, Director Ma knew that she was from the capital's Liu family. The Liu family was a powerful family whose mysteriousness made him feel incredibly small in comparison. Director Liu, I have the say in this matter, so don't interfere anymore. Under the pressure from various sides, Director Ma decided to side with the Qin family. After all, he simply couldn't afford to offend those 2 senior officials. They could remove him in a matter of minutes. Liu Bingbing was so angry that her face seemed to be covered with frost. She was about to continue arguing when another group of well-dressed men walked into the interrogation room. The relatively spacious room was now filled with a crowd of important figures. Who said that we can just let this matter go? 2 people died, can you just let that go? The new group of people was led by a white-haired old man. He was the senior figure in the Acropolis City's Hao family, Hao Long Tian. He had erupted in rage when he heard that his beloved grandson had been killed by Qin Feng, and decided to use all of the Hao family's power to deal with him. A battle between 2 large families had quietly begun. After looking around, Hao Long Tian's gaze fell on Qin Feng and his eyes burned with fire. If he could, he would have personally killed Qin Feng on the spot. A life for a life, that's what justice is. Even if it's the Qin family's boy, he won't be able to escape the judgment of the law. The people that the Hao family had brought were all important figures, and apart from the officials from the Acropolis city, there were also some officials from the neighboring cities. In fact, there were even some people from the capital. This sort of lineup didn't lose out at all to the people the Qin family had brought. When this wave of people come in, Sima Tu and Zhou Kai's eyes lit up with excitement. Half of these people had been invited by the Sima and Zhou families. There were 4 big families in the Acropolis city, and it seemed that 2 of them were about to start fighting. The Sima family and Zhou family could simply stand by and watch, but had decided to help the weaker Hao family. They were all hoping that the Qin and Hao families would suffer great losses, and that they would reap the benefits. If that happened, they would each control half of the Acropolis city. Department Head Zhao, why have you come? When he saw that even the department head Zhao from the capital had arrived, Director Ma felt that he was on the verge of collapse. He knew that in a battle between 2 large families, many different powers would be dragged in. If I didn't come, you'd be releasing a murderer. Director Ma, do you even know how to do your job? It seems that I need to report your behavior today to the higher-ups. Department head Zhao threatened as he glared at Director Ma. Chapter 61. Chapter 61, Educating the Newbie. Director Ma felt torn. Although he wanted to comply with the 2 senior officials' wishes and help the Qin family, Department Head Zhao greatly outranked him. It was simply too difficult to defend Qin Feng. In an instant, the situation greatly changed and swung in the Hao family's favor. There's nothing left to say. That little bastard Qin Feng killed my grandson Hao Yun, and there's enough evidence to prove he did it. I say we sentence him now. It'll definitely be the death sentence. The room quickly fell silent, as though Qin Feng had really been given the death sentence. The only sound that could be heard was heavy breathing, and even Qin Huang wasn't able to defend Qin Feng. A lazy and unhappy sound cut through the silence. Since you disrespected me first by calling me a little bastard, I won't give you face either. Oi, rotten old man, what right do you have to sentence me to death? And when did you see me kill your grandson? That guy was killed by a muscular and bearded man, who has already escaped. You should be hunting him down now. You, what did you just call me? Hao Yun's grandfather suddenly coughed as his face twisted. He pointed at Qin Feng and roared, "You little bastard, even if you didn't kill Hao Yun, you definitely killed an old man. An evildoer like you, who would kill a defenseless old man who didn't even have the strength to truss up a chicken, deserves 100 death sentences." Qin Feng was quite displeased that Hao Yun's grandfather was still calling him a little bastard. Rotten old man, don't try to play dumb. That dead old man was a top-no expert, don't try to make him sound pitiful. If you ask me, I'd say he was probably a murderer escapee, he replied. Qin Feng wasn't speaking nonsense. He simply didn't believe that Uncle Feng had never killed anyone before. It was likely that he had killed people in the past and that he was seeking refuge. As such, he had found a backer to hide him as he evaded the police. Don't you dare slander him. That old man was my family's old butler. He was a kind soul and had no family. He was in terrible health and would be coughing and wheezing after walking only a few steps. I simply don't know how you were able to bring yourself to kill him. A look of shock flashed across Hao Yun's grandfather's face, but an angry gaze quickly replaced it. He had lied so confidently that even Qin Feng was impressed. Qin Huang silently stood at the side, observing everything. When Qin Feng mentioned that the old man was a murderer, Hao Yun's grandfather had appeared flustered for a split second, which didn't escape Qin Huang's notice. He immediately whispered to Uncle Fu next to him, and Uncle Fu disappeared like a gust of wind. It's very clear that Qin Feng killed 2 people. There's no need to defend him anymore. Department Head Zhao finally spoke. Director Liu, lock this person up in your North District Sub-Bureau while I report this evil matter to the higher-ups. We'll sentence him tomorrow. I hope you'll keep an eye on him during this time. He could tell that Lu Bingbing vehemently hated Qin Feng, which was perfect for him. He could rest assured with Qin Feng locked up here. With the matter decided, Hao Yun's grandfather left with the people he had brought. Qin Huang and the people he had brought all looked quite distressed. Feng don't worry. I've already asked Uncle Fu to investigate that old man's identity. We'll try to get you out as soon as possible. It'll be hard on you tonight. Qin Huang still couldn't understand how Qin Feng could have killed Hao Yun. However, the situation was too urgent and he had no time to ask. He comforted Qin Feng for a while before taking the people he had brought and left. The battle between the Acropolis City's Qin family and Hao family had begun. Qin Huang had many things that he needed to prepare. The 2 groups of people had come and left quickly. Only Lu Bingbing and Qin Feng remained in the empty interrogation room. Director Liu, I was quite enjoying our dance just then, but it was ruined by all those people rushing in. Do you want to continue? Evidently, Qin Feng did not seem worried about his situation at all. After all, Zhang Biao had taken Hao Yun's death onto himself, and the old man definitely had a dark past. Once his father did some investigating, he would be let out. As such, he happily flirted with Lu Bingbing. After all, Qin Feng had no choice. If he didn't start to lay some groundwork now for his quest to train Lu Bingbing, when would he start? When you're sentenced tomorrow, I'll personally shoot you to death. Lu Bingbing had become accustomed to Qin Feng's frivolous and hedonistic personality. She coldly glared at him as she took him to the sub-bureau's dark and damp underground jail. Steel bars surrounded every cell, and each cell was only 20 square meters in area. They were even smaller than Qin Fang's home's toilets. Get in and wait for your death. Lu Bingbing pushed Qin Feng into the innermost cell, then locked the door and left. She didn't want to spend even an extra second with Qin Feng. When she thought about him forcefully hugging her, she felt disgusted. It was completely dark in the cell, and Qin Feng stood at the door for a while as he waited for his vision to adjust. There were 6 other men squatting in this cell. They were all bare-chested and 3 of them had tattoos on their bodies. They all looked over at Qin Feng. When the tattooed men saw Qin Feng, a look of amusement appeared on their faces. Oi, newbie brat, do you know the rules here? The long-haired, tattooed man coldly laughed as he asked Qin Feng. Nope. Qin Feng shook his head. Ha, I didn't expect you to. Your granddaddy will personally educate you on the rules here. The long-haired man's smile grew wider as he walked towards Qin Feng. There hadn't been a newbie in this cell for a long time and the long-haired man was bored to death. After all, there had been no one to toy with. The 3 tattooed men had long since taken care of the other 3 men. Brat, from the way you're dressed, you're probably some family's young master, eh? The long-haired man felt the clothes Qin Feng was wearing and found that they were incredibly soft and comfortable. It was the first time he had touched such clothes before, and he knew that Qin Feng was definitely a rich young master. It doesn't matter if you're a rich young master. You can be as unruly as you want outside, but in here, you're this granddaddy's slave. You're going to massage your elder's back and feet every day, and you're going to make me feel comfortable if you don't want to be beaten. When your elder wants it, you'll offer up your cherry willingly, got it? Bullying a young master felt much more satisfying than bullying a normal person, which delighted the long-haired man. Ooh, it's a young master. Long hair, move over, you're too short. These clothes are perfect for my height. Hearing that a rich young master had entered the cell, the remaining 2 tattooed men gave vulgar smiles and hurriedly came over. The 3 of them acted as though Qin Feng was a lamb who had landed in a pack of wolves. They temporarily ignored him and started bickering among themselves as to whose slave he should become. Qin Feng looked at the 3 of them and laughed, feeling that they were complete idiots. He then shifted his attention to the other 3 men. They were still squatting on the ground, and 2 of them looked quite small and weak. They weren't very old either and they looked quite submissive, not daring to even look over at Qin Feng. It seemed that they had already been trained by the 3 tattooed men. The other one had a resolute-looking face and gave off a domineering air. His eyes looked quite old, as though he had seen and experienced much in the world. His head was slightly lowered, and he didn't look over to where Qin Feng was. His eyes were a little unfocused, as if he was thinking of something. All right, stop fighting. We'll take turns wearing his clothes and this newbie young master will be our shared slave. That should be fine, yelled the long-haired man. Also, your elder found this brat first, so I'll wear his clothes today. He'll be my slave today, and I want to have him alone tonight. You 2 can arrange whatever you want for tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. This was the conclusion that the 3 tattooed men had reached. Qin Feng belonged to the long-haired man today, so the other 2 men sullenly sat back down. Brat, hurry up and take your clothes off, and let your elder do some relaxing. After that, give your elder a massage. If I'm not happy with you, I'll make you regret it. The long-haired man's face suddenly became serious. He looked quite vicious and was trying to scare Qin Feng into submission. Qin Feng felt that this person was quite amusing. Perhaps he had been here too long, and his mind had deteriorated. Qin Feng cleaned his ears as he lightly smiled and replied, what if this young master isn't willing? Not willing, haha. Then, your elder will beat you up until you're willing. When he saw that Qin Feng wasn't giving in, the long-haired man didn't become angry, but instead arrogantly laughed. He pointed at the two weak-looking men who were squatting on the ground as he said, "Brat, see those two people? When they first came in, they were like you, and were very disobedient. Now, they're completely submissive to your elder. If I tell them to lick my toes, they won't complain at all. Brat, you're not a young master in here. In this cell, you're just a dog. Ah, with your long hair, you look quite like a golden retriever," Qin Feng said as he laughed. The long-haired man's face became sinister as a ruthless look flashed in his eyes. "Fudge, you dare to call your elder a golden retriever? I'll kill you." Chapter 62. Chapter 62, Mysterious Man. As he spoke, the long-haired man leapt towards Qin Feng. To him, this weak young master was still trying to be arrogant even in here, so he would have to beat some sense into him. Seeing the ferocious long-haired man coming at him, Qin Feng's expression did not change. He stood his ground and did not move until the long-haired man's fist was about to reach his nose. Qin Feng punched out, fast as lightning. Qin Feng only used 4 times a normal person's strength in this punch, which accurately smashed into the long-haired man's nose. The man was sent flying as his nose shattered, and a stream of blood erupted out of it. The long-haired man crashed onto the ground with a thump. This commotion caused the other people in the cage to look over. Expressions of shock appeared on their faces as they saw the long-haired man lying unconscious on the ground. Qin Feng had acted too quickly, and the others hadn't even seen him attack. When they looked over, they only saw the long-haired man lying in a pool of blood, and didn't know what had happened. The two weak-looking men reacted as if they had seen a ghost, and they started to tremble. There were 2 tattooed men remaining. One was bald, and the other had a wolf tattooed on his arm. They were feeling quite displeased because they couldn't enjoy Qin Feng tonight. However, they were given a big fright after seeing this scene unfold. However, very soon, the bald-headed man realized what had happened. The long-haired man was the best at fighting out of all of them, while Qin Feng looked like a weak pretty boy. The bald-headed man concluded that Qin Feng had taken the long-haired man by surprise, and knocked him over. "Fudge, you dare to sneak attack Longhair. Do you want to die? Hurry up and kowtow 3 times, otherwise your elder's gonna kill you." The bald-headed man wasn't in a hurry to deal with Qin Feng. It wasn't that he was afraid of Qin Feng, but because the long-haired man was unconscious, he could have Qin Feng to himself tonight. He hadn't experienced a tender and good-looking man like Qin Feng in a while, so he didn't want to injure Qin Feng too much. Even if he had to beat him up, he would do it after he satisfied him. "There are quite a few madmen in this jail. Do you want to become like him as well?" Qin Feng said as he lightly smiled. "Goddamn, brat, you don't know what's good for you. I gave you the opportunity, but you're not taking it, so your elder will smack you to death." As he spoke, the bald-headed man charged over ferociously. Qin Feng smiled and shook his head, then lightly kicked, sending the bald-headed man flying. His head smashed into the firm wall, knocking him out instantly. The others hadn't seen what had happened to the long-haired man, but everyone saw clearly what had happened to the bald-headed man. The remaining man with the wolf tattoo on his arm felt his legs weaken. He was a veteran in brawling, but it was the first time he had seen someone so powerful before. Qin Feng beating someone up looked as effortless as him killing a mosquito. Although he feared Qin Feng deep down, he maintained a tough exterior. He slightly trembled as he said, I'll have you know, your elders learnt martial arts before. If you don't obediently listen to me." Qin Feng couldn't bear to watch this man try to act tough while shaking. Before the man could finish speaking, Qin Feng's legs swept out, and just like the bald-headed man, the man with the wolf tattoo flew through the air and hit his head on the wall, and also fainted on the spot. This 3-versus-1 battle seemed to have finished before it even began. The remaining 3 people who were squatting on the ground looked at Qin Feng with strange expressions. This was especially so for the 2 weak-looking men. They were so scared that they uncontrollably trembled. However, a light lit up within the eyes of the man with the weathered face, and he looked at Qin Feng with great interest. "Be big brother, I'm called Little Ma. I can give you massages and clean the cell, just please don't hit me. Big brother, I'm called Little Yuan, I can do those things too, so please don't beat me. I'll do whatever you say." The 2 weak-looking men kneeled in front of Qin Feng. They were frequently oppressed and bullied by the 3 tattooed men, and they never thought an even stronger person would come along. They were so scared that their faces became slightly green, and they wished they could die. They both mourned as to why their lives were so difficult. Qin Feng looked at the 2 men and shook his head, and ignored them. He walked over to the man with the weathered face and sat down next to him. "How come you're not begging me like them?" Since Qin Feng had entered the cell, he had been interested in this middle-aged man. He looked about as old as his father, and his face was incredibly weathered, as if he had seen much in life. The man didn't answer Qin Feng's question, and instead asked him, "What's your name?" After staring in surprise for a moment, Qin Feng truthfully replied, "Qin Feng." An expression of shock appeared on the man's face as his unfathomable eyes lit up. He stared at Qin Feng fixedly as he asked, "The capital's Qin family?" Qin Feng suddenly became wary, because his grandfather held the power in the capital's Qin family. It was also why the Acropolis city's Qin family could be so powerful. After hesitating for a moment, Qin Feng shook his head and replied, "The Acropolis city's Qin family." Acropolis city's Qin family. After hearing this, the man lapsed into silence for a few moments before replying, "Your father's called Qin Huang. Your grandfather's called Qin Shitian." It was Qin Feng's turn to be surprised. It wasn't a big deal that this man knew about his dad, after all, he was incredibly famous in the Acropolis city. However, the capital's Qin family was incredibly mysterious, and even Qin Feng didn't know much about it. How could this man call out his father and his mysterious grandfather's names so casually? Evidently, he seemed to have some understanding of the Qin family. Qin Feng was quite surprised as he asked, "You know me? What relationship do you have with my Qin family?" The man let out a long breath, as if he had been relieved from a burden. He carefully reached into his pockets and dug around for a while before taking out a small wooden box and handing it to Qin Feng. "Take this, and keep it safe. It'll save your family when the Qin family faces destruction." After seeing the man dig around in his pockets for a while and take out a crappy-looking wooden box, Qin Feng couldn't help but look down on it. Just as he was about to refuse, he heard the words the man spoke, which caused his sword-like eyebrows to deeply frown. "What's this?" Qin Feng took the black wooden box. He was about to open it when the man suddenly grabbed his hand. The man's hand was covered with scars, and felt like a clamp. It tightly gripped Qin Feng's hand, and although Qin Feng tried to use his full strength to break free, he couldn't budge an inch. In that instant, Qin Feng felt incredibly dumbfounded. He had 6 times a normal person's strength, and was quite confident in his strength. He had defeated all of the opponents he had faced. However, in front of this mysterious man, Qin Feng felt that he didn't even have the strength to retaliate. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.